Good morning. How is everybody today? 2 more days to Rick Springfield. I can't wait. I'm so excited. 2 more days. 40-year bucket list item checked off. So excited. Good morning, everybody. Hi, my name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. Good morning, Jennifer. YouTube yeeted you yesterday? Hey, Marty. Hey, Judy. Hey, Nancy. Hey, Carla. Before we get started, we've talked about HOAs before and how horrible they are, how I would never, ever want to live in one. Found this clip. Oh, wrong button. Check this out.
This veteran rammed his own truck through a $60,000 automated security gate to let a trapped ambulance reach a neighbor having a massive heart attack. The neighborhood HOA sued him for the property damage. Watch the judge's reaction.
Your Honor, the defendant intentionally bypassed the manual override protocols for the community gate during the power outage. By using his personal vehicle as a battering ram, he completely destroyed a custom wrought iron entry system. We are seeking $62,000 in property damages for the immediate replacement of the gate and the structural columns.
Your Honor, the power was out and the HOA's manual crank was completely rusted shut. The paramedics were stuck outside for 10 minutes and Mr. Henderson was inside his home in cardiac arrest. I know exactly what 10 minutes without oxygen means. I just want to ask one question. Was I supposed to stand there and let him die to protect a metal fence?
You are suing a man for breaking a gate to let an ambulance save a dying resident. This is shameful. Lawsuit dismissed with prejudice. The HOA will pay him $15,000 for his damaged truck. Case closed.
This veteran rammed his...
Can you believe that? Do you believe that? An HOA sued this man because he couldn't get the gate open. There was a power outage and the manual crank or whatever to open the gate was rusted shut. A man was dying. The only way the guy could get the gate open was to ram his truck into the gate to let the ambulance come in. 10 minutes without oxygen can cause brain damage. This guy was in full cardiac arrest. And yes, HOAs suck. I don't know why anybody moves into an HOA. They were suing the man $62,000. A gate is more important than a person's life. And the guy was not even countersuing. But the judge did know how much the damages were to his truck, so maybe he was countersuing. Yeah, I know. $15,000 the HOA had to pay him for the damage to his truck. They need to maintain their equipment, make sure that the manual cranks and stuff are in working order. So when the power goes out, the cranks work and they can get their gates open so this never happens again. That's just crazy to me. An ambulance can't get into an HOA because the power's out? That's ridiculous. Okay, so now we have a funny one. This one's so funny. Okay, so this is a middle school teacher.
Hey, baby.
Hey.
How was your day?
Well, started one of my periods, and a kid just right off the bat, "It's stank in here." Immediate response, y'all should shower. Response back, I do shower. My response back, with soap, and then they just get blank stares. And one kid goes, I have 72-hour deodorant. That's not the end of his statement. I have 72-hour deodorant, so I'm good for like 4 days. I go, wait. How does this? Can you explain that? And he goes, yeah, I would put 72-hour deodorant on every 4 days. And I'm like, okay, so do you see a problem with that? And they're like, then I get interrupted because another kid out of nowhere just goes, he turns to another kid angrily and he goes, stop calling me daddy. And I'm like, what? And he looks at me like, it's not a big deal. I took care of it. And oh gosh, where does the conversation go after that? He goes,
4 days.
Yeah, he goes 72-hour deo for my 4-day BO. And I'm like, okay, hold on. First person that raises their hand with a phone in their pocket gets to get their phone out. Girl, open up phone. Can you put in, you said 72-hour, right? He goes, yeah. I go 72. And then every 4 days, I say, can you divide that by 24 hours? And then tell me what the whole number is. And she goes 3. And I look at him and it still didn't click.
Oh, no.
And then I go, okay, so if we take 24 hours in a day and take 72-hour deodorant, it should say 3-day deodorant. And then you can see it clicked for him, but instead he goes, his immediate response, he just switches and goes, Mr. Smith, if I rub your head, how many wishes do I get?
Hey, baby.
Hey.
Oh, I thought that was hilarious. I have a friend that's a teacher, and his brother has a morning show on YouTube, and he teaches at a Christian school down around Kissimmee, St. Cloud area, somewhere down there. And he will go on his brother's live morning show sometimes. And I don't get to watch it every morning because I'm doing this, but I watch sometimes, like if I take a day off, if I'm not feeling well or something, I will watch it. And sometimes he live streams from his classroom, like he goes on his brother's show from his classrooms, and the kids he teaches, like they know, and they'll like stick their head over and like stick their tongue out or make a funny gesture or whatever, and they're hilarious. But I imagine there's plenty of bad days too that, where you're just like, why do I do this every day? But yeah, that was pretty funny. Just like being a pediatric nurse, there were days that the kids were just so much fun to be around. So I imagine it's like that being a teacher too. But then there probably are days that you're just like, why do I do this? So I rearranged my desk again. I can't get it right. Like, it seems like I'm not in the center of the frame. I'm like too far away, it looks like, and you see I'm not center. You see more of the stuff around me than me. I'm either like too far back or my head's caught up, whatever. So I rearranged, and Shadow, when I shut this door, Shadow was sitting on the table. You should have seen the look she gave me. Like, if looks could kill. And then when after I sat down with the shut door, she came running across the table like and I said, I will open it when you come and ask me for it to be opened. I won't keep it shut. All you have to do is ask. And then she let me pet her and then she walked away. So hopefully we've come to an understanding about the door. She does not like her door closed. Okay, Clayton Peterson. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Clayton Peterson was the oldest son of Michael and Patricia. During his father's trial and lengthy prison sentence, Clayton stood by his side. Clayton had his own trouble with the law in the early 1990s. He was sentenced to 4 years in prison for attempting to bomb Duke University in 1994 when he was a freshman there. Today, he lives in Maryland with his 2 children. He still supports his father. I thought he set it on fire. What I heard, where did I hear it? I don't remember where I heard it. I heard, I'm not saying Judy's wrong. I'm just saying that I heard that he somehow lost his fake ID that he had for buying beer when he was in college. And in order to get it back, he needed money. He didn't have enough money to get another one. And he went into one of the buildings at, is it Duke University? Yeah. Went into one of the buildings where there was a lot of office equipment, and he stole some equipment that he intended to sell in order to buy a new fake ID. And then he set it on fire, hopefully to destroy evidence so no one would know that he stole it. That's what I heard. It could be totally wrong. I saw it on one of the documentaries, not the documentary, not The Staircase, but oh, okay. Well, hey Wiggles. Hey Nichelle. Okay. Well, like I said, it could be wrong. It's just something I saw on one of the many things I've watched about this case. Okay, are you ready for more Deaver? Well, anyway, he did go to prison for something. Did I get a package yesterday? Me? Me? No. But I wasn't looking for one either. Wrong button, Debbie. Jeez.
All right, members of the jury, as you recall, the cross-examination of Agent Diva was interrupted so that we could accommodate some witnesses who had to return to another country. We will resume the cross-examination of Agent Diva by Mr. Rudolph, and of course, he remains under oath at this time. Thank you. Yes.
Morning, Stephen.
Morning.
just to sort of set where we are, you're aware that after I finish, Mr. Harden will have a chance to ask you questions, correct?
That's correct.
And you know that if he feels like anything needs to be explained, he can ask you to explain that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to try to ask you questions so that we can try to get through this in an expeditious way that are simple and can be fairly answered with a short answer. All right?
I love you, Wiggles.
When you testified on direct examination, you offered some opinions about some blood stains that you observed in the kitchen, correct?
That's correct.
And those blood stains, particularly the drop of blood on the counter, was, to your eye, fresh blood, correct?
Yes.
It was bright red.
Yes, it was.
And you're aware, are you not, that blood turns color over several hours?
That's correct.
And that drop was not seen until sometime after 5 p.m. on December 9th, correct?
That's correct.
And of course, you're aware that Mr. Peterson had already been outside that kitchen for at least 12 hours by that point, correct?
I don't know that exactly, but it had been a while. Yes.
Well, if the testimony was that he was brought to the study somewhere in the neighborhood of 3:30 or 4 a.m., by the time you saw that blood stain in the kitchen on the counter, it would have been in excess of 12 hours, correct?
That's correct.
Now, do you know how that fresh blood got on the kitchen counter?
No, I do not.
Did you see any photograph of that fresh blood?
No, I did not.
Did you see any photographic close-up of the blood smear on the counter?
This is so cool. This is different than the edition I had in nursing school. It's got lines for you to write in the different structures, and the answers are on the next page. So you could cheat, but so then you can check your answers on the next page. So you can kind of like test yourself and do it from memory. And then it's a coloring book, so you can color in the structures. It's so cool. Thank you, Wiggles.
In the cabinet that one could see and tell was a blood smear from the photo itself.
No.
Can we pull up? You did see the kitchen area and the cabinets, right?
Yes, I did.
Can we pull up this?
Yeah.
I want one and the other.
Yeah. Switch to me. Okay, projectile.
Now, do you see? Let's see it. You see that little stain right there?
Yes, I do.
Do you know if that was a blood stain or not?
No, I do not.
And you see that door right there?
What is that?
You don't see any blood stain there, do you?
Not from that photograph.
All right. Can we go to the next photograph?
Blue,
Now,
Marty.
this photograph, you see that stain right there?
Blue. Stains are blue.
Yes.
Does that appear to you to be a blood stain?
I couldn't say. I saw something similar to that on another photograph that appeared to be some kind of mark on the negative to me. That looks very similar to that.
A mark on the negative?
Yes.
Did you look at the negative?
We did go back and look at some of the negatives for scratches.
And do you have that negative with you?
No, I do not.
And did you find a scratch on this particular negative?
No.
Did you find a glitch on this particular negative?
No,
Did anyone ever tell you there was a glitch that accounts for this photo?
no,
Do you see right there? There's no spot right there?
yes,
Yeah, let's put them both up. See that? Did anyone ever tell you that the reason for the differences there is a glitch?
no.
For the others? How about that? Can you explain that?
No. I explained when I looked at that mark, that's what it looked like to me from another photograph.
Thank you. Now, I think you said that you were very happy in this particular scene in terms of being able to tell about contamination because you had photographs to look at, right, to compare to?
No, the photographs didn't help me. It was my observation of the crime scene that night itself, not the photographs.
Okay, I thought you said that normally you just have to rely on the word of someone about what it looked like when they got there, but in this particular situation, you were very happy because you had photographs that you could compare the scene to.
Oh, yes, photographs did help me, yes. But it was my observations of the scene that were particular in this case.
And those photos, of course, were taken sometime after 6:30 a.m. Do you know that?
Yes.
And I want to focus a little bit on those 7 spatters on the west wall, you know, what you labeled or was, in your opinion, impact spatter. You know
Yes.
what I'm talking about? There were 7 spatters there that you say are impact, right?
Correct.
Now, prior to 6:30 or 7 o'clock or whenever those photos were taken, that photos show that spatter, right?
Yes.
Prior to when those photos were taken, are you aware that Michael Peterson was in that stairway?
Yes, I was. Well, I'm sorry. I was aware that he had handled the body. I was not aware that he was in the stairwell.
Okay. Do you know whether or not he was in the stairwell?
No, I do not.
Do you know whether or not Todd Peterson was in the stairwell?
No, I do not.
Do you know anything about Todd Peterson being asked by the police to get a telephone that was in the stairwell?
No, I do not.
Do you know anything about Dr. Snell walking through that stairway on the right side of the stairway?
No, I do not.
No one ever told you that?
No. What I was told was that they had gone to the body, which would be at the bottom of the stairwell.
All right, so if Dr. Snell testified before this jury that he and another crime scene person walked up the entire stairway on the right side of the stairway, that's the west wall, right?
Correct.
That's just a piece of information you didn't have.
No, I did not.
And you have, as you sit here today, obviously, have no way of knowing when those particular 7 spatters on the west wall got there, right?
No.
With regard to Mr. Peterson's clothes, did you know that he was allowed to wear his clothes for several hours before they were taken off?
I knew that he wore his clothes for a period of time.
Did you know for how long?
No, I did not.
Did you know that he was permitted, for example, to walk and sit around in those clothes?
Yes, I did know that he had sat on the couch because I was taken to that place to look at a transfer stain there.
All right. Did you know that he had washed his hands at least once while wearing those clothes?
Yes, I did know that.
Did you know that the police had allowed Mr. Peterson to just take off his shorts and put them on a windowsill?
Yes, I did know that.
And that there was no supervision involved in him doing that? You aware of that?
I don't understand supervision.
Well, no one sort of took the shorts from him and put it on the windowsill. He was allowed to just do that himself. Are you aware of that?
No.
Do you have any knowledge, as you sit here right now, of how Mr. Peterson laid those shorts on the windowsill?
No, I do not.
Are you aware that when they were collected by Dan George, they were still damp?
Yes, he did tell me that.
Okay. Did you not testify in front of this jury several days ago that you were told the clothes were dry when they were gathered?
No, I don't think so. I testified that I was happy that they were placed in a place where they could dry before they were taken away.
But they weren't dry yet when they were taken away. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, so if Dan George testified in front of this jury that when he took those shorts and folded them up and put them in a paper bag, they were still damp, that's a fact you were not aware of.
No, I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that he took that damp shorts and put it in the same bag as the shirt Michael Peterson was wearing?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And that's not appropriate procedure, is it?
It's you would want to do that separately. Yes.
And are you aware, sir, that the SBI, the agency you work for, initially refused to even accept those clothes for analysis because of the fact that they were tainted, that there was transfer? You aware of that?
I was aware that they didn't accept the clothes the first time they were submitted, but that was not the reason.
All right, sir. Can we put up Exhibit 143? Can we blow that up, please? Are you familiar with this exhibit? Have you seen this before?
Yes, I have.
And this is a memo, is it not, from Dan George to the acting head of the Durham crime scene unit on Friday, December 14th, 2001.
Correct.
And he says, as you know, I worked very hard this morning getting the property ready to take to the SBI lab to be tested. Right?
Yes.
After I got there and the different lab techs viewed the evidence, there were some of the property that they would not take due to various reasons.
Correct.
And reason number 2 was the blood on the clothing of Mr. Peterson and his son was transfer blood, correct?
Yes.
And reason number 4 at that point was that blood spatter interpretation had been done by Special Agent Deaver, and the lab would not override his discussion as to what he had already done.
Yes.
Now, of course, at that point, you had simply looked at the clothes for a very brief period of time. Right?
That's correct.
Shorts have the query.
Judge, I've got a couple of exhibits I've got to gather, and it may be a little bit early for our break, but if we could do that, I can gather those and not take time while the jury is waiting
Hurry
for
up
me.
and wait.
All right. Can you do it in 10 minutes?
Oh, yes, sir.
All right, 10-minute break, Mr. Besser.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Please allow the jury to exit courtroom first.
2 days.
Yes, okay.
2 days. 2 days.
I want to just talk briefly about the shorts. And let me start by asking you whether you would agree with the following quote. You do know Dr. Barton Epstein, correct?
Yes, I do.
You would agree that he is someone who is expert in this field.
Yes.
Would you agree with this quote? Husbands cradling dead wives can change evidence and cause misinterpretation, and sometimes results in husbands being charged. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
And of course, you knew, well, maybe you didn't. Did you know that Michael Peterson had been at Kathleen Peterson's body before the police even arrived at that location.
Yes, I did.
And of course, he'd also been there thereafter.
Yes, that's correct.
And in your opinion, as a crime scene investigator, there's nothing unusual about a husband doing that.
Not at all.
As a matter of fact, it would be unusual for someone to see a loved one in that condition and not do that, right?
That would be my opinion.
If Travis ever comes home and finds me dead in a pool of blood, he will not ever be a suspect because he will not have one drop of blood on him. I guarantee you. Because he has a blood phobia. Needles and blood, he does not do. I asked him one time, I said, honey, if you were ever to come home and find me either hurt or dead and there was blood everywhere, would you come over and try to help me? Like, even try to see if I was still alive? And he was like, probably not. I was like, oh, well, thank you. I love you too. But it's not going to happen because he's got a blood phobia. There's no way. So I would just lay there and die while he was on the phone with 911.
With regard to, and by the way, when you did your shorts experiment, you didn't actually do any experiments with someone seated, say on a step, to see what that would do with the shorts legs, the back of the shorts legs, did you?
Yes, I was seated when I was doing the stomping experiments.
I see.
Specifically for that.
Okay.
Yeah, I would be dead, and the ambulance would be taking care of Travis. Yeah. The name of this book? Human Anatomy Coloring Book. I gotta quit saying I want stuff on stream because every time I do, Wiggles goes to Amazon and sends it to me.
So those were the experiments that you would have done for that position?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to the sneakers, are you aware that those were not collected until after Kathleen Peterson's body was moved?
Yes, I did know that.
Were you aware that they were allowed to just sit there by that bloody scene?
Yes, I was aware of that.
That people were going in and out of the staircase?
Yes.
That when the body was removed, it was still dripping blood from the clothes?
No, I was not aware of that. I checked that very carefully and found no evidence of that.
Okay. Were you aware that the towels were saturated in blood?
Yes, I was aware of that.
Can we, by the way, when you got there, where were the towels?
The towels were down on a step under the header, if that explains it.
Let's see if can we have Exhibit 6? Is that where the towels were?
As I remember, they were, there on those steps leading into the room that the photo is being taken from.
Right there. Right there?
Correct.
And do you know how they got there?
No, I do not.
Well, do you know what this is right here?
No.
Do you know when they were put there?
No, I do not.
Do you know where the sneakers were when they were moved?
No, I do not.
On your diagram, the diagram you did, can we go to that exhibit? Yeah, that one. On this diagram, this is labeled 18th step, right?
That's correct.
And there's a notation here. It says bloody towel. Towels. You see that?
Yes.
And then it purports to show where the towels were, right?
That's where the towels were in the photograph of the body. And I was making a notation of that for the purpose of comparing that to the blood stains on that step.
So this is actually a diagram of a photograph as opposed to a diagram of the scene?
No, it's a diagram of where a blood stain was, and I made a mark out to there that showed where bloody towels were in the photograph for comparison to that stain.
Okay, so you didn't actually see a scene like this when you got to the house.
Yes, I saw a scene like that. There's just that's not towels. That's just a notation to me where the towels were. I saw that blood stain that line points to.
Okay. Oh, I see. So what you're saying is that this right here was a blood stain?
Correct.
All right. But you labeled it bloody towels.
Yeah, I labeled it for myself. Bloody towels caused that.
I see. Okay. In any event, you don't know how the bloody towels got from there to the steps.
No, I do not.
And you don't know where the sneakers were when that happened.
No, I do not.
And you don't know if the towels were dripping blood at that point.
I found no evidence to that. I looked very carefully for that.
Mm-hmm. With regard to Kathleen Peterson's clothes,
I couldn't tell you if Deaver is good at his job because he's like gobbledygook all over the place. But I can tell you he's not a good documentarian because Rudolph doesn't understand half of the things he's documented. But he didn't, like in this instance, he didn't see the bloody towels. He just said he didn't see them. He saw a blood stain, but he put it on his report, bloody towels. Now, what he should have put, hey, Melissa, what he should have put was bloody towels were here or something, or where some indication that they had been there, but they weren't there when he was, you know what I mean? Like, it's confusing. Oh my God, I saw the best thing ever. I want one. I saw it on a short, on a YouTube short. It's a lapel pin. And it says social battery. And it has like little emoji faces on it. And it's like a green face, and then the emojis change, like they're getting tired, and then it goes, so there's some greens, and then it goes to yellows, and then it goes to reds, and there's a slider on the pin that you can actually move, and it says social battery. So like if you're talking to somebody and they're starting to like wear you out, you can just move the little slider on your lapel pin to let them know that your social battery is running down. And the little thing on the short, on the top of the short, the text said, imagine moving the slider while you're talking to someone face to face. I was like, oh, I need one of those. I need one of those so when someone is boring me, I can just slide the slider over and be like, yeah, my social battery's running down. I know, right, Nichelle? I need one of those so bad. I didn't see a link or anything where you could go buy one. It was just a little short on YouTube. I was like, where's the link? I need one of those so bad. It was great. I love it. It was so good. Oh.
Before you analyzed her clothes, by the way, when did you analyze her clothes? Is that some months later?
January the 24th, same time that much of the other stuff was analyzed.
And before you analyzed her clothes, did you get any information about how her body had been handled there at the scene?
Yes, in general terms, the night that I was there, I asked specifically how they had done that. And then I looked for evidence of, like I've testified previously, to blood dripping and those kinds of things, which are obvious to you.
Well, for example, did you know her body had been rolled by the medical team?
Yes, I did. It had been rolled up.
Sorry, rolled what?
Rolled up. To look at the back of her head is what I was told.
And on which side did you know?
I did not.
Did you know whether it was her right leg that would have been underneath or her left leg that was underneath?
No, I did not.
Did you know that her clothing at that point was still dripping blood?
Yes, the bottom, the back of her was actually in a puddle of wet blood.
And did you know that there were 4 to 6 people around the body?
Yeah, she had handlers though that could move her along. I don't have handlers. I guess I could hire some. I don't have any money though.
Moving it?
I did.
And of course, you knew that Michael Peterson had been around the body before the body was moved, right?
That's correct.
Did you know that Todd Peterson had been around the body?
Yes, I did.
I can't remember. Did you say you knew or didn't know about the phone?
I did not know about the phone.
Did you know that he had literally had to pull Michael Peterson off of Kathleen Peterson?
Yes, I did.
You knew there had been police around the body?
No.
You knew there had been EMS around the body?
Yes.
Did you know that the police had tried to get Mr. Peterson off before his son took him off?
No, I did not.
You testified
That was
about
a lie.
sneaker impression on the...
That was a lie. He had to have known that there had been police around the body. That was a bald-faced lie. It had to be. Had to be. He had to know.
Pants. Do you know which direction that sneaker impression was facing?
No.
Wouldn't that be sort of important to you?
If it could be determined.
Well, did you talk with, you know who Joyce, is it Pretzka?
My chemo nurse, one of my chemo nurses was from Puerto Rico. He was Latino. I don't remember. I want to say Puerto Rico, but I could be wrong. He would never let me put my purse on the floor because he said, in Puerto Rico, if you put your purse on the floor, you'll lose all your money. It's like a superstition. So he would never let me put my purse on the floor. I was like, okay. Because that's what his mom said. His mom never put her purse on the floor, would never let anybody in their family put the purse on the floor. So he would never let me put my purse on the
Petska, I'm sorry. Do you know who she is?
Yes.
Do you know whether she was able to determine in which direction the shoe was facing?
I do not.
Well, you testified to some conclusions you reached before this jury about the pants based on that impression. Did you know she's the one who identified it, right?
Yes, I do.
And you never spoke with her about the details of that?
Yes, I did. She told me what she had concluded about that.
And did you ask her in which direction it was facing?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Well, if the back of her leg were here and he were stepping this way or he were stepping this way, my conclusion was that he had stepped on the back of her leg. I can't see at this moment what particularly that would have mattered to me for the purpose of my conclusion.
I see. Well, for example, if the footprint is on the back, but it's going away from the head, that would tend to indicate that it wasn't somebody standing over her, beating her, right?
from that transfer, I would make no such conclusion anyway. It's simply the fact that it's my opinion that the wearer of that shoe stepped on the back of her pants, producing that transfer stain.
Yes, sir. So, by the way, you're aware that sweatpants can sort of twist, right? That's happened to you.
Yes.
And so sometimes when you're wearing sweatpants, the back becomes the front becomes the back, doesn't it? Doesn't that happen sometimes?
Not that much.
Well, or the back becomes the side.
Not that much.
No?
No.
By the way, you see these lines right there? Are those called accordion lines? Indicate folds?
Those could be any number of things. It appears as I stated in my report, that those are fabric stains.
Okay. And here's the shoe print right there, right?
Correct.
And did you know that the shoe was actually facing that way, according to Agent Peterson?
No, I did not.
Are you aware that she's testified that there was no movement associated with that impression?
No, I was not.
And of course, there's no way for you to tell when that print got put on there, is there?
No, there's not.
Now, with regard to your identification of marks in photos, there is a section in the SBI that specializes in trying to identify what caused certain marks that are found at scenes, correct?
Yes.
And that's called the tool mark section, right?
That's correct.
Tool mark and firearms, I think, right?
Yes.
And they receive training in that, right?
That's correct.
They get proficiency tested in that.
As far as I know.
They're the experts in that at the SBI.
That's correct.
But when you were when Mr. Holland was trying to figure out, we have the local county. Is it not in evidence? When Mr. Holland, I'm going to need that blow poke. I didn't realize you didn't have it here. Thank you. When Mr. Holland was trying to figure out.
StreamYard has added a new feature. You can do polls on StreamYard now. So I'm going to do a poll. There's 3 options. Just put 1, 2, or 3 in the chat. And it should show up on the poll. My friends did it in their live stream last night. Let's see if it works. Probably won't work for me because tech does not like
whether
me.
Certain marks were consistent with or caused by that blow poke. He didn't take it to the tool mark section, did he?
No.
He took it to you.
That's correct.
And you don't have any training in tool mark identification, do you?
No, and this was not a tool mark exercise.
Well, with regard to, why? Because it was in blood? Is that why?
It was in blood first, and second, it was not in a substrate that is compared in tool marks in the SBI.
Okay. Well, for example, when the SBI wanted to know what that was, they didn't ask a blood person. They went to Joyce Petzker, right?
Well, they actually asked me, and then I sent that on to Joyce Petzker to take a look at.
Okay? And she's the one who gave the opinion about what it is, right?
Well, and so did I. I did first. I left it to her to make a more specific identification if it were possible. And that's something that they do in their section. They do blood comparisons on tire tracks and shoe tracks and those kinds of things. Tool marks are not done the same way.
And did you have anyone in either Ms. Petska's section or the tool mark section look at the blow poke and the photos?
No.
Did you have anyone from either of those sections help you design the experiments that you were doing to try to see if there was a match?
No, that was within my purview.
You testified that you videoed the experiments you did with regard to the blood spatter in the hallway.
That's correct.
To be fair, right?
Yes.
And you took photos of that process, to be fair.
That's correct.
And did you take any video of this process where you were creating? We have this. Thank you. When you were creating this, you still had the video camera, right?
No, I did not.
Well, you were doing it at the SBI, right?
Yes, I could have gotten that. Yes.
So the video camera was available.
Yes, that's correct.
And to be fair, so that we could have seen exactly what you did to create these marks, that could have been videotaped, right?
It could have, but anybody could do it themselves in the 5 minutes that it took me to do that too. So they could reproduce it themselves if they so desired. It's not quite the same as experiments that you have designed and produced that people wouldn't maybe by written instructions be able to reproduce. That's just simply putting blood on something and making a mark with it.
Well, you actually did a number of sheets, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
How many sheets did you do altogether?
3 sheets. The 3 that you saw.
But you've only used one here, right?
Yes, we've cut down on some of the things that we had brought in. It's just a representative sample.
And just so we're clear, you didn't even take any photographs of how you were, for example, holding the blow poke when you made this mark over here?
No.
Or how you were holding it when you made this mark on the right?
No.
And your opinion is that it has the same class characteristics?
No. It exhibits the same characteristics that I visually saw in that step.
Actually, what you said was demonstrated characteristics similar. Isn't that what you said?
I believe that's correct.
So you didn't say the exact same or the same. You said similar.
That's correct. That would be outside of my ability to say that's exactly the same thing.
By the way, when tool people come to the opinion that one item has the same characteristics as another, what they say is that that's inconclusive. Isn't that right?
The thing I don't like about this poll system is that you can see what other people vote. If you do the poll on YouTube, you don't see what other people vote. See, I should have added another option for undecided, because now I had to vote and I'm really still kind of undecided. I don't think she fell down the stairs. I think there's too much blood. I don't think the owl did it. So the only thing left is Michael Peterson did it. I don't think an intruder came in. So you rule out intruder, you rule out owl, you rule out a fall down the stairs. He's the only one left. But he didn't do it with the blowpoke, because the cops found the blowpoke and then put it back in the garage. There's no blood or hair or tissue or anything on it. So he had to do it with something other than the blowpoke. So if they hadn't have done all the blowpoke stuff and just said that he did it with something, that would be a totally different story, and I would say, yes, absolutely, he did it. But they don't have a murder weapon. They keep saying blowpoke, and it couldn't have been the blowpoke. So I should have added not decided yet. But I think that they were trying, like confirmation bias, like I said, they were trying to make him fit. But in this case, I do think he did it. But it was still not a fair trial. But he did plea downward, and he did serve 8 years, and that's all the justice, unfortunately, that Kathleen is ever going to get. I don't think that he killed Liz Ratliff, though. Because she did have that medical condition. I think it's very possible that she had the cerebral hemorrhage and had a stroke and fell down the stairs. Because if you have a stroke and you're walking down the stairs, chances are you're going to fall the rest of the way. But I don't think that matters to this case. And Judge Hudson said he wouldn't have let it in the second trial.
I'm sorry, would you say that again, please?
Yes, sir. When all that a tool mark person can say is that it has the same characteristics as another mark, what they say in that circumstance is that it's inconclusive. Isn't that true?
I don't know that.
Expert, Rudolph.
Are you familiar with the SBI lab manual?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware that in order to make a positive match, the tool mark section needs not just same characteristics, but actually a particular number of matching individual characteristics. Are you aware of that?
Yes, and that's done microscopically. This is not the same thing as this in any way, shape, or form. It's not even close to what has been done here. And actually, when they do that,
sir, if you need to explain, I believe the district attorney will have a chance to ask it. My question was simply what they needed to get a positive result.
That's what I was explaining. That's what you asked me, sure.
Yes.
Okay. Shall I finish?
No, sir.
Okay.
Now, when all they can get is the same characteristics without matching individual points, what they say is inconclusive, right?
I don't know that. I don't know what their criteria is. I don't do microscopic examinations of tool marks.
Can I have Defendant's Exhibit 9 put up there? Did you testify in response to Mr. Harden that you didn't see any evidence anywhere in the stairway of a telephone being put down?
I did.
And I take it then that you don't see that as evidence, or at least possible evidence, of a phone being put there?
I do not.
You see some sharp edges there, right?
I do not.
What would you call that?
That is in association with what looks like a run to me. That does not in any way look like a transfer stain from a telephone.
Well, how about that?
Neither.
Well, what is that from? That's not a sharp edge?
It's not to me.
Okay, well, how does that differ from that in terms of whether it's a sharp edge or not?
It's just different.
Well, could you explain to the members of the jury so that they could understand?
Yes. Basically, they look like part of runs from a stain that has run up there. They are not, in my opinion, created by any object. It's just a continuous group of runs and stains, some spined area there.
All right, let me just make sure I understand it. That looks like a run to you,
Yes.
and that looks like a run to you,
Yes, it does.
and that looks like a run to you.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
couldn't see.
and that looks like a run to you,
Yes, it does.
and you see a difference between that, which you call a sharp edge, and say this area right here.
Absolutely.
And the area I just circled, you think is a run that's going horizontally across the step?
Yes. Yes, I do.
How do you think that was created?
I have no idea. But in my opinion, it was not created by a telephone.
Well, did you measure the telephone?
No.
How about if the phone was the same size as that particular stain? Would that change your view at all?
No.
Let's talk a little bit. That's all I need on that. Thank you. Let's talk a little bit about your point of origin determination. I think you said that getting those coordinates out in space was one of the last things you did before you left the house, right?
That's correct.
And you left the house somewhere around 11:15?
I believe that's correct.
And so can you give us some idea of when you finished your stringing process and did your calculations?
Well, the calculations were done prior to doing stringing, and the stringing would have been completed, maybe 10 minutes till 11 o'clock, somewhere in there.
Okay. And how from the time you started, I think Agent George, Mr. George helped you with the stringing at some point?
Yes.
And from the time you started your calculations, picking out the drops, until the time you finished your stringing, can you give me some idea of how long that took?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Yes, from the time you started, from the time you picked out the drops you were going to use and measured them and got your calculations done until the time you actually finished pulling the strings? Can you give me some idea of what?
Yeah, I think I already said about 2 hours.
Okay. So ballpark, then, you would have started that process somewhere in the neighborhood of 8:30, 9 o'clock?
That would be a rough estimate.
And prior to that, you were just looking at individual stains and doing your diagrams and that sort of thing?
That's correct.
Now, is it not true that you told Detective Holland that this was a homicide by 7 p.m., within 2 hours after you got to the scene?
I don't remember that.
Just in case, let's just mark this page if you could. Now approach her.
Yes.
Let me show you what's been marked Offense Exhibit 292, which are some notes that Detective Holland made there at the scene. You see right here, he's got 17:07. That's military time, right?
Yes.
That'll be 5:07 p.m.
Correct.
SBI Dwayne Deaver, 10:27. That means Raj, right?
Yes.
17:15, Brief Deaver.
Right.
That would be 5:15.
Yes.
17:39, SBI, and can't quite read that, Enter House.
Yes.
So that would be about 5:40 when you entered the house, according to his contemporaneous notes.
Yes.
And then 18:40, while SBI and Eric process, I found blood on counter knob. You see that?
Yes.
And then 19:05, that'd be 7:05.
That's correct.
It says Deaver homicide. See that?
Yes.
So within an hour and a half of you walking in that house, you told Detective Holland that, in your opinion, it was a homicide, correct?
Well, I don't remember saying that. What I told him was the stains were in my opinion, at that point, not consistent with a fall. And the point of that was to tell him that if he needed to, the way it looked to me, that if he needed to get things in order to do this as a homicide investigation, that he needed to do so by my opinion.
That was at 7:05 p.m., right?
That's correct.
Before you did any choosing of the blood drops on the wall, right?
That's correct.
Before you figured out any angles.
That's correct.
Before you did any stringing.
That's correct.
And you testified before the grand jury in this matter on December 20th, did you not?
That's correct.
Objection. Overruled. That was within 11 days after you had been to the scene, right?
That's correct.
Before you had examined the clothing in any depth, correct?
That's correct.
Before you had analyzed the photographs in any depth, correct?
I was beginning to do that, but before I had completed, correct.
Certainly before you had conducted your experiments.
Correct.
What you had at that point was your opinion about the points of origin, right?
Well, I had opinions on the stains, other things also.
And you went in there and swore under oath.
Yes.
The death was not consistent.
Sustain.
Well, based on your testimony, before you had examined the clothing in depth and before you had finished analyzing the photographs and before you conducted the experiments, based on your testimony, before you had done any of that, Michael Peterson was indicted, right?
Objection. No, approach the bench. All right, you can ask that question.
After you gave your grand jury testimony, which was before you had examined the clothing in depth, and before you had analyzed the photographs in depth, and before you had conducted your experiments, Michael Peterson was indicted, correct?
I don't know when Michael Peterson was indicted. I just know when I went before the grand jury.
You don't remember that he got indicted that same day?
I do not.
Approach?
Yes.
Let me show you the indictment. Have you seen the indictment?
I have not.
Defendant's Exhibit 220. Do you recognize that as a true bill of indictment?
Yes.
And do you see your name as one of the three witnesses who testified?
Yes,
You and Art Holland and Deborah Radish?
that's correct.
And you see the date of 12/20/01?
Yes,
That was within 11 days after you were at the house, right?
that's correct.
Thank you. Let me, you can put that up on the screen. Going back, I'd move 219 into evidence.
Okay, what you got there now?
That's the notes from Investigator Holland.
Is that what you're asking him to go?
Yes, thank you. And earlier, when we were talking about that little note that I was showing you, that's what we were talking about, right?
That's correct.
1905 Deaver homicide.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you're aware that someone who's doing what you do should make detailed notes and sketches of the scene, correct?
You should make detailed documentation.
Not detailed notes and sketches?
Well, the notes and sketches are for my purposes. Photographs are part of that.
Well, let me ask you the question. You may have said that you're not familiar with this
No, I'm not.
blood spatter interpretation put out by North Carolina Justice Academy.
That's correct.
Well, let me ask you if you agree or disagree with this statement. The need for detailed notes, sketches, and attention to detail will be emphasized. You agree with that?
I do agree with that.
Can we put up Exhibit 180? Defendant's 180. And let's go to the diagrams, please. Next page. Keep going. Keep going. All right. That's the diagram of the hallway that you did, right?
That's correct.
And do you consider that to be detailed?
Yes, I do.
All right. And let's go to the next one. That's the diagram of the area right outside the steps.
Yes.
Do you consider that to be detailed?
Yes, I do.
All right. That's the area of the moldings on either side of the entrance to the stairway?
Yes.
And do you consider that to be detailed?
Yes, I do.
That's the north wall and the bottom 4 steps?
Yes, that's correct.
And you consider that to be detailed?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead. Keep going.
That's detailed.
That's the
That's
east.
detailed too.
That's the east wall, correct?
Yes.
And do you consider that to be detailed?
Yes, I do.
Because that's some more. That's a 17th and 18th step.
(17, 15, 16,
Okay.
and 18.
And do you consider that to be detailed?
Yes, I do.
Now, with regard to the north wall and the east wall and the hallway, on your diagrams, you don't show all of the directionality on the north wall going from right to left, do you?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Can we put that back up, that north wall? Go back. Yeah, that's it. On that wall, you don't show all the directionality going from right to left, do you?
No, actually, some for those points of origin was going straight up the wall there because that would be right in line with that.
All right, and let's go to the east wall. You actually show two different patterns there, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You don't show all the directionality on the east wall going from left to right.
No, some of those were going straight up, which were and over to the from left to right.
And from right to left.
And from right to left. Yes, there were some consistent with a different pattern there.
And
edge of step 16.
And in the hallway, let's go to that. Go back.
What letters?
I'm not sure. Go back, please. Go back. One more. That's it. In the hallway, I think we've already covered this. It doesn't say cast off, right?
No, it does not.
Doesn't indicate the size of the drops.
No, it does not.
Doesn't indicate the direction of the drops, does it? Other than
yes, it does indicate the direction.
Let me finish my question. Other than coming down, right?
Yes, my general drawing there does show those are folded down walls. If they fold up, that will give you an inline path. And yes, it does.
So are you saying that those particular drops are showing the direction that you saw?
Yes.
Do any of your diagrams that we've just covered, the east wall or the north wall or the hallway, say the drops are all very small?
Well, they weren't all very small anyway, so I'm sure it doesn't. But
or predominantly very small?
No.
And none of them show any kind of drop count, correct?
No.
Now, would you agree that if there's any significant distortion in photographs, that can affect the analysis that's done by a bloodstain pattern analyst?
It can have an effect, yes.
For example, if photos are not taken from 90 degrees, you can have a distortion, can't you?
The distortion would be on their angles, yes.
And the way you tell if a photograph was taken from 90 degrees or not was by putting a ruler in it. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And there were a number of photographs of the walls here that did not have rulers, correct?
Yes, and that's typical.
With regard to the point of origin determination, you're aware that another expert hired by the state reviewed your point of origin determination, right?
No, they did not.
Well, they were given all your reports, right?
Yes.
They were given the video of the stairway.
That's correct.
They were given all the photos.
That's correct.
They were given the staircase measurements.
Yes.
They were given your calculations of the points of origin, were they not?
I believe so.
That expert was not able to confirm your points of origin, was he?
Objection.
Well, I think he can answer.
No.
As a matter of fact, no one can confirm your points of origin at this point, can they?
Well, yes, they can.
Has anyone, to your knowledge, confirmed your points of origin?
No.
That's all I have.
Is it going to be redirect, Mr. Holmes?
Yes.
I take it this is a good point to break.
Yes, sir.
All right, members of the jury, as I indicated to you earlier, we'll take a lunch break. At this time, remember the instructions the court has given you throughout the course of this trial, and We'll see you at 1:30. 1:30. All right, Mr. Harden, will there be redirected to the exam?
Yes, sir, briefly.
All right.
Now, Agent Deaver, I think in your testimony you indicated that you had some previous experience with fall cases before, or at least cases that had been reported as falls, before you began working Kathleen Peterson's case in December of 2001. Is that right?
That's correct.
And approximately how many cases had you worked that were reported as falls prior to December 9th of 2001?
About 15 that involve stairs.
All right. Generally speaking, do you recall how many of those would have been stairs on an interior of a residence?
I only remember one that was not on an interior.
Okay. Do you recall generally whether those cases involved wooden stairs?
Some of them were concrete and some of them were wood.
Okay. Now, with respect to those 15 reported fall cases, how many of those were actually charged cases where someone was identified and charged with criminal conduct?
I'd say about 9 of them. That's just a guess.
With respect to the other 6 that were not charged, do you know why?
Well, in those 6, I gave an opinion that the staining was consistent with a fall, but I don't know that. I mean, that was just. I don't know exactly the reason, but in those 6, I gave that opinion.
All right. Did you give that opinion to members of law enforcement in
Yes,
each
I
of
did.
those cases?
Yes, I did.
Would that have included police officers and other law enforcement officers, even law enforcement officers related to the district attorney's offices?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that district attorneys around this state have had to rely on your expertise and your knowledge and on your opinions in all the cases that you've ever worked?
Objection.
Well, whether they rely on it or not, I give it to them and they ask for it and they take it into consideration. But I'd say yes, I guess.
Okay. But at least in 6 cases that were reported as falls, you determined that it wasn't consistent with some kind of assaultive behavior. You rendered an opinion to that effect too?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Rudolph had asked you about the technique of stringing, and he showed you one particular resource. And I think you indicated that you were familiar with blood stain pattern analysis, and it was authored by Bevel and Gardner. Is that right?
That's correct.
And based on what I believe I heard your testimony was, as it related to that, at least Mr. Rudolph suggested that they indicate that the technique of stringing in blood pattern analysis is, in essence, disfavored and not reliable and shouldn't be used.
Objection. I think the exact words were that its demise was attributed to something.
Is that essentially your understanding of the position that Bevel and Gardner take?
It appears to be so.
And you've read that in this book?
Yes, I have.
Do you know what the year of the edition is for this particular book that has those references?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
1997.
Mr. Rudolph asked you as well whether you were familiar with Stuart, James, and William Eckert's book entitled Interpretation of Bloodstain Evidence at Crime Scenes. Were you familiar with that as well?
Yes, I am.
Have you had the opportunity to review this book with respect to their position on whether the stringing technique is still viable?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Let me show you, if I may, page 36 of Stuart James's book, and ask if you would read the area relating to determination of point or area of origin as it relates to the technique of stringing.
Read it.
Yes, right there.
At the scene, strings can be projected with the use of a protractor from each measured blood stain at its angle of impact back to an axis perpendicular to the plane on which the bloodstains were located and passing through their point of convergence. The point or area of origin may be constructed graphically by plotting the distance from the point of convergence of the bloodstains with their angle of impact on the target surface.
Let me have you also look at page 35 of this same book as it relates to determination of the point or area of convergence. And if you would please read the section that discusses stringing in this area as well.
The point or area of convergence can be established at the scene with the use of strings taped to the target surface extending through the long axis of the individual bloodstains.
Now, with respect to this particular book, when was its year of edition?
1998.
Would you have the impression, at least from Mr. James and Mr. Eckert, that they still condone and use the technique of stringing to conduct bloodstain pattern analysis?
Yes, I would.
Is it your understanding that others in the field still use it today as well?
Absolutely.
To your knowledge, is it still taught to persons that are identified and will be eventually bloodstain pattern analysis experts?
Yes, it is.
Now, with respect to, Your Honor, may I approach the witness again, please?
Yes.
Did you essentially use the same types of techniques that are taught here in the
Essentially.
Are you familiar with the outline that they describe for conducting a bloodstain pattern analysis?
Yes, I am.
Let me show you page 126 of Mr. James and Eckert's book and ask if you would please describe what's contained there.
Its title is An Outline for Interpretation of Bloodstain Evidence, and it gives a list of things to consider when doing that type of examination.
With respect to that, let me ask you about several of these. It appears that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 categories, and then there's an indication for final conclusions and report. Is that what you understand?
Yes.
With respect to the outline as it relates to what is to be done at a scene, going through this list, it says secure scene and exclude unauthorized persons. Would you be involved in that?
Not usually. I'm called to the scene by another agency.
But that's something they suggest in their outline.
That's correct.
They indicate to avoid alteration of bloodstains. That would be something that you would be involved in.
That's right. That's something that I would be careful not to do.
Would you do that?
No.
All right. And would it be your position that they are correct in, at least as it relates to this particular item in their outline?
That's correct.
They indicate that you're to photograph victim and associated bloodstains prior to moving victim.
That's correct.
Is that something that should be done?
Yes.
To photograph weapon if present and secure it. If you have one, would you do that?
Yes.
In this case, did you have that?
No.
They indicate to note environmental conditions. Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
They indicate that you're to conduct preliminary evaluations of overall bloodstain and patterns. Did you do that?
Yes.
Indicate to move the body cautiously. You weren't involved in that now, were you?
No. But if I might explain, that would be something that you would want to know about and question people about.
And you did that in this case?
Yes, I did.
It says collect trace evidence. And would you be involved in that process?
No.
But you're aware that some of that was done?
Yes.
You had that information?
Yes, I did.
It says complete search and recognition of bloodstains and patterns. Did you do that?
As much as possible at the scene. Some of that was done later, but yes, for the whole evaluation, it was done. Yes.
Right. And I think you indicated early on that you basically looked at patterns and you had some idea of what those patterns were saying to you before you even pulled strings. Is that?
Oh, absolutely. That's correct.
Mr. Eckert and James suggest that you photograph bloodstains, including close-up view with measuring device. Did you do that?
Yes.
They indicate that you're to take bloodstain measurements, including locations, widths, lengths, angles of impact, convergences, and origins. Did you do that?
Yes.
To make preliminary sketches and diagrams. Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
To perform preliminary blood testing if desired. Were you involved in any aspect of that?
No.
But you're aware that some of that was done?
Yes. Yes.
To collect, tag, identify bloodstained items. Was that done?
Not by myself, but there were those who did it, and they were questioned about that.
Okay. And then the last one, as it relates to the scene, perform string reconstruction if desired.
Yes, absolutely.
And you obviously did that.
Yes.
And you agree that that's something you should do.
Yes.
Now, they also go through and suggest that at least you examine the assailant, you examine the autopsy, you examine laboratory reports, and that you conduct a bloodstain reconstruction. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
With respect to all of those areas, did you attempt to do that?
Yes.
Now, as it relates to the bloodstain reconstruction, they suggest that final diagrams and bloodstain experiments be conducted. Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
That bloodstain interpretation of the scene and clothing of other items should be done. Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And then they say that there should be a correlation with the autopsy and laboratory reports. Did you consider that in your analysis of this case?
Yes.
And then they finally say to draft a final conclusions and report. Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
So you agree with the outline that's suggested here by Mr. Eckert and James, is that right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, I think you'd indicated just a second ago that you did prepare notes and diagrams, and a question was raised by Mr. Rudolph with respect to whether he had received a particular report. And for the record, that's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 187. And this was the report relating to the Lumalite test that you conducted on May the 27th. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Now, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Now, with respect to Defendant's Exhibit 187, it's a one paragraph report, is that right?
That's correct.
If you would please just read the last line of 187, Defendant's 187.
Nothing of interest was noted during the examination, which ended at 12:14 p.m.
All right. And this is the report that was not delivered to Mr. Rudolph based on your understanding, is that right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. But there were various references to observations of Mr. Peterson's T-shirt and other information provided to them earlier. Are you aware of that?
Yes, that's correct.
With respect to what's marked here, State's Exhibit 113, let me show you that. I think you'd already identified that as a report describing your examination of clothing. Is that right?
That's correct.
With respect,
What date? I'm sorry. Number that.
113, State's 113. And that's a report that was based on activity that you were engaged in January the 22nd of 2002?
Actually, January the 20th. Well, the report starts on January 22nd, and it also includes January the 24th.
Okay, and you conducted analysis of, or at least an examination of clothing?
On 2 days, yes.
Okay, with respect to page 3 and item 4, item 4 being Mr. Peterson's T-shirt, is that right?
That's correct.
And what were your findings there?
I'm sorry, it's actually like a knit short sleeve shirt.
Okay.
I found dark blood stains on the left chest, left and right sleeves of the shirt, but a complete examination or characteristics of those blood stains could not be given because of the dark color of the shirt.
And you're aware that this was given to the defense the spring of 2002, aren't you?
That's my understanding.
With respect to that reference, is there anything really inconsistent with what is produced on the report regarding the Lumilite in your view?
I don't think so.
Okay. And I think there were also some other notations with respect to the T-shirt in what we'll mark as State's Exhibit 184. Do you recognize this series of documents?
Yes, I do. That is my original notes and diagrams for this case, and they were put aside because they're starting to become brittle, and so that's what they are.
But is this the sum of your work product as it relates to diagrams and notes in this case?
As far as I can tell, and looking through it is.
Okay. Let me show you out of this, and this is, Your Honor, we'd move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 184. And for the record, I'm showing a copy of that to Mr. Deaver. Let me show you a page right here, just a few deep into it, relating to Mr. Peterson's Navy T-shirt. What does your description of that say?
It says it's a shirt, Navy short sleeve, Asics brand, that there's no visible, no smell of alcohol, and sweaty.
Okay. With respect to the notation no visible, what did that mean?
Well, I was looking for, basically it's just a general note to me that I can't see exactly what the stains look like on there. I have noted, basically that I can't see specific characteristics.
Is there anything inconsistent with that note and what's marked here as Defendant's Exhibit 187?
No, there's not.
And you're aware that this was provided to the defense some time ago?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Is there another note with respect to item 4 in these notes as well?
Yes, this is my written description of the shirt again.
And with respect to the last line of the note, what does it say?
The note to myself is I can't tell patterns, and what that means is I can't see because of and it says no drawing. I didn't do a drawing of that shirt at that time because there's just nothing I can tell about it.
Is there anything inconsistent with that note as it relates to Defense Exhibit 187?
No, there's not.
And then with respect to your activity on May the 27th of 2003, does that note relate to the activity demonstrated in this report, 187?
Yes, this is the notes that I took while accomplishing the work for this report, and yeah, that's the notes I took.
And what does it say with respect to that bottom line?
After using the light, it says on both, which is wavelengths, only fibers and dust particles were visible on the shirt.
And you're aware that that note was provided as well to the defense, regardless of whether this...
Well, I object to that. I got that while he was on the witness stand. And I object to the district attorney testifying wrongly about the facts.
That was provided to the defense?
As far as I was aware, yes.
Anything inconsistent about that report as it relates to the note that you made in this series of documents reflecting the activity of May the 27th of 2003?
No.
Now, are you familiar with the principle of Occam's razor?
I am.
What is that principle?
Basically, I know it as the principle of parsimony, and basically what it is that you in scientific testing, you keep things as simple as possible and relate your testing to the information that you have and what you are trying to accomplish or confirm. It basically is the principle of keep it simple, and it's used by scientists to keep their testing or what they're trying to show simple. When you try to do too much with your testing and add too many things to it, you get lost in it. And so basically it's to keep it simple.
Did you attempt to employ that principle generally in your testing and experiments that were conducted in this case?
Yeah, I always try to, just for the purpose of, yeah, I do.
And I think the defense showed you a series of photographs that are marked here as Defendant's Exhibit 186. Your Honor, may I approach your witness, please?
Yes.
I'm not going to have you go through all of these, but would you just look at them to confirm what they are?
This is a series of photographs comparing the test that I performed inside the stairwell itself with the actual blood stains found at the scene of 1810 Cedar.
And with respect to the experiments that you conducted in the stairwell, as depicted by these photographs, on the video that was shown, with respect to the testing of the pants and the shirt, were you attempting to recreate all the patterns in the scene or on any of the clothing that was recovered from anyone involved in this case?
No.
And why is that?
It's not possible.
Is that something that a blood pattern reconstructionist would even attempt to do?
No.
Have you ever tried to do it?
No, I have not.
So with these experiments, if you're not trying to recreate the scene or recreate patterns on clothing, exactly what are you trying to do?
I am testing. I am testing the method or the actions that created certain types of stains. And to confirm that the actions that I thought created those stains did in fact or did not create those stains.
Occam's razor is a principle in philosophy and problem solving. Has nothing to do with the scientific method. Stupid. That suggests that the simplest explanation requiring the fewest assumptions is often the correct one. It does not guarantee the truth of the simplest explanation, but rather encourages minimizing unnecessary complications. Its core message: don't multiply entities beyond necessity. Example: lost keys. Instead of assuming you've been robbed or there's a household ghost, Occam's razor would suggest you simply misplaced them. Animal crop circles. Rather than believing mysterious forces or aliens are responsible for crop circles, a simpler explanation is that some deer trampled the crops. That is, yeah. If you hear hoof sounds, it's horses, not zebras. Unless you live in Africa, and then it might be zebras and not horses. Yeah, simplest explanation. Not an owl. Dang it. For crying out loud, Debbie. I got too many tabs open. I can't figure out which one I need. There we go. Hang on. I'll get it right in a minute.
You know, with respect to the testing that you conducted on the blue T-shirt, I think we just talked a few moments ago about the fact that on Mr. Peterson's T-shirt you saw some blood, but you didn't have patterns, right?
I didn't see what I consider to be impact spatters.
Right. And with respect to the testing that you conducted on the shirt, exactly what you were trying to accomplish with your experiments associated with that garment?
On the test shirt of the suspect.
Mm-hmm. On the test shirt.
The shirt was simply there because it was a part of the clothing while I was attempting to accomplish the things that I was looking at for the shorts themselves. A direct comparison between the two was not really possible as far as I was concerned because of the condition of the original shirt.
And when you were looking at the shirt, did you have some opinion or did you make some observation with respect to what might have caused the transfers with no visible sign of impact spatter? Can you break that down?
Yes, please. Okay. Can you repeat that?
When you were looking at Mr. Peterson's T-shirt, did you have an opinion about the relationship to the transfers? No. Well, you said you didn't see any impact spatter on the T-shirt.
That's correct.
Okay. With respect to that, did you have an opinion as to how those things could have been obliterated if they had ever existed there?
Well, object to that.
Well, I would not necessarily expect blood spatters to be on the shirt because of the condition of the shirt, or at least what I felt like, in my opinion, was the condition of the shirt. There were large transfer stains consistent with an individual wearing that shirt having contacted something that was bloody, which is the information that I had. Had there been spatters on that shirt, those transfer stains would do away with them, or you wouldn't be able to see them anymore. Also, if water had come in contact with the shirt, then those stains would be removed. Those impact spatters would be removed much as the same as the front of the pants. Impact spatters could have been removed. So the fact that there were not impact spatters on that shirt, and there were some apparently on the test shirt, does not concern me because of the condition of the shirt, original shirt.
Okay. Now, with respect to Mr. Peterson's pants, it's been suggested that the dilution of the stain could have been caused by perspiration or sweat. Do you recall being questioned about that?
Yes, I do.
Do you have an opinion as to whether perspiration or stain could cause that much dilution in the stain pattern on these pants?
Well, my opinion would be that could not, but I also, there's something else about the pants that would show that didn't happen.
And what is that?
The pockets themselves. As I stated in my report,
What are you talking about, the pockets themselves?
I put in my report that the pockets were darker than the pants themselves, which would be inconsistent with water from the inside to the outside. The pockets themselves would have run into other portions first and been a part of the other stain, in my opinion.
All right. So do you have an opinion as to whether perspiration could do this in any fashion?
No, my opinion is that something was applied to the outside of the pants.
And Mr. Rudolph asked you whether you were aware that at least there was information that Mr. Peterson had been in the stairway or in the stairwell. Do you recall that question?
Yes, I do.
And based on your memory, were you told that Mr. Peterson was in the stairwell?
I don't believe so. I can't remember exactly. I remember that I was told that he had contact with the body, and that's what I was interested in primarily. I don't think so.
Either with or without that information as it relates to the conduct of your analysis, did that matter?
No, it would matter as far as the steps are concerned, but no, for the purpose of my work on the walls, it did not.
With respect to someone telling you that Todd Peterson was in the stairwell, you were asked about that as well. Did you have that information?
No, I think I was told that he had contact with the body and with Mr. Peterson, is what I was told.
As it relates to your analysis in the stairwell, if he were or were not in the stairwell and you had that knowledge, would it have mattered?
No.
Again, why?
Well, the work that I did on the stairs was very consistent with complete, where I was working in the corner was very consistent with complete patterns. And artifacts which had been created by other people, I think because of my experience, would have been noted.
And Mr. Rudolph asked you whether you were aware that Dr. Snell had gone up the stairwell, and I think you indicated you weren't aware of that.
No, I know I was not aware of that.
With that knowledge, would it have impacted in any way or affected your analysis of the walls?
No, but again, I looked at the steps for people being in the stairwell, and of course they could be, but I didn't see blood artifacts created by that. And that is something that you can see. I mean, your experience will show you those things. I've seen it.
Okay. And with respect to artifacts, I think you were asked by Mr. Rudolph if you were aware that Mr. Peterson's pants were damp, according to Dan George, when he recovered them from the sill in the study. You were aware of that?
I think so, yes.
He said he wasn't aware.
Okay, well, I remember that there was some time, he said they were damp, and I can't remember when on the windowsill or not, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Or after.
But with respect to having that knowledge or not having that knowledge, would you have looked for artifact on those pants?
Yes, absolutely. You do every time, no matter what you've been told about them, you always look for it anyway.
Did you see any artifact that would suggest a transfer of stains from one side of the pants to the other?
No.
With respect to the clothing generally, Mr. Rudolph asked you about the situation involving the SBI not initially taking those clothes. And I think there was a note from Mr. George indicate that had 4 different entries on it, one related to blood transfer and then another related to not to override Deaver. Do you know what happened in that set of circumstances?
Yes, I do.
If you would, please explain that.
I, being the blood spatter person at the scene, am also the blood spatter person responsible for doing clothing and testing. I mean, that's just the way it is. I did not make arrangements ahead of time for the people at the laboratory to take those materials for me and hold them until I could come. When they were submitted, they were taken in as if they were going to have serological work done on them, and the serology section sent them back because they said that there were transfers on them. In other words, if the clothing's been in contact with the victim, they are not going to do typing on those clothes unless there's some specific request and some specific reason. They're automatically returned for that. And then the other thing was that whatever was said of overriding Deaver or whatever, basically is they're not going to accept blood-stained clothing for a blood spatter person to look at, except for the person who went to the crime scene. And so I needed to communicate with them before that stuff got there and tell them to hold it for me, and I was going to look at it, but I didn't do that. It got sent back. I called the laboratory up, told them it is coming, hold it for me, and so it got sent back. And then it was held for me to work on it. It was just a miscommunication. I didn't get up with them quick enough to tell them to hold it. It got sent back.
So the SBI didn't just reject the clothing because they weren't going to conduct an analysis?
Object to the leading. Overruled.
Well, I mean, they thought it was coming in for serological evidence. They didn't know anything about me doing the blood spatter. And so they were sending it back because they wouldn't do it anyway. And then I guess it sounds like some discussion about blood spatter. And they said, well, Deaver'd have to do it anyway. So they sent it all back.
Okay. And then it came back to you straight away anyway.
Yeah. After I made communication, then a request for Durham to send it back. And they sent it back over there, and then it was given to me.
Okay. Now, there was a note in Investigator Holland's handwritten description of some activities that he was engaged in. And Mr. Rudolph asked you about one of those particular notes, and it was on December the 9th of 2001. And I think the entry was at 7:05. It says Deaver-homicide, and you were asked about that. I wasn't clear exactly what you had told Investigator Holland so that he would conclude that. Can you describe that to the jury?
Well, objection is not a conclusion. It's a written word put down.
It would have been. I don't remember the conference. I remember talking to Art Holland during my analysis of the scene and telling him that these stains are not consistent with a fall based on my work already and what I see. And there were very specific things that allowed me to say that at that time. And so as he was working, I wanted to tell him what it looked like to me so that he could understand as we progressed. He was also told that more work needed to be done. And later on, he and his sergeant, Pascal, I believe, came back to see what the results of that work were and what the results of that work was, and for me to tell them, what I had at that time. But as I was there, when he passed by, I told him that the stains don't look like that they're consistent with a fall based on some very good evidence before string pulling occurred.
And you'd already been there approximately 2 hours then, is that right?
Well, yeah, a little after 5, I guess I got in there.
And you'd had a chance to look at those patterns during that 2 hours?
Oh, absolutely. I was looking at them very hard.
And based on that, did you draw some initial conclusions about whether there were points of origin out in space or on the wall?
Objection to the leading. Overruled.
Yes, I could do that. And again, it was based on 90-degree drops, directionality on the north and east wall, and especially the limiting angles created by blood drops behind the chair, which put me in a place you could just follow it out with your eye to a place out in space. It was, you need to go back and do some work on it, but your experience would show you that fairly quickly.
Yeah, it's been suggested with respect to that north and east wall that all that blood spatter is from several sources. One being expirated blood, one being impacts to the wall, one being impacts to a step, and to blood satellite or blood dripping in blood. With respect to, but there's been no suggestion whatsoever that by the defense anyway, that any of that blood was caused on those walls because of points of origin out in space. Is that your understanding?
Objection. An expirated blood comes from out in space, so does a hair shape. Object to him characterizing my questions. Overruled.
That's my understanding.
Okay. Is all that blood on those two walls, those being the north wall and the east wall, from explorated blood?
No.
From impacts from Miss Peterson's head on the walls?
No.
From impacts of Miss Peterson's head on the steps?
No.
From blood dripping into blood causing satellite?
No.
In your opinion, is the blood on the walls there because of points of origin out in space?
A good deal of it is, yes. The majority of it is.
Okay. Do you see cast off in that stain or pattern?
I can't rule out that hair produced some drops of the blood in there, but it did not produce those small droplets of which the majority of those drops are. And it did not produce drops that are in line with the impact spatter itself.
Do you have any question in your mind whatsoever with respect to the 3 points of origin that you found out in space, 2 being near the north and east wall and 1 being near the west wall? You have any doubt at all that the source, Ms. Peterson's head, was out in space when those patterns were created to cause those 3 points of origin?
I have no doubt that a source of blood was out there and that it was impacted creating those, and that they are not on a surface.
Your Honor, I have no other questions of the witness.
All right. I think you quoted Occam's razor.
I didn't quote it. I said what I think it means.
Oh, well, could you tell me what the actual theorem is?
No, I can't.
Well, how do you use it then in your science?
Because I use that basically it means to keep it simple and to apply the testing that you're doing to your hypothesis and to the information within the realm of possibility for that.
Okay, so your interpretation of what Occam's razor is keep it simple?
Yes.
Well, are you aware, do you know how that came about, Occam's razor? Know anything about the history of it?
It has a very long, old history. Yeah, I don't remember.
Going back to like 800, 900 AD?
Something like that, yes.
Do you realize that the actual theorem is the solution requiring the least number of assumptions is most likely the correct one?
I think that is correct.
So that's the solution requiring the least number of assumptions is most likely the correct one, right? That's what Occam's razor is.
Yes, I think so.
It's not keep it simple, is it?
I think that is keeping it simple.
You do?
Yes.
And in your opinion, were there any assumptions in your experiments?
Yes, that the source of blood was the back of the victim's head.
Is that the only assumption there was?
I cannot remember. I'd have to look over that for a bit.
Now, I think you said that you've been involved in 6 cases in which were under investigation as homicides. Is that right?
Death investigations. I was just called to the scene, and I don't know what their classification was.
So at least in 6 cases you were involved in, people died from falls down steps, right?
Yes.
And can you tell me the names of the people who died?
Oh, wait a minute now. Wait a minute. There were 6 occasions where there were falls down steps. What the cause of their fall or their death was not apparent to me. they could have had a heart attack and fallen down steps, or many different things. And so I was there to look at the blood spatters to see if the blood spatter was consistent.
Well, if they had had a heart attack, there wouldn't be much need to bring in a blood spatter person, would there?
Well, it's not readily apparent that a heart attack has occurred when a body's at the bottom of stairs.
All right. And in how many of those cases then was it determined after the fact? I mean, I think Mr. Harden said that the DAs relied upon you in ruling out homicide. And how many of those cases did the autopsy come back heart attack?
I don't remember.
Or stroke?
I don't remember. I gave an opinion based on bloodstains and whatever other additional information they took into account to make their determination was independent of that.
So you have no idea whether what you said was relied upon at all by the DA, as opposed to say what the autopsy said, right?
Well, I believe his question to me was, do they rely upon my information? And I said, they ask me my information and I give them the information. How they deal with it, I don't know.
And so my question is, you don't know that they relied on your information at all, as opposed to, say, relying on the autopsy, right?
I don't know.
And just so we can go back and check these cases, can you give me the names of the victims?
No, I can't.
Are they in your record somewhere?
They might be in archives. I don't remember.
Well, in preparation for your testimony here, since this was going to be part of your redirect, and you were going to be relying on this, did you go back and see if you could find those?
No, I did not.
You've known you're coming back for redirect for a number of days now, right?
Yes.
Did the DA ask you to go back and see if you could find the names of those cases?
No, he did not.
Can you tell me which DAs were involved?
No.
Which judicial districts were involved?
No, I can't.
Who the suspects were?
No, and as a matter of fact, the other day I couldn't remember the cases you were quoting. I don't remember suspects' names either. Just if I read them, conditions and evidence.
So what we have here is your testimony unsupported by any shred of documentation that you've even looked at about the number of these falls, right?
Yes, that'd be correct.
You were asked about points of origin and stringing in Mr. James and Eckert's book.
Yes.
On page 36, I think they talked about you can do stringing, right? Is that what you...
I believe it suggests that you do stringing.
I see. And did you read on to page 40 in their book?
I have read the book.
All right. And you remember that in this book, what they said, and that's the one. In this one, they said it's ludicrous to do what you did, which is to find a specific point in space, an XYZ point, right?
That's correct.
You disagreed with that.
I disagreed with that.
And the way Stuart James and William Eckert put it is, when conclusions are drawn from stringing, and I'm on page 40, a range of possible impact sites should be expressed. You agree with that?
I do under certain conditions, yes.
Can I have exhibits 187 and 113, please? And I also need the notes. Thank you. See how the ones that marked it there. Now, I think you said that on page, this is the report of the clothing that was done in January of 2002, correct?
I can't tell.
Exhibit 113, I'm sorry. Yeah, what's wrong?
Yes.
And I think you said on page 3, we talked about the shirt.
Yes.
And what it said was the dark color of the shirt prevented a complete examination of the bloodstain characteristics, right?
That's correct.
And that's what we got in discovery, correct?
I would assume.
Trial.
I would assume so.
Well, you know that we didn't get these notes until you were on the stand because you made a copy of them for us, right?
I made a copy of those notes so many times. I don't know when you got them the first time.
You don't remember making a copy of these notes and giving them to Mr. Hardin and him giving them to me?
Recently? Yes, I do.
Now, this says dark color prevented a complete examination. And then you sent the shirt to another expert, right? Right?
I did.
You didn't send the shirt to Barton Epstein?
Oh, yes. Okay. Yes. I thought you were talking about in the lab.
And Mr. Epstein suggested several ways that you could do a complete examination, didn't he?
He said chemical or light, I believe.
Okay. Ways to do a complete examination despite the dark color, right?
That's correct.
And then the report that we just got during trial was the report of the complete examination, right?
Well, I tried it, but I wouldn't say that it was, I mean, we just did the best we could because he suggested it.
Sir, you're not suggesting, are you, that a finding that you couldn't do a complete examination is the same thing as a finding that after doing the Lumelite, you found no blood spatter? You're not suggesting that, are you? That those are equivalent?
Would you ask that again?
Yes, sir. You're not suggesting that it's equivalent to say, A, I couldn't do a complete examination, so I can't tell you anything, versus B, I did a complete examination and I found no blood spatter. Those two things are not the same, are they?
No, they're not the same thing. And my report doesn't say it's a completed examination, and it doesn't say that there's no blood spatter on the shirt. What it says is we didn't find anything. And I don't think I ever have with that light anyway.
Now, do you have that note from 523 marked up there? All right, wait a minute. May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
You were shown this, and you were asked whether this note, which this is one of the notes that you copied for us right at the time that you were taking the witness stand, right?
I don't remember when that was. It's been a long time ago now.
Well, sir.
No, nothing. Nothing.
Find mine anyway.
Is that it?
That's the original anyway. Okay.
And this is one of the notes that you copied when you were before you got on the witness stand, or as you were getting on the witness stand?
Yes.
And does it anywhere indicate on this that you examined a shirt or a Michael Peterson shirt with a Lumelite?
It would be item number 4. That's the indication of what it was that we looked at.
Does it say Lumelite on here?
No.
Well, how would I know that this indicates that you looked at it with a Lumelite then?
Well, these are my notes.
Well, I understand, but Mr. Hardin asked you whether or not that was the equivalent of that report. And you said yes. So now I'm asking you, how would I know from this that this references a Lumelite?
Well, perhaps you could get wavelength and bright and some of those things, crime scene search light, maybe that out of it.
Where do you see wavelengths here?
Oh, those are wavelengths.
The numbers 515 and 555?
Mm-hmm.
How would I know that those are wavelengths?
I just said maybe you could.
That's how I should have known that this was a Lumelite examination? Is that what you're suggesting to the jury?
I don't know.
By the way, I noticed item number 4 is written in a different color pen, isn't it?
No, it's a black pen.
You're telling me that item number 4 is not written with a different pen than the others? It's not darker than the rest of the page?
Well, 555 is darker, 515 is darker. Those are darker too.
What? Do you don't see a difference between item number 4 and the rest of the writing?
I do.
You do?
I do.
Yeah, that's added later, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Your Honor, I'd ask to be able to pass that to the jury.
What is that?
I'm sorry, it's a page and item in State's Exhibit 184 that reflects the notes from 5/27/03.
Is that one page?
Just that one page. All right. With particular attention to the item number 4 versus the rest of the writing. You also talked a little bit about alteration of the scene on redirect, right? Or what you said lack of alteration of the scene, right?
Yes.
And I previously asked you about luminol spraying, have I not?
That's correct.
We mark this. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
This is Defendant's Exhibit 221. What is that?
What did we last see?
Oh, I'm sorry. 221. You recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a cat picture, or what I identified as a cat picture that was on the north wall.
All right. Move this into evidence. Do you see the streaks on there?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to you to be the result of someone spraying something on that picture?
No, I don't see any evidence of spraying. I see runs.
Well, do you know where did you note those runs when you looked at the picture on December 9th?
Just a second. I did not make a note of it.
Could you come down? May we just step down for a moment so we can show the jury up close what we're talking about when we talk about runs? Could you point out to the jury the runs we're talking about?
I won't have to see it from that angle at all. It seems to be runs coming down through here.
Mm-hmm. Let's do it on this side so the jurors on this side can see.
I'm going to change the angle a little bit. Yeah, it seems to be runs coming down through here.
And you don't have any idea when those runs got put on there, do you?
I sure don't.
By the way, Ms. Maldonado testified earlier that this particular picture was hanging in her room in 1983. Can you see right down there, there's a little copyright date that's printed on the picture? See that copyright date?
Mm-hmm.
What's the copyright date?
It says 1997, I believe.
And on the back, you see a barcode?
I do.
Do you know if they had barcodes back in 1983?
I have no idea.
You see a price?
Yeah.
It's not in German marks, is it?
It doesn't appear to be.
It appears to be in dollars, right?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Oh, I said you can come down.
Yay!
State your name, please.
Amy Beth LaVie Berner.
Ma'am, where do you live?
I live in Lumberton, New Jersey.
This is a lady that was friends with Liz Ratliff in Germany.
Okay. And who do you live there with?
My husband and my 2 children.
Tell us, please, back, well, first of all, what do you do for a living?
I'm a counselor, professional counselor.
All right. Now, back in 1985, where were you living?
I was living in Grafenhausen, Germany.
And for what reason?
My husband was a pilot, special operations pilot, and we moved there shortly after we were married.
So when did you move there?
We moved there in March of 1982.
And were you working at the time?
When I moved to Germany, I was not working at the time. Later on, I did substitute teach at Rhein-Main Elementary School.
All right. Now, while you were in Germany, did you have the occasion to meet Elizabeth Ratliff?
Elizabeth Ratliff, we called her Liz, was married to George, and we struck up a friendship because Ilea and Gigi were the same age.
Now, who's Ilea?
Ilea was the youngest child we were raising at that time. It was my husband's from a previous marriage.
All right. So, did you all become very good friends?
Yes.
Did you socialize together frequently?
Yes, we did. We socialized at their home, and later on socialized at my home, and then later we socialized with the Petersons as well.
And when did you come to know the Petersons?
It's been 84 years.
I know that they were in my home. We lived in 2 different homes. We lived in Schneppenhausen. Do I need to spell that for you? SCHNEPPENHAUSEN. And it was a mouthful. We lived there first, and then when my husband's 2 children came, we decided to move to another apartment. And we became very good friends with George and Liz. I had a serious back injury and was unable to walk, and George was the one that carried me out of the hospital with Bruce.
Now, at some point in time, did you end up moving to an area that was very close to where Elizabeth Ratliff was living prior to her death?
We were living there prior to Liz moving there, and it was after that George died. And so we arranged with Michael and Patty to have Liz come to that area.
So what was the distance between the 3 dwellings? Your dwelling, the Peterson's dwelling, and Ms. Ratliff's dwelling?
There was an alley that separated my home from the next group of row homes. And there was one home to my left. Then kitty corner was Michael and Patty's home.
Okay.
And then Liz lived down the street about 6 homes down. She was the last house down in the corner.
Now, in conjunction with your relationship with Elizabeth Ratliff, did you come to know Barbara, who was O'Hara at that time?
Yes, because I wasn't working when the girls were there. We were in and out of each other's homes. We celebrated birthdays together with Martha and Ilea, and there was a lot of contact. And because we were military families, we didn't have our family there. We did a lot of holidays together.
Let me turn your attention then specifically to November of 1985. Can you give us a feel for what type of mood or outlook on life that Elizabeth Ratliff appeared to have by that time?
There was some change that fall in Liz's attitude. She seemed more positive. It seemed like she had made a decision to make a shift. I don't know why, but she was acting more positive and spoke more positively at that point.
Did you see her frequently during that month, November of 85?
I would say that Liz and I probably saw each other almost every day. I was either down there with the girls with Barbara when Liz would come home, or we would usually interact some point in the evening.
Now, where were you on that Monday morning on November 25th of 1985 when you learned some horrible news about her?
I was in the kitchen just finishing up. Bruce was eating breakfast. He was just about ready to walk out the door. He had his flight suit on. He was going to be flying that morning.
So now, who was it that contacted you about Ms. Ralston?
I remember Barbara O'Hara running to the door and banging on the door. And she was upset. She said, come quickly. Something's happened to Liz.
Now, about what time was it as far as your memory?
I would want to say around 7:30 in the morning. I'm not exact about the time.
What then did you do?
We ran out of the door. Both Bruce and I ran down the house, down the street to Liz's. And the first thing I remember is a cab parked out in front, and there's a cab driver standing to the right, on the right side.
All right, what happened next?
I walked in the door, and I saw, first I saw Liz's feet, and she had some kind of boots, and I could just see the boots and her knees kind of pulled up. And then I saw Michael in the corner, and he was standing like this. And then I turned and I looked at Patty, and Patty was really slumped over. There was a kitchen table to the right, and Patty was kind of just staring into space. She was really in bad shape.
What then did you do?
I asked what had happened, and I looked around. There was a lot of blood on the floor, and I looked up the walls, and there was a lot of blood on the walls. Now, Liz was covered. I couldn't see her. There was a coat, I think it was a coat, over her. And
this lady did not shed the first tear when they voir dired her. Now she's boo-hooing like a baby. What the heck?
I couldn't see even her head, but her hair was like down over her face like this.
All right, now you say you inquired as to what had happened, and did anyone give you any information at that time?
Michael said that she had a brain aneurysm.
Michael Peterson said that?
Yes.
All right. What else did he say?
That's all I really remember, is that she had this, and that she must have fallen down the stairs.
What is the next thing that you remember happening?
I can't remember the time frame between when I left their home, but the next like flash that I have is me in my kitchen again. Well, I remember running up to the door and calling my dog to open the door. My dog was trained to open the door. And so I ran and called the dog, and she came and she opened the door, and I went into the kitchen, and I had like this green Leibkuchen tin.
What is that?
It's Leibkuchen or German Christmas cookies. Do I need to spell them? Okay. And I kept all my like phone lists in there, like people that I would call, and I remember just pulling these papers out and looking for a number for Tom Appel Schumacher. And so I called Tom, and I said, "You got to come quickly. Liz has had an accident." And he said, "Well, what happened?" And I said, "Well, they said that she had a brain aneurysm and that she fell down the stairs." And no, the first thing I said to him was, "Tom, you need to sit down." Because at that point, I knew my legs were shaking. And I just felt he needed to sit down.
Now, once you contacted him, did you then go back to her house?
I went immediately back to the house. And when I walked into the house, I saw a bloody footprint down the bottom. Now, there was blood spotted down on the bottom of the stairs. But I saw a footprint at that point, and I said, whose footprint? I said, this is a crime scene, and somebody needs to investigate it, so please don't walk up the stairs.
Now, approximately on what stair, if you remember, did you see a bloody footprint?
I believe it was the third step up. There was blood down at the first, and then to the left, there's blood. And it's closer down on the wall. It's dripping down on the wall. On the stairs they connect to the cement wall, and then it dripped down.
Now, when you saw Liz, as far as the original position you saw her in, was she completely on the floor, or was there any portion of her that was up on any of the lower stairs?
She was completely on the floor. She was laying on her right side like this, and her knees were pulled up.
Now, when you said to the people that were gathered there, this is a crime scene, please don't walk on the steps, did anybody make any comment to what you had said?
Barbara said, that's my footprint. That's when I went to get Martha, baby, and Gigi, and I carried him out. That's what she said. So that was her footprint. Sherry listened to me. Tom listened to me. Barbara said something about, there's an awful lot of blood here. And Bruce said, yes, something is wrong. Something is wrong.
Objection to other people's comments.
Now, based on this information, or based on this portion of the conversation, what then was done?
I told Bruce to please go check the outside of the home to see if someone had broken in. And I went downstairs. There were 3 steps down, and there was a garden door that slid, a glass door, and I checked to see that it was locked. And it was locked. And then I went to the back kitchen area. There was through the kitchen, there was a washroom, and I checked that door. And that was locked as well. And these doors were really thick, and there was nothing that they were broken, but they were all locked.
So as far as the checking that you did you find any signs of forced entry?
No, absolutely not.
Did any of you do any type of checking around the home to see if there were any articles that were missing?
I looked around the house to see if there was anything taken, or if it looked like somebody had, gone through things. At this point, I was still down on the bottom landing. I hadn't gone upstairs yet on the steps.
All right. I'm noticing the time. I do have further questions.
All right, members of the jury, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. Remember the instructions the court has given you throughout the course of this trial, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30. 9:30.
Now, Ms. Berner, you continue to be under oath.
Yes.
Yesterday, you mentioned to the jury about a specific comment that Mr. Peterson made about Liz's demise.
Yes.
And tell us one more time what he said about her condition when you arrived.
Over.
When I arrived with Barbara and my husband, Michael was standing in the corner, and Patty was at the kitchen table, and I asked what had happened, and Michael said that she had had a brain aneurysm and fallen down the stairs.
Now, who all was present at that time?
Michael, Barbara, Patty, Bruce, and myself.
Well, did he give you any further information of how in the world he would know that she had an aneurysm?
No, later that day, I think, I'm not sure exactly the time, but I was told that her father had also died 10 years prior of a brain aneurysm, almost to the same hour.
Now, when we
They're not talking about Kathleen now. They're talking about the lady in Germany. They never thought an owl killed the lady in Germany.
left off yesterday, the last thing you were telling us about was you and your husband, or maybe you or your husband, checking doors to see if there were any signs of forced entry. You said there were not.
There were not.
What was the next thing that you did, or what you saw happening there?
The next thing I remember are the German authorities coming in.
Do you have any idea about what time that would have been?
I'm thinking it's around 9 o'clock, but I'm not. Time wasn't a real marked thing for me, but it was shortly after I got back to the house, after calling Tom.
How many German authorities were there?
I remember 2. They came to the door, and Michael walked towards the door, and he said that the military police had been called, and that they were Americans. Liz was an American, and that the military police were on their way.
So what did the German authorities do?
The German authorities came in, and they seemed to have medical equipment with them, some kind of medical bag. The one German walked behind Liz, and that was the only time I really looked at Liz. When they picked her up, she had a cut over her left eye. I saw some blood. And then when they picked her head up, I saw that her head was soaked with blood. That was the only time I really looked at Liz. Then I watched them, and they took something out of their bag. They were talking, but they were talking pretty low. I couldn't really understand everything they were saying, but what I did understand was that they were trying to determine whether she had died before she hit the floor.
Now, you, at least at that point in time, spoke fluent German, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So you were able to understand some of what they were saying, but the rest of it was because of their low tone that you could not pick up.
Correct.
Okay. What next happened?
No one asked to speak with me. They were there very shortly. I want to say they were there maximum 15 minutes. It wasn't very long, but in that time span, Sherry and Tom walked in, and I ran and I hugged Sherry, and she was real upset. And then all the emotions started again, trying to process that with her. So she was there for part of that time with the Germans.
All right. Now, after the Germans left, what next happened?
The Americans came at some point, and I don't remember how many Americans, but by this point we had moved down into the living area. There were like 3 steps down, and we were down there. I don't know how we got there. We kind of moved into the kitchen at some point down. Patty had made coffee. We were down in this living area, and I remember whoever this was, came down with Michael and kind of stood down there in that corner.
Now, since you've been in Durham, you've had the opportunity to see Mr. Lyons.
Yes.
Do you recognize him, or did you recognize him when you saw him this week?
No.
Was he the person that was there, or do you know?
No, I don't know. I didn't remember someone that tall being there, but I never spoke to him.
Did anyone ever take a statement from you or take a statement from anybody there that you saw?
I have a recollection, although I can't remember real clearly this part, that Michael was kind of going around and introducing us.
Do you remember seeing one with a camera, or was anybody taking photographs?
No.
Is it that you don't recall, or that it didn't happen?
No one took pictures, because I was watching to see if they would see what I had seen.
Well, now, you mentioned to us yesterday that early on in this process, you had said this is a crime scene, don't walk up the stairs. Did you make any type of suggestion to the authorities that they needed to treat this scene like a crime scene?
No one ever came and asked me. No one ever approached me, and my husband's in the military, and there's a certain protocol that you follow. And, I was just respecting the right that they would do what they were going to do. It was so obvious to me, even standing down there, that you could see all the blood. I just figured they would go up there and look.
Now, are you able to say about what time the American authorities came?
No.
Are you able to say how long they stayed?
No.
Well, now, once they then did leave, what happened?
After the Americans left, I remember Sherry was concerned about Liz just laying there. We all were. I mean, it was very, very upsetting and uncomfortable. Everybody was crying. And the next memory I have is someone I hear the sound of trash bags, those big green trash bags, because they had decided to move Liz into Barbara's room, and they wanted to put something down on the floor so that all the blood wouldn't soak through and ruin the carpet, because the Americans had said we would have to wait for someone else to come and take Liz. So I remember someone, I'm not sure who it was, that unraveled the trash bags and put them down on the floor, but I can see the trash bags going down on the floor. And then I remember Tom taking the back of the rug, and I believe it was Michael in the front carrying Liz, and they just moved her right inside the door into Barbara's room.
What did you do?
At that point, that's when I went upstairs. I had felt uncomfortable about walking over Liz, and I certainly didn't want to do anything before the investigators had come. At that point, I walked up the stairs, and I looked around the corner. There was like a little alcove. I just wanted to see if there was anything disturbed there. I didn't see any rug on the, any blood on the carpet. I walked upstairs further, another 3 stairs, and looked into the bedrooms, but I didn't go any further than that. And it looked like somebody had pulled out a lot of blankets or something.
Did you at any time check the phone and realize that it was dead?
No, I never checked the phone.
What next did you do after you went upstairs?
I came back down and I stood at the wall for a long time, because when I looked at the wall, the blood was up so high that I couldn't figure out, how did the blood get up there?
How high was it?
Well, I'm almost 6 feet, and I was standing up with my hand, and the blood was over my hand. And
your hand was fully extended?
My hand was fully extended, and it was like splattered. There was light splatter over the light switch, so there was a light switch right there as you go up the stairs. And then I remember standing about the 3rd step and looking up, and the blood was so high, I couldn't figure out, how did somebody get blood that high? So I looked at the wall, and I had oftentimes scratched my elbow carrying laundry or carrying the kids or something. It was a hard wall. And I looked to see if there were any scratches on it, like if someone had bumped it, or, maybe she hit her head and fell down, and there might have been. I didn't see anything like that. There was no scratch marks. There was no abrasion. It was completely splatter.
All right. Now, were you making these observations before Cheryl and Tom began to clean?
Yes.
All right. What did you make any further observations about the blood before they started to clean the blood?
There were drips that were unusual to me.
What do you mean?
Well, I could see drips, and it was thick blood, because you could see it was going to drip a little further, and it had just stuck there.
Were these drips high on the wall or
yes.
low, or where?
They were high on the wall.
Okay.
And they dripped down to about my shoulder.
Did you notice any other type of pattern to the blood?
That was the high stuff up there. As I came down the stairs, it was lower on the wall, and then it had dripped down under the stairs.
All right. Now, do you remember about what time it would have been when Cheryl and Tom began to clean?
No.
Do you remember who that 3rd person might have been? They suggested that there was a 3rd person. They simply could not recall who that was.
No.
Was it you?
No. I left with Barbara, and Bruce left as well. We all went back to my house.
All right. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Let's look at State's Exhibit D17. First of all, do you recognize this? This is sort of a rough drawing, but do you recognize the floor plan of Liz's house?
Yes.
I take it you've been in it a number of times.
Yes.
Now, there are some marks that have been placed here. First of all, as to the location of, well, it's a little stick figure, but that would represent the location of Liz's body.
Right.
Do you agree with that representation?
Yes. Her feet might have been sticking out a little further here because I remember seeing her feet when I walked in the door.
All right. There's a circular area here that has been drawn by another witness regarding where blood was on the wall. Do you agree with the general location of the blood within this circular area?
There was some spatter right here. This is where the light switch is, right there.
Is that the spot that you're saying that the blood was so high that even when you reached up, it was above your hand?
That was high there, but this was even higher up here.
Okay, would that have been the highest spot?
Yes, right about here was like the highest spot.
Now, any other area that you observed blood?
There was blood right here, but this is where it kind of dripped down, like towards the bottom of the stairs. It was kind of dripping down here.
All right.
And there was a little splatter down here, but I saw some on the stairs going down. There was just a few splatters and a little bit on the wall, but what I saw was a few drops down here on those stairs.
Anywhere else?
There was a pool right here around Liz. There was some splattered up here. Right here, there was like a metal box right there.
Okay.
That's what I remember.
All right. Now, you say that you left with Barbara. About what time would it have been when you and Barbara actually exited the dwelling? Do you have any idea?
No. It was at least a couple hours later.
And what would have been your purpose for leaving with Barbara? Or what were you all planning on doing?
We were really leaving because they didn't want me to see all the blood cleanup. They knew it was going to be upsetting, and they didn't want me upset. I was pregnant at the time, and they didn't want me to be all upset. So they asked me to leave.
All right. No further questions.
Cross-exam.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning. My name is Tom Maher. I think you just mentioned there at the end that when this event happened, you were pregnant?
Yes.
And it was a high-risk pregnancy?
It was, yes.
And in fact, people were trying to shield you from Liz's body because of how traumatic this whole scene was.
Correct.
And in fact, you knew that this was going to be traumatic before you even arrived at the house.
That's correct.
Now, you indicated that German authorities arrived first. Michael Peterson did not speak fluent German, did he?
No, he only said a few words to them, like Americans, military.
And your husband, what was his rank in the military at the time?
I believe he was a major at that point. I'm not sure if he was promoted.
Okay, and he was in uniform when he arrived?
No, he was in a flight suit.
Okay, well, I mean, he was dressed for work.
Yes.
He wasn't in civilian clothing.
No, he was in a flight suit.
Okay, and he never went up to any of the authorities and said, "We're concerned that this is a crime scene," did he?
My husband didn't speak any German.
He didn't do that when any Americans arrived, did he?
No, no one came and spoke to us.
Okay, and he didn't go and speak to anybody, did he?
No, because he was very concerned about it and he was waiting to see what they would say. His example to me was if I was flying a plane and someone reported a fire on it, would you trust me to put out the fire? Would you trust my expertise to put out the fire? And he trusted their expertise that day.
Okay, well, ma'am, if you were on a plane and there was fire and it continued to burn and nobody did anything, at some point you would say something, wouldn't you?
Objection.
Overruled.
I would be waiting for a day that I could put the fire out, and I guess that's why I'm here today, to help put the fire out.
And this is 18 years later?
Yes.
So on that day, you were waiting for somebody. Now, let me ask you, you liked Elizabeth Ratliff.
Yes, I liked everyone there.
You were concerned about what had happened to her.
Yes.
And you're telling this jury that you thought there had been foul play.
Yes, absolutely.
And you kind of were waiting for the German authorities to come approach you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or if they didn't, you would wait for the military police to approach you. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
And you don't remember Mr. Lyons even being there.
Correct.
But if he'd been there, you would have waited for him to approach you.
Yes.
And nobody approached you that day.
That's correct.
And so they have telephones in Germany, don't they?
Yes, they do.
And you could have called somebody the next day.
That's true.
Could have called somebody the day after that.
I think
Ma'am?
I could have called them, but you also need to understand the trauma that had been in that neighborhood for the last few years. There was a lot of trauma for a lot of us. And this was probably, a big trauma. But I also think it's a scary thing to go to the police and say, I think that there's foul play here.
Ma'am, my question was, you didn't call anybody.
No.
In fact, during all of 1985, you didn't call anybody.
No, I didn't.
You didn't push your husband to call anybody.
No.
To his knowledge, he didn't call anybody.
No. No, we've had to live with this all these years.
Now, the first time you actually ever gave a statement about these events to anybody in authority was in the year 2002.
That's correct.
And you actually wrote out a statement to Detective Holland?
Yes.
Okay, and you knew that Detective Holland was investigating the death of Kathleen Peterson, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but you obviously didn't know anything about what the events with Kathleen Peterson.
No.
What they were interested in for you was what you knew about the death of Elizabeth Ratliff.
Right. That's correct.
And particularly what you knew about whether that death was suspicious.
Yes.
And whether Michael Peterson had anything to do with that death. And you took the time to actually write out a statement.
Yes.
And in fact, that statement was from both you and your husband.
Yes.
And you sent that off to Detective Holland.
Yes.
And you knew that he was relying on you to provide the information that you had.
What he asked me to do was to write down at that time everything that I could remember about the event, which I did.
Right, and because Detective Holland hadn't been in Germany in 1985.
That's correct.
So if you had information, he needed you to provide it.
That's correct.
Because he was trying to investigate the death of Elizabeth Ratliff.
Yes.
And you sent the statement that I've shown you, which I've marked as Exhibit 222, correct?
Yes.
And by the way, you never sent any other statements to Detective Holland.
No.
You were asked to provide another one, but you never did.
That's correct.
Okay, and this statement, as of March of 2002, contained all the significant memories you had about how Elizabeth Ratliff died and Michael Peterson's involvement in that, correct?
It contained every significant thing that I could remember at that time until I began to remember more things.
Okay, well, let's go through what you could remember when you wrote to Detective Holland. If we could, I move the introduction of 222. And if we could put that up. Yeah. Here's a yellow. Now, you start off apologizing. I take it that it had been some time had passed from when you've been asked to write the statement?
Yes.
Okay. But then in the second paragraph, if we could scroll down a little bit. That's fine. Okay, let's stop right there. Now, you start off explaining that you and your husband were stationed in Germany, correct?
Yes.
And explain, just like you explained here, that you and your husband were neighbors of Elizabeth Ratliff, as were the Petersons. And in fact, I guess your husband and George Ratliff had flown together?
That's correct.
Okay, and Elizabeth was a school teacher. Okay, now you talk about the fact that Miss O'Hara, and that's Miss Malagnino, summoned you. She was frantic at that point?
She was upset, come quick.
And when you got there, by the way, the girls, it says here the two girls were still in bed?
Yes.
That's Margaret and Martha. they didn't stay there the whole time.
No, Barbara had removed them. I didn't remember that until later when I saw the footprint. When I remembered seeing the bloody footprint on the stairs, then I remembered that she had gone upstairs and taken them away. That was one of my flashbacks.
So flashbacks, have you been having flashbacks?
Flashbacks of the scenes in short pictures. Flashbacks come as short memories, very short memories.
In fact, it's your word, flashbacks. That's not the word I made up.
No, that's my word. Very.
Okay. So the two girls, in fact, Barbara took out of the house?
She told me that she took them out. I never saw her take them out.
And did you and your husband have children that needed to be watched as well?
No.
There were no children you were responsible for?
No.
Okay, and now it says here that when you got there, Liz was laying face down at the bottom of the stairs.
Her face was down, but she was on her side.
Okay, so if Barbara had testified that she was putting her hand under her, Liz's shoulders face up, then the body had to have been moved after that happened.
I don't know what Barbara testified to.
Okay, but when you were there, Liz was lying face down.
No, Liz was on her side and her face was down.
Okay, well, your words were found Liz laying face down, correct?
Those were my words at the time. That's
now, you've talked about the blood here. You described the blood to investigator Detective Holland, didn't you?
Yes.
In fact, you said you went up the stairs, and what you said was that 3 stairs down from the middle landing, there was blood splattered on the wall. So you didn't describe any blood higher up than the 3 stairs down from the middle landing.
No, 3 stairs up from the top.
It says here, 3 stairs down from the middle landing, there was blood splattered on the wall.
I made an error when I wrote that statement.
Well, ma'am, it then says, which if you were standing on the 3rd stair, would have been about shoulder height.
It depends which way you're counting your stairs. And I was counting from the top down, and the blood splattered up and dripped down to about my shoulder height.
Well, ma'am, you said at the time, the only height you described was the blood being shoulder height.
I've also told you that I've had other memories of this.
In 2002, when you wrote this, your memory was that there was blood that was shoulder height.
I had tried to put a lot of these memories away because of how painful it was.
My question to you was, in 2002, your memory was that the blood was shoulder height.
It dripped down to shoulder height, that's correct.
Well, that's not what it says here. It says it was shoulder height, doesn't it?
I don't object to him arguing with the witness.
Cross-examination over.
Ma'am, what you wrote was the blood was shoulder height.
I wrote that it dripped down.
Should say drip.
Ma'am, where does it say here that it dripped from a higher height down to shoulder height?
There were drips of blood right underneath it. It was spattered, not rubbed, and there were drips of blood. That's what I was talking about.
There were drips under shoulder height, not from a higher height to shoulder height.
That's not what that sentence says. It says it was splattered, not rubbed, and there were drips of blood. One drip I remember was approximately 4 inches long.
Correct. Which you had described as shoulder height. Now, if we could move on down. Yeah. Now, then you go on here, while we were there, the German police arrived, and they used a syringe to remove fluid from her spine. Did you understand that what they were trying to determine was whether there had been a cerebral hemorrhage?
No, I did not understand that. My understanding was that they were trying to determine whether she was dead before she hit the floor.
So if, in fact, what they were trying to determine was whether there had been some kind of stroke or hemorrhage, then you just misunderstood what was going on.
I don't think that they were really clearly explaining to everyone there what they were doing.
Okay, I mean, it's possible that you misunderstood the medical procedures they were doing and what they were trying to determine.
I don't think that they spoke out loud to anyone. It was just what I was listening to at the time.
Okay. And then it says here, we were later told that Liz died of natural causes.
Yes.
Now, and that's the end of your statement, other than where your name appears. Nowhere in this statement did you say that Michael Peterson said anything about there being a cerebral hemorrhage before the German police arrived, did you?
No.
In fact, although you knew this statement was about Michael Peterson, an investigation of Michael Peterson, you didn't say anything about him at all, did you?
No.
Didn't even mention his name?
No, I didn't.
Didn't mention this bloody footprint that you now recall?
No.
And ma'am, you can take that down. Ma'am, what's happened, you say, is that since you arrived in Durham a week or so ago?
Almost 2 weeks ago.
Okay. And you've been in contact with other witnesses?
I've seen other witnesses, that's correct.
Right. In fact, you and the other witnesses and Ms. Black all went out to dinner one night.
We went out to dinner with her children, that's correct.
And just seeing people has caused you to have flashbacks of new memories that you didn't have in March of 2002.
Hearing their voices has brought back some memories, but no one has told me anything that would change what I remember. The messages, the images are very, very vivid. Some of them are in color. And they're not being changed by anything that anyone has told me.
But what you have said is that just seeing these people have sparked flashbacks.
What the fudge? Some of them are in color. Some of them are in color? Are flashbacks supposed to be in black and white? What the heck was that? That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. Some of them are in color. Are flashbacks supposed to be in black and white? Like, what was that? This woman is ridiculous. Hey, Jill. So, Jill, were you here yesterday when she was being voir dired? And how, like, almost angry she was? And she kept talking about her flashbacks, and then Maher didn't want her, was it Maher or Rudolph? Didn't want her to testify because of her flashbacks, and they talked together about their testimonies and all blah, 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 blah. Oh my God. And she gets on here today and starts crying almost first thing. She didn't shed a tear when we watched her yesterday, her voir dire yesterday. And now she talks about her flashbacks and they're even in color. God.
Correct?
Hearing their voices, yes.
Okay. And the things you've been testifying today that you didn't write in March of 2002 are the result of these flashbacks, correct?
Memories, a lot of memories came before I even arrived here.
And those were also flashbacks?
Yes. Short pictures of images of different things during that time.
And when you were having these flashbacks, you knew who Detective Holland was.
That's correct.
And you said you had these flashbacks before you even came here to testify.
That's correct.
And
You know, and I don't call my memories of things flashbacks either. When I think of flashbacks, I think of like PTSD. Like people that have been in the war have flashbacks that like freeze them. You know, like that's PTSD when you have flashbacks. It's just flashback to me is like you're out of your reality situation and you're in the past. Like you're seeing it like it's happening again. That to me is what a flashback is. I don't call my memories flashbacks. Is that what she's trying to say when she says flashback? Like she's there again, like it's happening in front of her eyes again, like, or is she just being dramatic by saying flashback? This woman, I swear.
You didn't contact Detective Holland or anybody for the state and say, hey, I have these additional memories I want to share with you, did you?
No. I think we've talked about it. I don't know that I identified it to them as flashbacks, but I did tell them that I had remembered some additional things.
Now, ma'am. Yeah. In addition to knowing Detective Holland's name, you knew his email address.
That's correct.
Didn't email him any additional information?
No, I didn't email him any additional information because I didn't want it out on the internet.
Well, you thought an email sent from you to Detective Holland was somehow automatically on the internet?
Well, somehow in emails that I sent to Detective Holland ended up in the newspaper, and my email address was put out. Mm-hmm.
Your memory is that your email messages were given to the newspaper?
Somehow someone got a hold of it, and I read somehow that someone had said what I had spoken that day, yes.
Well, ma'am, then you could have just written a regular letter to Detective Holland.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't do that.
No one told me that I had to come back and add all the additional facts. I figured when I got here, I would sit down with Detective Holland and Miss Black and discuss the other things that I had remembered.
Well, ma'am, you knew that Detective Holland and the prosecutors were relying on you to provide information because they hadn't been there. Correct?
That's correct.
And they had to make decisions about what witnesses to call and what evidence to present, correct?
That's correct.
And you knew that if you had additional information, it would be useful to give to them in time so they could decide how to use it, correct?
I think that I knew that when I got here, we could sit down and talk about some of those things, and that I didn't feel any pressure on time. No one told me I had a time limit in which to answer my questions.
So you had this information, you figured it can wait until I get there, and we'll talk about it whenever.
Well, when I get there, I will sit down and talk to them about it. That's correct.
Well, is it fair then, given the flashbacks, that you at least have some concerns about your memories from back in 1985, that additional information was coming to you? You're saying you didn't remember all this even in 2002, correct?
That's correct.
So you'd want to make a record of your new memories so you could keep track of what you were remembering, correct?
The truth about memories that come as flashbacks is that they come so vividly, you never have to write them down because you can't get rid of them out of your head.
So you didn't make any notes of these flashbacks that were new memories to you 17, 18 years later?
No.
So you were just relying on the vividness of your flashback.
Hey, Wiggles, there's a bunch of new Star Wars stuff at the Disney store. Just saying.
When you got here to tell the detective and the prosecution.
Absolutely.
Now,
the other thing she said she didn't write them.
By the way, did you not write these down because of some concerns about patient confidentiality?
No, what I said to you the other day was that my training as a therapist is that you don't always write everything down.
Okay, but you're not, although you're a therapist, you're not your own patient.
My own patient?
Right. You didn't choose not to write things down because you were protecting your own patient confidentiality.
No, all I did was took knowledge that I have in one area of my life and applied it to another area of my life.
Now, so from November of 1985 until March of 2002, you did not contact anybody from law enforcement about any of your memories of what happened the day Elizabeth Ratliff died.
No, and I regret that deeply.
And even when you had flashbacks, you simply stored them in your mind and didn't contact law enforcement to say, I've got additional information.
That's correct.
And you weren't the only person there during these events, correct?
No.
For example, Mr. and Mrs. Appel Schumacher were there?
Yes, they were.
And if some of the events took place as you've described while they were there, they'd be in a position to confirm that if that happened.
Could you say that again?
Some of the events you described took place while the Appel Schumachers were there.
That's correct.
And they could confirm that.
Yes.
And Barbara Malagnino was there.
That's correct.
In fact, when she left, you left, correct?
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, your husband was there during
Yes.
the time you were there. And he, by the way, as a major, is it the Air Force?
Yes.
He knows, is he kind of a shy, retiring wallflower type?
I wouldn't describe him that way.
So if he had concerns that somebody had been murdered and no investigation was being done, he would know how to contact the military, correct?
I think he was waiting for something to happen. Mhm.
My question was, he would know how to contact the authorities.
Yes. Mhm.
And for 17 years, to your knowledge, he never contacted the authorities to express any concern, did he?
No, he didn't.
Ma'am, just so I'm clear, all these flashbacks you're talking about, were these occurring before March of 2002?
They happened shortly after the event with Liz. I had the flashbacks for a while after that, yes.
Okay, so you didn't contact anybody about these flashbacks or even mention them in March of 2002?
No.
And if you had not been contacted in March of 2002, you wouldn't have even contacted Detective Holland, isn't that correct?
Probably at some point in time, I may have contacted someone, yes, because I think the hard part is that when you know something has happened, when you really know in your heart that something's happened, and I knew something happened to Liz that day, I knew it, and I didn't do something about that, I felt bad all these years. I've waited for justice.
Okay, and in March of 2002, you had your chance, you had an opportunity to speak to law and communicate with law enforcement.
No, I didn't have a chance to speak. No one came to me and asked me.
In March of 2002, somebody had asked you to make a statement.
Yes.
This was your chance, correct?
I didn't think it was my only chance. No one said, here's your one chance, here's your one statement. I've never written a police statement. I've never been in a court.
Ma'am, you understood that here was an opportunity to tell the police what you knew, didn't you?
No, I had an opportunity to write a statement, but I wasn't told that that was my only opportunity to write a statement.
Well, you certainly weren't withholding information from Detective Holland when you wrote the statement.
No, I wasn't withholding. I was trying to remember everything. I had to tell myself it was okay to remember this.
Okay, and you never again wrote another statement after March of 2002.
You don't object, asked and answered about 5 or 6 times then.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Ms. Varner, do you remember having a telephone conversation with myself and Mr. Harden one day where we were on speakerphone and you and your husband were in New Jersey and we were here in North Carolina, and you did share with us further details?
Yes, I gave.
Objection, maybe approach.
Maybe we just stood outside the jury's presence at the table.
If you take the jury to deliberation. Yes, what's the objection, Mr. Barner?
Well, it sounds like we're about to get into testimony that would make both of the lawyers for the state witnesses. We've obviously received no report about this, no notice of this. If they want us to
About what? I don't know what it is.
Well, apparently there's some conversation. I don't know if some type of prior statement, but the witnesses to this apparently, in addition to Ms. Berner, are the prosecutors. And I think that raises a possibility that they're going to have to.
Don't you want to hear what it is?
Well, it'd obviously be nice to know what it is, but regardless of what it is, that raises that issue. So if we can hear the answer, that's fine, but I may well have an objection based on that.
What is it you're trying to bring out, Ms. Moore?
That there was a telephone conversation that occurred several months ago. I couldn't possibly say when, this trial's lasted so long, but at any rate, several months ago between myself, Mr. Harden, between Ms. Berner and her husband.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to counsel testifying. If she wants to ask Ms. Berner a question to put something in the record, then that's fine. Or else we can excuse Ms. Berner. But
she was
I'm answering the court's question.
Well, I'm objecting to her testifying.
Well, we got to get it in the record some kind of way.
Well, then I'd ask that the witness be excused.
She stood up and was trying to tell, and Mr. Maher objected. So we got to get in, whatever it is, some kind of way.
I'd ask that the witness be excused.
Watch it.
Okay, look. We're gonna get this done. Y'all need to be careful with this witness. You already know that. Both sides. You know, we had one hearing with this witness. We had some conversations at the bench. So y'all need to be careful with this witness. I don't know whether this is really important information you're trying to get in, but we need to know what she's talking about. Either you tell me what she's talking about or you ask her a question. The jury is in the back, so let's get it done. Come on.
All I was going to ask her is if she remembered having a conversation, the two, both she and her husband, and myself and Mr. Hart on speakerphone, where she gave us further details. We had a more detailed conversation than what she had given in her previous statement. I was not even going to ask her what the further details were, because I don't know if she can separate that out in her mind. And I wasn't going to ask any further details, but as far as the specifics, but that there were further details that she remembered at that time, which of course was going to be after the giving of the statement.
Okay, objection is sustained. I want this witness to testify and come down off the witness stand. Okay, so y'all get it done and get her off the witness stand. Bring her back. Okay, do you have redirect?
No.
All right, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can come down.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, may we have our morning recess before we call the next one?
Yes. Come on down.
Oh, yeah.
Ma'am, for the record, please state your name.
Candace. This is Kathleen's sister. This woman is crazy. I shouldn't say crazy. She's mad and just wants justice for her sister.
Hunt Zamperini.
Now, Ms. Zamperini, do you work inside the home or do you have employment outside of the home?
Well, for the past 2 years, I have concentrated a lot of my time in raising my two daughters, who are now 14 and 11. And I also have my securities licenses, and I assist my husband in his planning business. I've also done some teaching. I'm fluent in sign language, and I've worked at my daughter's schools teaching some sign language. And for the past 2 years, I've been very involved in this case.
All right. Now, prior to the past 2 years and the description of what you've been doing during that period of time, did you have employment outside the home?
Yes, I've pretty much worked since I've been 15 years old, and held several jobs in finance, annuities, investments, a lot of management and recruiting for 2 large corporations. And like many Americans, changes in my industry have companies have been bought and sold and downsized, so I've reinvented different things in my work environment.
Okay, and if I understand you correctly, you did indicate that you got or have had your securities licenses. Is that correct?
Yes, for sales of life insurance products, annuities, investments, things like that.
And the types of businesses you've been in related more or less to that general area?
Yes, my strength or interest is more in training and running an office than in direct sales.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, you'd indicated that you have 2 children.
Yes.
You're married?
For 15 years.
All right. Is your husband in the courtroom with you?
Yes, right. I'm looking at him. He's right in the front row.
Okay. Do you have siblings?
Yes, I have an older brother who lives in Puerto Rico.
And what is his name?
His name is Stephen Hunt. And I had my sister Kathleen. She was my older sister by about 4.5 years. And then myself, I live in Virginia. And then I have a younger sister who's 4.5 younger than me, and she also lives in Virginia.
And what is her name?
Her name is Lori Campbell.
Right. Now, with respect to the relationship that you had with your sister Kathleen, could you generally describe what that was like?
Do you, like in the past 10 years, childhood, we're overview?
The past 10 years, that'd be fine.
Past 10 years, well, I'll go just a little further back. I became very close with my sister. When we were growing up, she was a little older than me, and I would not say we're the closest growing up because she was 4.5 years old and we had different kind of interests, and mainly she wanted me to stay out of her bedroom. We became very close when she lived in Columbia, Maryland in her first marriage to Fred Atwater, and I was very involved when Caitlin, her first child, she had a very hard time getting pregnant, so I was very involved and supportive in like sisters are in first birth. And that was a time in my life when I was not married, I was single and was not dating a lot. So I hung out a lot at Kathleen and Fred's house. And that was the time in my life where I was very, very close with her and geographically close. I lived about an hour away and so spent a lot of time with her. When Kathleen moved to Durham, North Carolina, I didn't physically see her as much, talked a lot on the phone. And when she first moved to North Carolina, talked a lot on the phone because that was when her marriage was not doing well. And then it came to an end. She got divorced. So more recently, in the time she was with Michael Peterson, I really did not know Kathleen when she was first seeing Michael. I just kind of heard about him, and actually, I first even heard the name was my sister talked very highly of Patty Peterson and that she lived in Europe. And Patty Peterson was particularly helpful to my mother when she visited in Durham and brought some flowers during a snowstorm and they didn't have electricity. And that's when I first really heard the Peterson family was really about Patty Peterson. Then obviously later on things changed and that marriage didn't work out. So the first I heard of my sister's interest in a Michael Peterson was through my mother. When she'd gone down to visit, my mother noticed my sister, found him very attractive and interesting. Even my mother was picking this up. So
and during that time frame, what was the relationship that you had with Kathleen? With Kathleen,
we had one estrangement. I wouldn't say estrangement, but I was not supportive of something she chose to do. And we didn't talk a lot for about a year, and it has to do with her deciding to live with Michael Peterson.
And about what time was that? What year approximately, or time frame generally?
That would have been, I think, around 88, 89.
Okay.
And it wasn't anything personal against Michael Peterson. It was the fact I didn't approve of her living with someone when there were children involved. So I don't want to misrepresent that I had anything against him, is that I just didn't think that was the right thing to do.
After that period of time, did the relationship with your sister change?
Yes, my sister made a real overture toward me, and I remember specifically a phone conversation with Michael that he was really glad that Kathleen and I were starting to talk more, and they hosted a really nice family reunion at their house. And it was the first time I saw the big cedar mansion, and my whole family came down. And then from that period on, which was, I guess, through 92, 93, we became very, very close again. And they hosted, like I said, this wonderful party at their home, and all our family was invited. And she was also very proud of living in such a mansion.
Now, during the time period from, say, roughly 90 forward, would you describe your relationship with Kathleen as a good and close one?
Other than that one difference, we fought about borrowing dresses, we fought about sharing jewelry, we fought about sisterly stuff. But any wedding, any childbirth, anything that was important in our lives, we were always there for anything like that. I mean, I helped her plan her wedding with Michael, she helped me with my wedding. Anything that sisters do like that, yes, we were very, very together. And we're very, very similar people. We had the same hobbies. I always kidded people. I was the younger, blonder version of Kathleen. I mean, I have blonde hair, she's brown hair, but we're physically built the same. We have the same limp, fine hair. We are both left-handed. She's probably a little smarter than me, but I probably worked harder. So very similar people.
Right. Now, with respect to that relationship, how would you all generally communicate with each other to keep the relationship up and going and communicate?
Kathleen was not a letter writer, and that's one thing that makes me kind of sad. I don't know if I really even looked if I could find 2 things she ever wrote to me in my life. I don't think we have one email correspondence between us other than a mushroom souffle recipe, which I noticed was flashed up there for something that she did send me before she died. We mainly talked on the phone, whether it was from cell phones, at work. We talked on the phone. That's how we communicated.
Did you all spend family vacations or have family outings at each other's homes during the last 10 years or so?
Yes, I've had a 4th of July kind of family reunion at my home for the past couple years. And the last time I spent time with Kathleen and Michael was July 3rd, 2001, when they came to my house for this family reunion.
All right. Now, you had mentioned that you and Kathleen had very similar interest and hobbies.
Mm-hmm.
With respect to Kathleen's interest and hobbies, would you generally describe this for the jury, please?
Oh, Kathleen, wow. My mother always taught me the value of an education to move ahead in life. My sister, she was the one who taught me to cook, to sew, to clean, and to clean. She was definitely the teacher there. As we became women, we were very competitive in a way, like, well, what did you make for this dinner party? Or what did you sew? Or how are you going to redecorate something? And we had a little bit of one-upsmanship, was who did the more creative entertaining her ideas with friends. That was a real interest between us. Or when we shopped, like she loved to call from her cell phone when she was on a shopping trip. Oh, you won't believe what pair of shoes I found, and they were $90 and now they're down to $20. We were very sharing that way of things. And we were the same size, so we often shared clothes.
In addition to those kinds of interests, did you have any specific hobbies or relationships with social organizations or volunteer organizations here in Durham that you're aware of?
I know she was very involved with the Durham Arts Council. I know she took great pride in hosting a big charity event at her house. She thought nothing of saying, I'm going to have 100 people over for dinner. And she would do all the cooking herself and a lot of the cleanup herself. She was amazing in that sense. I liked to entertain, but not necessarily 100 people for dinner. She was a very athletic, agile person. She could walk in a room, and if she decided the wallpaper needed to be stripped and the ceiling was 12 feet high, she'd be up there hanging, pulling down the wallpaper. She was a very can-do kind of woman, and did many, many home projects herself. And probably her favorite hobby, and this is going to sound nuts, she always loved to power wash. She was always talking about being outside power washing. That was a favorite pastime of her, that and a bottle of bleach, and she was out there cleaning. So not too exotic, but that was what she was like.
Now, you had mentioned that she had been married previously to someone other than Michael Peterson. Is that right?
Yes.
And what was the name of that person?
Fred Atwater.
Okay. Did they have a child from that relationship?
Yes, with great difficulty. As I said, they had a daughter, Caitlin Atwater.
And you see her in the courtroom?
Yes, she's sitting next to my husband.
Okay. Now, with respect to, I think you indicated that that marriage didn't go very well and ultimately ended. Is that right?
Yes.
Would you please describe to the jury what Kathleen's attitude was about that situation?
Well, as I said, that part of my life, I spent a lot of time in my sister's home. And Fred also was a very good cook. And that's where he also got my interest even more, building about cooking. And I was a little lonely too. So I hung out at her house. And but I was starting to notice, I can be very specific about what I was noticing. I noticed that there was a young woman who was about my age, who's starting to be at the house a lot. And I couldn't figure out why someone who was my age would want to, I knew why I was hanging there because she was my sister, but I couldn't understand why this young woman was always at the house, a coworker of Fred's.
Well,
and
let me
okay.
interrupt you there if I may. And with respect to the breakup, what was her specific attitude about how that happened and why.
I thought I noticed that there were signs of inappropriate intimacy between this young woman and my brother-in-law, and I tried to talk to my sister about
I'm going to object to what Fred Atwater may have done in 1986 or 7 or 5.
Actually, I don't think the witness answered the question the prosecutor asked. So re-answer your question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll try and
Focus specifically on Kathleen's attitude about why that marriage broke up.
You mean before it broke up or after? I'm not.
Why does it matter? Her first marriage broke up. Why does it matter? What is the relevance to her death?
Sure. You mean her talking to me before it broke up, what her attitude was about the marriage failing?
Yes.
Let me approach that for a moment.
Yes. Now, you had indicated a few moments ago that you became aware that your sister was involved with Michael Peterson in the late 1980s. Is that right?
You're now Michael Peterson?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
And based on your memory, generally what was the time frame of when that occurred?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry, my mind just did a slip.
You had indicated that they became involved in the late 1980s. Do you have a specific year in mind when that would have happened?
You mean when I first heard of him, not really met him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming it would have been around 88, 89.
Okay. And when did you meet Michael Peterson?
For the first time?
Yes.
Physically meet him, not speak with him.
Mm-hmm.
My strongest memory of meeting him was at that family reunion. And that would have been in, hold on, I can remember this because that child was born, she was calling. Would have been in 93.
Okay. But you talked with him on the telephone previously?
Yeah, I think not too long before that, because he expressed that he was really glad I was going to come and he wanted to get to know me. And I guess Kathleen had talked about me. Well, she talked about her family. So yes, it was a very pleasant conversation.
And since that time, you've been in his presence on numerous occasions?
Well, numerous as defined by, I live in Virginia and they live in North Carolina. It was not like being around Fred and Kathleen. I mean, yes, many holidays, several times a year.
How would you describe your relationship with Mr. Peterson?
My relationship?
Yes.
Fine. He was interesting to, he likes to talk.
Maryland and Virginia is not that far apart. I mean, if you're sisters, it's not that far apart to visit your sister.
And he's well read and very fine. Never had a crossword to my knowledge with him.
Okay. With respect to the lifestyle of the Petersons from, say, 1993 forward, could you describe that generally to the jury?
You want me to give my opinion
Yes.
of Kathleen and Michael's lifestyle?
Yes.
Well, I object to opinions about lifestyles.
Based on your observations.
Based on things I saw?
Well,
and
I'm still going to object to someone giving an opinion about someone else's lifestyle, if nothing else on relevance grounds, but also on the fact that it's opinion.
Steph, if you take the jury to the deliberation room. It's hard. I'm not sure what it is you're asking the witness. You say opinion. I'm not sure it's opinion that you want.
No, sir.
Or is it? I'm not sure.
No, sir. I'm not asking about the opinion. I wanted her to describe, based on her own observations, what the Peterson's lifestyle was like.
And I have no, if she wants to describe the house or things that she noticed in the house or trips they took, in other words, if it's factual, I don't have any problem with that. If we're going to start talking about, oh, they lived a opulent lifestyle, well, that's opinion. And so I'm just not sure what it is that he's seeking to elicit. If it's facts, I wouldn't have any objection. If it's opinion, then I would have an objection. I also, just as an aside, this might be a good time to get into whatever other out-of-court statements the district attorney plans on trying to elicit, so we can get those ruled on in one shot, so that we don't have to keep having the jury go out and back. So I just suggest that as a methodology.
Ms. Hard, opinion about what? I don't know what it is you are asking the witness.
Well, this jury has already heard information about aspects of the Peterson's lifestyle. That was brought up through the financial information that was presented and then cross-examined. It was also brought up in the defendant's opening statement, and we have a live witness that can add some perspective to that based on her own observations. That's why I am listing this information, so that there is a live witness that can bring some context to the examinations relative to the financial situation and to the opening statement that the defendant made.
And I don't understand what he's meaning by context. Perhaps he can ask the question, get the answer, and then we could see what we're talking about. Because right now I'm just getting words like context and opinion. And again, if what we're getting into is I saw this, or they went here, or I know she spent X number of dollars on this dress, then that's one thing. If what we're going to get into is, characterizations, then that's another thing from our perspective.
I'm not sure what a characterization is.
Well, I think it's the same thing that Agent Deaver talked about. There was between an opinion and a conclusion, a characterization and an opinion. I mean, it's the same sort of thing. It's just.
Thanks. He asked another question, which was, are there going to be other hearsay statements that you intend to elicit from this witness?
Yes, sir, there will be. We provided notice of those. Basically have to go through her entire direct examination to get to those.
Well, yeah, I wasn't asking you to do that. I'm wondering, since that's at the bench, defense counsel indicated that there hadn't been notice.
Just on that.
Okay, well, I don't know. I don't know what you know.
We've gotten notice on a number of them, and Mr. Maher is prepared to argue them. We don't need to elicit those. If he could just tell us which of the ones.
Well, that's what I was asking. Are there some that he has not gotten notice? He knows what he's got notice of. I don't know, but you know what you've given notice to, because I have no idea.
Most of the statements will relate to
the public probably thinks I know everything in this case, and including things that you give Mr. Rudolph notice about. But obviously, as you know, Mr. Rudolph knows that in the state of North Carolina, I don't get the notice you send Mr. Rudolph. I have no reason to assume the two of you don't operate in good faith most of the time. So if you're giving him notice, then he's got it, and I don't need to really know that. He just wants to know you're going to try to elicit hearsay statements that he hadn't received notice of.
Well, maybe I could explain this. Two things. One, obviously, if there's hearsay statements we haven't received notice of, it'd be better to know that rather than get it in the middle of direct. But in addition, we've gotten rather detailed, lengthy notice, and I don't know whether he's planning on putting all of those statements in. We've gotten notice as to a large number of witnesses where the state has chosen not to try to present those. There are a number of different statements. It's not just one or two that we would need to go through, and it made sense if the state's going to elicit specific ones to deal with them when the jury's not kind of being shuffled in and out. If there was just one statement, it would be probably a lot easier to address, but there's probably,
Maher, you can't tag team objections. The lawyer that is going to cross-examine the witness is the one that has to make the objection. The prosecution has already objected to y'all doing this, and the judge has told y'all not to do it, and you still do it. Who is going to do the cross-examination? You guys are making me tired. Stop it! Where's my goat? And I think what he wants her by, what is your opinion of their relationship or their lifestyle or whatever? I think he just wants to know, did they have a happy marriage or was it contentious? That's usually the question. I don't know why he's framing it the way he is. You know, what was their lifestyle like? But that's usually the question they ask family members when it's a murder trial of a husband and a wife. Why do they want to make every single thing so hard? This poor jury, in and out, in and out, in and out. Oh my God.
10 or 15 discrete statements within the notices we've gotten that we wanted to alert the court to try to deal with in an efficient manner.
Right. Well, I can understand not wanting to continue to send the jury out. Is there a way we can do that, or does that not work? Can that work or not? I mean, it may not work right now because we don't have that much time before lunch. But
the notices that we've provided with respect to conversations that this witness had with Kathleen Peterson will be the ones that we will focus on. Most of those relate to financial issues relating to circumstances at her employment and what she was going through there, conditions in the home, and stress in the home as it relates to the financial conditions. With respect to, and I'm not close to that yet, with respect to hearsay statements made by Todd Peterson, that is the other primary area where we had provided the most notice. I do not intend to elicit those at this point from this witness. There are numerous statements made by the defendant, in particular around the time of the death and immediately subsequent to that we would be eliciting from this witness. So just so the court has some idea what the lay of the land is, that's generally what I intend to do.
And I appreciate that. We won't talk about Todd's statements then. We've gotten, by my count, 2 specific notices relating to statements that Kathleen Peterson made, one of which is a little over a 2-page single-spaced letter, the other of which has a paragraph of some additional information. It seems to me that there's a great deal of this that is not admissible. It's statements of historic fact. There's no exception that would meet it. However Your Honor wants to go through them is fine, but there are a number of statements there that we are prepared to argue are not admissible and would in fact not only violate the hearsay rules, but Mr. Peterson's constitutional rights under the 6th Amendment of the North Carolina Constitution. I don't know if Your Honor wants to take a look at the written description, if that's in essence what the witness will be testifying to, or whether we need to have it.
It seemed to me that what Mr. Harden was saying is he's not going to get to that before lunch anyway. So perhaps what we can do is make a copy of that for the court. The court can take a look at it over lunch. Mr. Harden and us can get together, figure out if there's any that we don't have to deal with because he's not planning on putting those in. And on the ones that he is planning on putting in, deal with those right after lunch, get them ruled on. And that way, when the jury comes back, we don't have to keep sending them out. We'll know what the rulings are on the various statements he wants to use.
all right, can you get us to lunchtime, Mr. Well, if you can't, you can't. But if you can't, then we probably need to break early and let you collect whatever it is you need to collect by way that we will use in the hearing and either determine whether we're going to have the hearing when we come back from lunch.
I can give the court a copy of that right now. I'm probably going to have to reorder this just a little bit if the court is not going to allow me to go into the
I hope that's not why you can't sleep. I feel bad. Yeah, that video was very disturbing. I wanted it to keep going, though. I wanted to know more. I wanted to know if he actually went through with it, and I wanted to know what the results were. Because he said he was about to call the cops on his dad. Because he said that Michael Peterson killed his mom, but he didn't actually kill his mom. If what the video said was that his mom had a heart attack and Michael Peterson was with her when it happened, not Kathleen, his biological mom, Patty, and that Michael waited to call 911. I guess he called Todd, and Todd went over there and did CPR on her and got her heart beating again, but I guess she had just had not gotten oxygen to her brain and basically never regained consciousness. And so then at a later date they had to pull the plug because she never regained consciousness, even though he got her heart beating again. So he blames his dad for his bio mom's death because he didn't call 911 right away. Which is very possible because, the longer you're deprived of oxygen, they say with a heart attack, the sooner you get CPR started and the sooner you get them 3 hours. Did he say that in the video? Wow. That's amazing that he got her heart started again after 3 hours. Ooh. I didn't even remember that. I just knew it wasn't right away. Wow. That's insane. And then he said that he went around her house and all the stuff in the divorce that he had wanted but didn't get, that he stole. And he also said that while his dad was in prison, he would put hits out on people. And that Todd helped him. He knew it was real because Todd helped him by delivering the payments to the people that did it for him. Which makes Todd an accomplice. So I can't tell that to the cops because then he'll get arrested for that too.
Lifestyles question or series of questions that I was going to ask. I'm going to have to reorder this just a little bit, and it would take me a couple of minutes to do that, but I can provide you with a statement right now.
Yeah, I'm still not sure what you mean by lifestyle. I mean, you have like a question you're going to ask?
Well, I think I can ask specific questions as we go through the examination that will elicit the information that I seek, and they will be very pointed and directed. I'll have to do that through the examination, though, and it will relate to a variety of subjects. And some of it would relate to the statements that we intend to offer that were made to this witness by Kathleen Peterson. So I think I can do it that way. I just need to reorder it in my mind just a little bit. And if the court wants to look at the statement to see whether any of these things are going to be disallowed, it might be a good time to do it now. Get rulings on it. Let the jury go on to lunch, and then depending upon how the court rules, it could make this examination very different from what it would be had the way I planned it.
All right, if you bring the jury back up. All right, members of the jury, I'm going to send you on your lunch break at this time. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of this trial. I'll need to have you back at 12:45. However, when you come back, I may have to send you to the jury pool room. I'll just determine that once you get back. I don't know exactly what time you're going to come back and resume. We will resume testimony. but that's the way it goes sometimes. So come back at 12:45 and I'll give you some further instructions around that time. All right, Mr. Harden, what would be the provision that you would be seeking to have these introduced on?
Your Honor, I think that at least the state would have an argument that most of them could relate to the specific exception to 803 regarding present sense impressions. But I don't want to completely hang my hat on that. I do believe that under 804B5, which is the residual hearsay exception, that these statements would be able to come in, again, using the triplet analysis that we went through earlier in this trial. I can go through that with respect to these if you want to, but we would be seeking primarily to offer these under the residual hearsay rule as it relates to Kathleen Peterson. There are some in here that are sprinkled in that are statements from Mr. Peterson, which, because he's made those, we've given notice of them. Those would be statements by a party, so we would believe that those would be admissible under that rule. But with respect to Kathleen Peterson, we would be primarily moving under the residual hearsay rule.
Mr. Maher?
Yes, I think under the law it's clear that the state's two positions are mutually exclusive because the law is clear that one cannot use the catch-all exception when there's another exception that's a proper way of analyzing a statement. So you cannot both claim that these are present sense impressions or state of mind or any other exception and say, but even so, we're relying on the catch-all. State versus triplet, for example, which I think the state cited during this argument.
Yes, I'm sorry. Could the witness come down while we're having this discussion?
Thank you.
State versus triplet, which the state.
Yeah, hold on for a second. Do you know which ones you are offering under present sense impression and not the 804B5?
Your Honor, I was merely making the statement that I think the state has an argument. I would prefer that the court use the residual hearsay rule as the analysis for the purpose of these statements. So there won't be any issue about whether they should come in under the present sense. I understand.
You are not offering them as a...
No, sir. I merely state that I think the state has an argument, but I would prefer the analysis under 804B5 because I think that's more appropriate.
Mr. Harden would prefer that. The Supreme Court said you can't do that. Let me hand up triplet. I'll turn to the specific page where one of the specific requirements for the state to rely on the catch-all is there.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide. I mean, I understand what the law requires about there being no other exception. I'm not exactly sure what Mr. Harden is saying, that he is not offering it, and it doesn't fit, or whether he was saying he could have an argument that it does fit, but he chooses not to make an argument.
That's how I understood him to say that he could proceed under the theory of present sense impression.
Oh, I think what he said was he would have an argument.
And
yes, I would have an argument. I do not believe that it fits squarely within that exception. I mean,
okay, it must not fit.
I know under the triplet analysis it can't.
Okay.
I was basically kind of, in essence, trying to preempt what I thought the other side might say about the analysis under the present sense impression. I don't believe we can go down that road. I believe the appropriate road is under the residual hearsay exception, because I don't know that there's going to be significant or sufficient linkage between the time when the statement's made and the exact condition that is described.
All right. The number of statements that you contend the defendant made was only a small number?
Yes, sir.
Can we deal with that?
Yes,
We're
sir.
not, I mean, other than the potential relevance objection, clearly if she had a conversation with Michael Peterson, there's not a hearsay objection that I can think of. There may be a relevance objection to whether that particular statement is relevant. It's not a hearsay issue. Hearsay issue in this document are the statements made by Kathleen Peterson. So I don't think other than Mr. Peterson, there's anybody else identified in this document.
All right, Mr. Harden, you want to be heard as to the 6 or so requirements under triplet to have hearsay statements admitted under the residual.
Yes, sir. As the court has already gone through this analysis once, I won't be quite as lengthy as I would have been otherwise. With respect to the analysis of triplet, first we'd have to show that the declarant is unavailable. Obviously, Ms. Peterson is deceased and she would be unavailable, so I believe we meet that condition. The next portion of the analysis requires a 6-part test. The first relates to whether proper notice has been given. We contend that notice was given for portions of these statements on the 9th of June in another notice, separate and apart from the letter that the court has. There was information provided by Ms. Zamperini's mother relating to aspects of this, and we made a showing and gave notice with respect to many of these statements at that time. We also gave specific notice as it relates to this statement on the 7th of July of this year. So I think we've met the notice requirement. Number 2, that it not be covered under any other exception. I think we've talked about that. The third requirement would be that it is inherently trustworthy, that meaning that there are equivalent circumstantial guarantees of trustworthiness, and there's a 4-part subtest to that. The first is assurance of personal knowledge. With respect to all these statements from Kathleen Peterson, they relate directly to things that she is going through, she's dealing with, and she is expressing those. No one else other than possibly this defendant would have specific knowledge of these circumstances. So we believe that she would have sufficient and adequate personal knowledge, and that can be demonstrated by these statements. Number 2, under the 4-part subtest, would be whether there's a motivation to speak the truth. A lot of these things are very negative. Why would she tell her sister about these things if they were not true? So we think we meet that portion of the subtest. The third item from the subtest is whether the witness ever recanted any of these statements. I don't have any information that would even suggest that she recanted any of these statements at any time. The fourth is whether she is practically available for trial. Again, that goes to one of the earlier tests and requirements. She's clearly unavailable because of the fact that she is deceased. Going back to the 6-part test of triplet, separate and apart from these subtests, the fourth one relates to whether these are material facts. We contend that each of these statements relate to material facts, in particular as it relates to her state of mind of the conditions that existed in the home at the time that they were stated. They would also, in our view, at least allow us to argue the state of mind of the defendant. Obviously, he would have knowledge of the conditions as expressed by Ms. Peterson. So with respect to the statements as it relates to Mr. Peterson or Kathleen Peterson regarding their condition, we believe that they would be materially factual. Item 5, that each of these things are more probative than anything else that can be produced through reasonable efforts. The folks that know the best about what's going on in that household are Michael Peterson and Kathleen Peterson. They are going to have obviously intimate knowledge about the conditions at Nortel, the conditions of the home, the financial circumstances of the home, and what the cash flow issues are in particular as it relates to the home and the distress of they were in. So we believe that no one else could provide more or better information, and that what she has to say is probably the most probative of the issues raised beyond what anyone else could describe as the circumstances. Number 6, that the general purposes of the rules are met in the interest of justice. We believe, again, that these go specifically to the declarant's state of mind and to Mr. Peterson's state of mind at the time when it would have been irrelevant to the death of Kathleen Peterson. Now, the court also has to separately conduct an analysis with respect to the confrontation clause. And as the court indicated earlier, the two-part test that is used is based on Ohio versus Roberts. That's a two-part test. The first part of that separate analysis relates to the unavailability of the declarant, and we've talked about that now twice. So we think we meet that. Number 2 relates to the indicia of reliability. I think we've, in essence, dealt with that because of the probative value of Ms. Peterson's intimate knowledge of the family situation and how that relates to her state of mind and the defendant's state of mind would basically allow us to meet this separate analysis under the Sixth Amendment Confrontation Clause. So for all of those reasons, we believe that these various statements that relate to her situation at Nortel, the concern for her job and the layoffs that she was having to be involved with at Nortel, her potential optimization, the financial conditions in the home's actual physical condition, all of those things, in our view, would be relevant under this residual hearsay exception.
Okay, Mr. Maher, we're gonna go to lunch. When we'll come back from lunch, I'll hear your argument. 12:45.
All same.
All right, we may not be able to last here much longer. Well, since there's no air conditioning, it'll be. No, the air conditioning's off. It'll be a test of wheels. I think I'll survive.
Crap. Ugh. I was telling you, I was muted a while ago, and I was still muted. Dang it. Because Travis called me twice. He looks like Daniel Roebuck. And the reason why I was able to do that so quickly... Am I muted? Am I good now? Jeez. Okay, I'm not muted now. Daniel Roebuck was on Matlock. It's kind of funny because he played a lawyer on Matlock. But I did the same thing. Like when the trial started, I was like, he looks like an actor. I can see the actor in my head, but I cannot remember his name. So I looked it up. I don't remember how I figured it out because I didn't have his name and I couldn't remember what I'd seen him in. But I figured it out somehow. It took me a while, but it was driving me nuts, just like it was driving Wiggles nuts. So that's how I was able to tell you so quickly that it was Daniel Roebuck. So, and the reason there was no sound, Marnie, is because I was muted again. I'm either muted because my husband called me or muted because my dogs are barking. That's why I mute myself. So sorry about that, guys. But yeah, he looks like Daniel Roebuck.
I haven't sat here for almost 20 years. I think I can outlast any of them. We'll see. Mr. Maher.
Yes.
Under our appellate decisions, both Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court, I mean, isn't this a typical kind of exceptional evidence, if that's possible. It's exceptional because it falls under the exceptional clause, but if the evidence can be typical, isn't this a typical kind of evidence statements by alleged victims? The state normally tries to get in the evidence.
They do, but they do it under a different exception, and there's an important legal principle here.
Okay.
Typically, it comes in under the state of mind exception. In fact, Mr. Harden kept on saying this is all about their state of mind.
I don't like the way he says on. Because he says own. Own is a completely different word. I don't like it. And I don't know where Rudolph is from. He does not sound to me like he's Southern. But he says I, just like my husband does. My husband, Florida cracker all the way, man. You ever hear my husband talk? Like, I've had people not understand him. Like, they'll look at me and say, what did he say? My husband has a really, really thick Southern accent. His family's from Alabama, but he was born and raised in Florida. And he got a really, really thick Southern accent. And, yeah, that's what Rudolph does when he says, all right, But I don't think he's Southern. I don't know why he says all right like that.
Well, there is a state of mind exception under the hearsay rules, and when a state of mind exception covers the type of statement that's coming in, you can't use the catch-all. And typically, and I was going to hand up to Your Honor, State versus Marisek is indicative of the state of law, I think, on that in North Carolina. It's once again, it's statements about relationships and things of that nature between the defendant and the victim. And it importantly draws a clear dividing line between the statements that you can put in and those that you can't. And what it holds, and it's consistent with other case law, is that statements by the victim or the deceased about historic facts. And I wanted to buy another house, he didn't want to buy that house. You know, people being laid off. Historic facts are not admissible under the hearsay rules. Statements that are explicitly expressive of someone's state of mind are, I'm happy because, I'm sad, I'm frightened, whatever. So Your Honor is absolutely right that the state often tries and often succeeds in getting in statements that the decedent made that go to the relationship with the person accused in their death. I would disagree respectfully that they always come in, and they certainly don't come in under the catch-all exception. When they're properly admitted is when they actually meet the state of mind exception. These do not meet the state of mind exception because they're statements of historical fact, and that may be why the state's not trying to shoehorn them in there. But the problem is with triplet and the other cases is you can't use a catch-all whenever something is close but not quite to another exception. Otherwise, there'd be no reason to have any exceptions. You would just have the catch-all. What triplet actually says is when statements are covered, not necessarily when they're admissible, but when they're covered by another exception, you have to analyze it under that exception. When you're trying to prove the victim's state of mind about the relationship or state of mind about other things, they have to meet the state of mind exception. And if they don't, they're inadmissible, and you can't kind of say, well, let's backtrack. Close enough on the state of mind, we'll use the catch-all. So what I would suggest is that as a legal matter, when you're trying to prove state of mind, the exception that has to be met is the state of mind exception. I won't reiterate what I believe the law to be constitutionally as well as under the rules about when the state of mind exception is being used. It has to be, the indicia of trustworthiness have to be so high that cross-examination would be of little merit. And in this situation, I don't think the state has made that showing. And that in addition to our objection under the rules concerning hearsay, we are objecting specifically under the Sixth Amendment and the North Carolina Constitution. In addition, at least to renew our objections so we're clear on the record, because we've been objecting all along, evidence about financial motive without some actual linkage to Mr. Peterson and his state of mind should be excluded on relevancy grounds and the other grounds we've articulated. So I don't want to neglect to make that objection as well. Even if these were admissible under the hearsay exceptions, they should be excluded for those reasons.
Ms. Harden, any response?
No, sir, I don't wish to be heard further.
The present state of mind, Mr. Maher, when the witness wants to testify that the last 18 months of Kathleen's life were very stressful. Kathleen was deeply distressed at the financial condition of her employer, Nortel. Not under this provision, but why is that not a state of mind?
If there was and I understand, I don't have, Mr. Rudolph has the letter, doesn't take a quick look at it. If what happened is Kathleen Peterson called and said, I am distressed, those were her words, that might well mean it. I'm not sure that that's Ms. Peterson's words as opposed to a conclusion drawn on other facts.
Well,
and I'm trying to find, which page are you referring to?
Well, that's actually the first page.
First page?
The one to the third paragraph.
Yeah, I mean, that's a conclusion that she was deeply distressed. She doesn't say that Kathleen called up and said, I'm deeply distressed. So I wasn't understanding that as being Kathleen's words. There's a conclusion drawn from historic facts, as I understand it. And historic facts.
Well, what did she testify as that? She told me she was depressed.
Well, that's not what we've been given notice of.
Well, I understand that, but if she testified to it, you'd be given notice.
Well, if that happens, and she hasn't said it yet, then I guess we can deal with that eventuality. But what we're dealing with right now is what the state is purporting to put in, and those statements are historical fact. And you know, it's an important point because if Triplett stood for the proposition of, well, if something is covered by an exception but not admissible, you can get it in, there'd be no reason to have that rule. Clearly.
Well, what about later on down? I specifically suggested in several telephone conversations that she quit Nortel and look for other employment. Kathleen's consistent response was that she could not find employment with a company in her area that would match her salary at Nortel and stock options.
That's a factual statement. I don't know whether, and we of course don't know whether she in fact made any effort to find one, whether that's supposed to be a statement of fact. I know there are no other companies. That's a statement of fact, not a statement of feeling.
Well, you just said if she had said, I mean, so you technically want her to say I'm depressed, and that would be for you a present sense impression.
Well, actually, present sense impression, I think, which is a different exception. None of these are.
I mean, a state of mind.
Okay. Yes, and I'm not coming up with this myself. Marisek says they have to be imbued with emotion. It can't just be historical fact. And these are statements of historical fact. I think that's the test, and you can't get around that test by calling it the catch-all exception. I'm not asking the witness to say anything. I'm just responding to the state's proffers to what they say the witness would say.
All right, I probably agree that these statements, as the court explains in the case that you handed up, Mr. Maher, when the court says that in the case that you handed up, the state tried to get into evidence statements allegedly made by the victim concerning her relationship with the defendant and their financial affairs. And it says that while the victim's state of mind may be relevant, these statements were inadmissible because they were recitation of facts and not statements of emotion, and they were offered to prove the facts asserted. And of course, in that case, I believe the state tried to admit it on the state of mind exception. Ms. Harden, I think it's a close question sometimes as to whether your witness's statement is a recitation of facts or it's it's a description of the alleged victim's state of mind. It looks to me like it's a little bit of both in most of these categories. Now, Mr. Maher makes a distinction sometimes, as I just pointed out. He talks about your witness saying that Ms. Peterson was stressful, or saying that she was depressed, but it's not Ms. Peterson saying that is her state of mind. I mean, do you buy that argument, or you don't buy it, or what's the state's position on it?
Well, I think I can fashion a question that will allow the witness to describe specifically what was said, if that's the court's concern, and the witness can describe what was said by Ms. Peterson to alleviate that concern, if it is one. Now, to the extent that Ms. Zamperini has editorialized, I think I can prevent her from talking about her opinion. I can give her instructions to do that and focus specifically on what Ms. Peterson actually said.
Well, it's not my concern. However, I mean, I'm trying to account for the defendant's concern when he hands up a case that does appear to the court to split hairs. And the court clearly holds in this case that he handed up that the statement and similar statements to the ones that you're trying to get in evidence, that the victim concerning her relationship with the defendant and their financial affairs, the statements were inadmissible because they were mere recitation of facts. I mean, that's where Mr. Maher is getting that from. That's what the court said.
Yes, sir.
Not statements of emotion. Now, you got to kind of figure out what they mean there.
Well, I think the basic question is, and it goes back to what's required under 804b5, which basically requires that it not be covered by another exception.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to figure out whether it is covered by another exception, for instance, state of mind exception, why it's not. You have decided that it's not. I take it by your argument.
Well, we took the perspective that because the statements, well, the evidence is going to show that the statements were made from approximately April the 1st of 2001 throughout that spring, throughout the summer, and leading up to conversations that are relatively close in time to Ms. Peterson's death, that there would be a component of historical perspective that we were taking the position that this rule would not apply, even though they do specifically describe the conditions that existed. There is a historical component to it. So we weren't taking the position that this was even arguably going to fall into this rule. So I don't know whether that answers the court's question, but that was the analysis that we took.
Well, let me repeat an example that I said earlier. Your witness says the last 18 months of Kathleen's life were very stressful. Now, to me, that's a state of mind. Example.
Yes, sir.
All right. And now she gives the historical facts that she was sad to have all the girls moving to college. Kathleen was deeply distressed at the financial condition of her employer, Nortel, and he goes through some other things. His first argument, Mr. Maher's, to me was that might be a state of mind, but Kathleen Peterson was not the one giving the state of mind. It was your witness. It was your witness's conclusion. Now, that may be the way the statement is written. And when I said, well, I mean, that may not have been what was said, Mr. Maher said, well, that's what we've been given notice of. Now, whether they could reasonably have been given notice of something else that she may testify to, I think that's for the court's determination when determining whether they had been notified. So what you might want to do is put her on the witness stand to find out what Ms. Peterson did actually say to her. I mean, I think it's clear what some of the things she actually said to her because they're listed in here. But I think in what Mr. Maher is objecting to a whole lot of things. But one of the things he's objecting to is the conclusionary nature of the emotions that come from your client and not from the alleged victim. So one way to deal with that might be to put her on the witness stand and deal with it, but you're going to still have some other problems that he's going to raise about notice and probably still some other constitutional issues that we haven't dealt with. But why don't we try to do it that way and see what it is that she did actually say? So she's on the witness stand. I mean, she's been sworn. You can swear for this hearing, whatever.
Yes, sir. Can we call it this time for that purpose?
Yeah.
This for the jury?
She continues to be on the oath.
Yes,
Much better, thank you.
Your Honor, it may be helpful for the witness to have a copy of her statement. I don't think that she does have one. All right, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
185.
For the purposes of this hearing, let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 185 and ask whether you can identify that, please.
Yes, it's a statement I wrote by myself.
Right. Your Honor, with respect to this hearing, we would move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 185.
So,
yes, sir.
For purposes of this hearing.
For the purposes of the hearing. All right. Now, with respect to what is marked as State's Exhibit 185, that's a letter that you wrote, is that correct?
I was asked to write a statement. I've never written a statement before, so this is the form I put in. So it's a letter/statement for me.
And you wrote that to me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with respect to the information contained in that, does it involve statements that you had with your sister Kathleen over an extended period of time?
I was writing a summation of conversations we had and events that happened between us.
Okay. I want to focus in on April of 2001 and ask whether you had a series of extended conversations with your sister during that time frame.
Yes. My parents had been married for 40 years. My father's deceased. My mother, several years later, became companions with a very fine gentleman who she was with for, I believe, about 14 years. And he died when he was 90 years old. And Kathleen took care of all of his cremation arrangements. And then my mother decided that she really wanted a memorial service for Carl. So this was a very, very unique time in my adulthood life. My brother and sisters were all married with children, and anytime we get together, we're with children or spouses and lots of distractions. And it was a time for about 3 days that my brother, my sister Kathleen, myself, and my sister Lori and my mother were alone together.
And where were you?
We were at my mother's house.
All right. And with respect to the period of April 2001, you recall generally when during the month this 3-day circumstance?
I believe it was mid to late April. I could look up the exact dates. Well, actually, if it's very important, I think I even have his memorial card in my wallet, but it's like mid-April.
Okay.
The other significant part, which brought me back to my childhood, was my mother has 2-bedroom house and she couldn't accommodate everyone. So 2 houses away, a very good friend of my mother's allowed Kathleen and I to have a bedroom. So we didn't have to get in a hotel and we could all be back and forth walking between the houses.
Okay.
And Kathleen and I shared a bedroom in the same bed for 3 nights. And we had not done that in a long, long time. And we spent extended time together, just the 2 of us in that bedroom, talking about where we were in our lives, specific conversations about what was going well in our life and what was causing us great concerns, very, very elaborate details about our lives. And we had not been alone like that in many, many years.
All right. Now, with respect to her situation at Nortel, did she describe that to you?
Yes, we talk a lot about business because we both have always worked, and we had very specific conversations about, at that point, she was saying she had lost several $1 million on paper, but with her stock, and that was her plans to someday move to have a second home in Paris. This was devastating to her on many levels. She was going to lose this office that she was in that she loved, and there was a conference room named after her, which she told me she was the only person in Nortel's history that had a conference room named after her. She was going to have to give that up. She was going to have to downsize to a very small office. People she cared about, she was having to let go. She was extremely concerned when she might lose her job. But before we even got to the point about losing her job, she, in so many ways, was telling me that she didn't have time to go to the doctor, and she felt that she might need something for some headaches she was having. She was feeling run down. She didn't have time to exercise. She was also trying to get Caitlin and Margaret that summer were looking for places to live, and they thought they were going to both be in Georgetown. That was a concern for her. The last child, Martha, was going to start college. She gave very many examples of ways she was unhappy, financially, very financially concerned, didn't know where the money was coming from, and overridingly her job, to which the conversation then led to, Kathleen, no job is worth for you to feel this way. Find another job. You're very talented. You've always worked. You're consistently listed as one of Nortel's, what is that? It was a very specific term. Resource, great resources. I think there was some special term that only a few employees got. So I felt she was very marketable. And Kathleen said, you don't understand, Candace. Durham, the Research Triangle, lots of companies are downsizing. I am not going to be able to replace this job for this amount of salary, get these stock options. It's just not possible. And she and Michael wanted to continue to live in that house. And that led to...
Well, let's kind of take this in pieces. Did she express to you specifically her concerns over the plight of Nortel?
Well, I'm going to object to leave, Your Honor.
No, this is not in front of the jury. I'm trying to cut to the chase.
Well, I'm not sure, even if it was in front of the jury, it'd be leading to overrule at this point.
Did she speak with you about the plight of Nortel?
Yes, very specifically about the stock price and what that meant. And
what did she say?
It was continually going down, because at times before, when I had visited Kathleen and Michael's home for Thanksgiving, I believe, of 1999, and Nortel was doing so well, my husband and I even bought Nortel, and she was... Well, there was an episode that every 15 minutes, that Thanksgiving visit, the Friday after Thanksgiving, Michael was checking the computer to see what the Nortel stock price was at, and it was doing fabulously well. I mean, they were millionaires. Everything was going great, and I was, wow, she's hit the big time now. And he was very aware what the stock was at and happy for it, which he should be. It was doing great.
Well, specifically with respect to what she said about Nortel's situation, what did she say?
That was the difference. Now in April 2001, the stock was becoming worthless. Things were falling apart in the company. And she was very specific that she didn't know by the end of the year if she would have a job there, and she was going to have 3 kids in college. And then later the discussion led to, Because we both have great interest in our houses, that all the repairs that needed to be made in the house. And we talked about them, what she and I did ourselves in terms of making repairs and who you had to hire things out. And one of her big concerns, oh gosh, there's so many in that house.
Before we get there, let's stay with Nortel.
All right.
Did she discuss with you specifically the fact that people were being laid off at Nortel?
Yes, and she named specific names of co-workers who she enjoyed working with.
All right. Did she express concern for them?
Concern as in worry about them finding other employment or sadness of not working with them. She expressed
Whatever she said.
That's what she was worried. How are all these people going to find new jobs in the area? And she made some very, very close friendships and people who I also met in her home from working at Nortel. I've met a lot of these friends / co-workers.
Okay.
And she was naming names I knew of people who now were no longer employed with Nortel. And these people she named were people I knew who were on a level that she was in the company.
Did she indicate to you whether she was having to lay off people that were under her supervision?
Oh, very much. She would explain to me how the system is they would, in a sense, promote you. So you got to get rid of the division underneath you. And then when that happened, then you were often the next person to go. This was what was particularly making her feel physically, mentally, verbally expressing to me how upset she was that she was waiting. She thought she was one or two changes away, that she was going to be the person who was going to have to let a whole nother division go, and then she definitely would lose her job, be optimized.
Did she tell you she was specifically upset?
Yes, very in great length, using words, and at one point cried about it.
Okay. Did she use the term optimization in your conversations with her?
No, we called it laid off, unemployed. We did not use the word optimized. Although we did talk about, well, how long you would keep health insurance. We talked specifics of benefits.
What did she say about those things?
She talked about her benefits that we talked about COBRA with health insurance. We talked about my husband and I have sold life insurance that, that they're in good health, that they could get life insurance. We talked about, nothing was as good as working for a large corporation that gave you great benefits, but ways she might be able to handle it. And that probably Nortel was giving some kind of 6-month package and they would have to weather through that. But that was always overlaid with, but I've got 3 kids in college and how am I going to handle this?
Okay. Now, you had begun talking about the, her, or at least her expression that she was concerned about being 1 or 2 changes from being laid off herself.
Yes.
And I think you had indicated that you suggested to her that she seek other employment in this area. And exactly what did she say about that?
I feel like I'm saying it again, but
okay.
She was,
objection, ask and answer.
Well, if she's going to say the same thing that she already said, I'll sustain.
Did she say anything about sticking it out to the bitter end?
Yes, she absolutely said that that is a quote, that she was going to stick it out to the bitter end because of what I had previously said. Okay. She could not find another job of this level and pay scale and benefits in Durham.
Did she specifically talk to you about financial issues within the home?
Yes.
What did she say?
Well, in the home, we talked about, and this discussion was not just in April, it was in a lot of discussions, the fact that the girls, the monies they needed for clothes, for college, for books, one of the sons still was asking for money, and that was a concern to her, that the other son was still on her health insurance at Nortel, but she had to get rid of him because he was he was going to come off the health insurance policy and what that would cost. She talked to me very specifically about how demanding teenagers and young adults still were in her financially. Other ways she talked about finances and were a whole other things, talking about the house, what it would cost. One time, I have to stop and think, but they had a bat colony in their house because the roof wasn't right. What it cost to get rid of a bat colony. She talked about termite damage in the living room. She talked about things to me that you don't understand. I can't go out and just power wash this mold away. I have to hire people to come in to make the repairs on the house.
Okay.
And I understood that a normal house, anything might cost a couple $100s to fix. In a mansion, it's always several $1,000s to fix anything.
Did she express concern to you about being able to meet the mortgage payment?
Not specifically could they meet the mortgage payment that month, but specifically in the sense that her income from Nortel was needed to pay the mortgage. So that was how she said it to me.
Okay.
I want to be clear. Yeah, that's how she said it.
Did she talk about, you had indicated that there were some repairs that were necessary and that there was a bat colony in the house. Did she specifically talk about any other particular repairs that were needed on that house?
Oh my goodness. I mean, on one hand, you went to the house and it's this remarkable mansion and it was just amazing, the architecture. On the other hand, it was this strange feeling that here there's this, in a sense, opulence, and yet it was always distinctly told, don't touch the heat, don't touch the air conditioning. In the summer, you were so hot because they couldn't afford to air condition it, and you'd go to an elaborate party and the sweat would be falling off you, and in the winter, you'd be freezing cold.
Well, let me specifically focus you on what she said about the necessity for repairs.
There were lots and lots of repairs. The kitchen cabinets were loose in the hinges, the refrigerator.
And what did she say about those things?
That she couldn't keep up with them. There was no way they could keep up with repairs. Kathleen verbally gave me the impression that money was very tight. And it was particularly brought out to me, and this was at the time I thought her stock was at a good amount. For my mother's 80th birthday, we went to Paris. My mother, my sisters, and I. And Kathleen and I had a very big argument in Paris because she was being so dang cheap about everything. And I remember saying, my God, you have all this stock with Nortel, you have all this money. Why can't you make this trip more comfortable for her? She wanted my mother, she was making go through the subway system with a wheelchair instead of affording cabs. So that was actually something we really had to fight out. So she always gave me the impression that money was a big concern in her life.
Okay. And other than those descriptions, what specifically did she say? Do you recall? About the financial situation?
The finances, that she had to be careful with what she was spending, that she definitely needed to work, and that they were challenged financially. And I would talk to her about her rental properties, and she said that was something she hoped to have for her retirement. She didn't want to depend on those rental properties. She was hoping to sell them in the future, so she would have that money for her retirement.
Did she ever express to you a desire not to live in that house?
But she could afford a trip. To Paris. I can't afford a trip to Paris. I don't know a lot of people that can afford a trip to Paris. But she was having money problems. Okay. Wow. She made her mom ride the subway. I'm sorry. My refrigerator's empty right now. Because I don't get paid until Wednesday. And this woman is complaining because she went on a vacation to Paris and her sister wouldn't pay for a cab and wanted them to ride the subway instead. I'm sorry. Rich people problems, I can't relate, okay? I'm sorry. I know, right? After that video, you kind of see Todd in a whole different light, don't you? Yeah, when when I'm on a vacation, which I rarely am, I can't remember the last time I took a vacation. Okay, let's use my mini Disney vacations. When I go to Disney, I don't buy everything I want. I have to be thrifty with my money because I have to eat while I'm there. And the food is not cheap. So I can't buy every single thing I want. If you're on a vacation, you have a set amount of money. And especially if you're in another country. I mean, I went to Chicago when I was in my early 20s. I was still at that age, and I was a nurse already, but I hadn't been a nurse for long. It's when I first got diagnosed with fibromyalgia. And I was still living with my dad, and it was still, I had a job, but I still had my dad to fall back on. And I went to Chicago to visit a friend, and we were going all over the place to museums and zoos and whatever. And I ran out of money, and I picked up the phone and called Daddy. And he's like, I guess I had his credit card. He's like, go to an ATM and get more money out. And he gave me the PIN number or whatever I needed for the ATM. But that's because I was young, and it was Daddy taking care of me. But nowadays I go someplace, I can't spend more than I have. Like when the last time I went to Disney, and my scooter crapped out on me. It wasn't the battery. Just something was wrong with it. I had to rent a scooter. $85. So that was all I had. I didn't get to buy anything else. All day long, I'd see something, I'd go, oh, wow, that's cute. I can't get it because I had to rent a scooter. Like all day long, I was, oh, that's cute. I wish I could get that, but I had to rent a scooter. I can't afford Disney either, Marty. If I didn't live in Florida, I would never see the likes of Disney ever. The only reason why I can afford to go to Disney is because I can pay payments. If you don't live outside of Florida, if you live outside of Florida, you can't make payments. You have to pay the whole 1,000 and whatever up. And I can get a cheaper pass that has blackout dates. If you live outside of Florida, you got to pay the whole 1,000 and whatever an annual pass is. So that's the only way I can go to Disney is by paying payments and getting the cheaper pass that gives that, you can't go all year round. It's the only way I can afford it. Yeah. And you know what? If I had a lot of money, there are so many things I wouldn't buy. Like $500 for a pair of shoes. That's ridiculous. I've gone my whole life with, Walmart shoes or whatever. I would not change that. If I suddenly if we won the lottery or something, I wouldn't start buying $500 shoes. Like that's crazy. Don't. Maybe her sister wanted her to spend a bunch of money on stuff. Like who knows? Yeah, I don't know what a vacation is either. $100 for 4 days in Vegas? Oh, you won money? Well, that's good. Right. Exactly. That's how I pay for my Disney pass. Yeah, you find some good stuff in thrift stores. But yeah, I would still, I don't think I would change the way the way that I shop or anything. If I were to get money, I'd still be like, are you crazy? Now, there are some things I might, but not a whole lot. But there's like some Disney collectible stuff that I won't buy now because it's expensive, that I might if I had the money. But other than that, those stupid popcorn buckets. Yeah, me too. Those stupid popcorn buckets that they sell for every stupid made up special occasion or whatever at at Disney World, $40 for a stupid popcorn bucket. And half the time they don't even have enough room for popcorn because of the way they're made. And people stand in a line for 2 hours to get these stupid things. And you're only allowed to buy 2 because, I mean, who wants to buy more at their price they cost? Because people get them and they sell them on eBay for hundreds of dollars. So people that can't get to the parks for the whatever festival they're for will buy them off of eBay from these people. So I've been saying for years, like, I'm not ever going to buy a popcorn bucket. It's a waste of money. Now they have popcorn buckets that you can buy and get refilled. The refills are like $2.50. So that's a good thing. But the regular popcorn buckets are like $14, which is a lot, but then you can get it refilled every time you go for $2.50. Right now there is a Winnie the Pooh one, and he's holding an Easter egg. It's probably that big and that big around. This is one of the bigger ones. And he's holding an Easter egg. They're plastic. He's holding an Easter egg. If you press down on the Easter egg, Piglet pops out of it. There's a Mickey one. You say, "Hey, Mickey," and he turns his head and he talks. That one's like 60 something, I think. 59, 58, something like that. There was, for the Festival of the Arts, there was a Figment. Figment is a purple dragon. He's not in any of the movies or anything. He was created for Epcot, for the park. He's like the park mascot. He's a cute little purple dragon. And because it was a Festival of the Arts and they had artists there, they're selling their paintings and stuff. And he had a paintbrush in his hand that lit up, and you could remove it. But it didn't do anything but light up. And I told Travis, I said, that'd be lost in my house as soon as it got in my house. The paintbrush would be gone. I would lose it. And with that one, I think if you squeezed his nose, the flap on the back opened up, and that's where the popcorn went. For Halloween. Well, thank you for the invitation, Nichelle. For Halloween, they had a Jack Skellington one where he was sitting on a grave. And he's a skeleton, right? So it was tall, but it was a little tombstone like this size for the popcorn. And it was like $18. 28. It was $28. So it was a little cheaper because it was smaller. But $28. And you only got like this much popcorn. But a lot of people, what they do is they buy them and then they ask for their popcorn in like the cardboard box of popcorn, because they're not going to put popcorn in it. They're going to put it on the shelf. And I said, I'm never going to pay that much for a stupid popcorn bucket that I'm not going to use, and I'm just going to put on a shelf somewhere. And then I saw the ones that are coming out for Star Wars Day on May the 4th. And I was like, I think I lied, y'all. I think I lied. And my friend Mike said, you're going to get the Star Wars Day one, aren't you? And I was like, yes, I am. I don't know how much it is yet, but it's C-3PO's head. Well, actually, it's a droid head. They didn't say it was C-3PO because it looks like a decapitated droid. So it's not all shiny and pretty like C-3PO, but it looks like his head, and it looks like an old droid that's been decapitated. So, and it has a strap so you can carry it around the park and you get it refilled with popcorn. But I just want it, and I'm gonna put it right over there on my shelf with all my other Star Wars stuff. Maybe. It depends. It depends on the price and if I have money when it comes out. But I want that so bad. So that one, that last year it was a stormtrooper head, and this year it's a droid head. But I didn't go to Star Wars Day last year, but I'm going this year. The reservations are already sold out for Star Wars Day. So if I get one, I'll show it to y'all.
House.
Yes, she did.
What did she specifically say?
She specifically, it was, one of those kind of heartbreaking things because on one hand, she did love the house, but the expenses of the house and just.
There's a Lego store at Disney Springs. They have any kind of Lego set. I think they have every Lego set they make, and those things are so expensive. Oh my God. I want so many of them though. But they are so expensive. My cousin has an autistic son, and he had some kind of grant with the state of Florida, and she would buy him Lego sets, and they got reimbursed for that because they're considered educational toys. And I was like, I don't understand that. How do you get reimbursed for that? What's educational about Legos? And she goes, they are. I'm like, I don't see it. I guess spatial awareness. I don't know how that's educational, but whatever. I was like, that's not fair. I want a grant so I can get free Legos too.
The physical work of keeping up with it, there was very little help from the children or anyone in keeping up that house. They had a housekeeper off and on, and that was another thing we had discussions about money. That why don't you just hire a housekeeper? I can't afford. Mrs. Parker's retired. We have this guy Clyde, but he doesn't do much. Why don't you just get a decent housekeeper so you don't have the stress of running the house with work? And she made it very clear that she could not afford a housekeeper for a 13,000 square foot mansion.
Well, did she ever express that she didn't want to live in that house?
Yes, she at one point had a conversation with me and my mother about how there's a very lovely community in this area, I believe called Hope Valley, the New Hope Valley, and she really liked the houses there, and she liked the idea of simplifying her life, having less financial pressures, and she thought it was time to make a change. And that is one specific house community I remember, but there were other conversations I had with her about she was trying to look at other places to move.
Did she indicate to you whether she specifically had any conversation with Mr. Peterson about that?
I know about the Hope Valley one she did because she told me he had no interest. He was happy where he was living, and things being in disrepair or mess around the house didn't bother him as much as her, and that was just, different strokes for different folks. He was perfectly content whether the house was clean or dirty, and if it was her she wanted to clean, that's how she chose to live.
Can you recall now? Those conversations began in April of 2001?
I would say running the house was a concern of some version of that the whole time she lived there because the repairs were, it's an old home, the repairs were ongoing. The specific ones with Nortel and the most extensive ones I had were definitely from April on.
Okay. Did you have other extended conversations between April of 2001 and the time of her death?
2.
Okay. Please describe when and where those were.
One was at my family reunion on July 3rd, and I noticed that I observed a difference in my sister's behavior.
And what was that difference?
She was agitated. She was nervous. She expressed to me that she had been stressed out from the drive down, up from North Carolina, Virginia, because Michael and my mother were with her. She was very, very stressed at the conditions at work. And it was the first time in front of me, she was so upset, and it came out of I had poison ivy and I was taking prednisone, and I myself was kind of the prednisone that made me uptight. And she came in the kitchen and she said, "Here, take some Valium." And I said, "Why?" And she goes, "Oh, you're so uptight." And she goes, "I am too. This has been an awful week at work. Nothing's going right." And she took Valium with a glass of wine right in front of me, and she offered me some.
Okay. You had indicated that there were, at least there was one other occasion when you had an extended opportunity to talk with her.
Yes.
When was that?
We had other smaller conversations, but the longest one was in October because she had invited my family for Thanksgiving. And
October of 2001, do you know about what time during the month it was?
I'm going to guess it was a little bit toward later in the end of the month because we were talking about the upcoming Thanksgiving. 2 years before, I'd spent Thanksgiving with her, and she wanted me to come for Thanksgiving again. And it was a little bit hard for me because I told her, as much as I had enjoyed spending Thanksgiving with her 2 years before, and we cooked the meal together and set the table and it was a really nice time together, I had anticipated that it was going to be a Thanksgiving with family when I was there 2 years before, that the girls would help with the cooking, that it would be a family thing. And it wasn't. Kathleen and Michael said, "Oh, let's go to the New James."
Let's stay with the conversations in October.
Right, well.
Exactly what did she say in October?
In October, she told, well, that's what it gets to, is I had to tell Kathleen we weren't going to come because I didn't want to come again in Thanksgiving and do all the cooking and cleaning while the children went off to movies and helped not at all. And that was I didn't enjoy, I wanted to relax. So she wanted me to come to Durham. As a family thing, I come. Otherwise, let's go out to dinner. And then, she said, I'm still very unhappy with things in my life.
Was she specific about that?
She was specific about work. It was always about work. What Nortel stock price was at, who she was having to lay off, people she was missing working with, and
I solved it. I know what happened. She threw herself down the stairs. That's it. She was so depressed, she threw herself down the stairs. Case closed. You know, this woman, I know she lost her sister, and I know she's trying to make sense of it, and I do think that he killed her. But just because you're having problems, just because you're upset, doesn't mean that that's the be-all, end-all of your existence. I mean, you can be upset about things in your life, yet still be a happy person and still be happy with your life. Or not happy with your life, but just be happy in general. You know, like, I hate my house. There's so many things wrong with this house. If I had the money and it was legal, I would burn this house down and start over. I don't have the money to build a new house. So I'm stuck with this one, and it's illegal to burn down my house anyway. But I don't even have insurance. Like, I wouldn't even get insurance money if I burn this house down. But I'm just saying, there are things in your life you can be completely dissatisfied with, completely unhappy about. I'm unhappy that we have no money. We live paycheck to paycheck, but we are probably more well off than a lot of people in this world. You have to look at your life in that, what word do I want? From that view. You have to, you can't, no, you shouldn't compare yourself to people constantly, because you do that, then you will be dissatisfied. But you can't, like this woman was a millionaire, like talking about that trip to Paris, upset because they took the subway instead of a cab. Good God, woman, you're in Paris. Like, I don't know. Maybe I just have I don't think I'm an optimist, but maybe I do have an optimistic outlook on life more so than other people. Just because something's bothering you and you happen to pop a Valium, that doesn't mean that your world is collapsing. It means you're having a bad day. I don't understand that mindset. I don't get it. I just don't. That's just not how I think.
End of that conversation was that I guess that's when she decided to go with Michael to spend Thanksgiving with my mother. Okay. So there was no family gathering at all. She just went to Florida.
After October of 2001, did you have other conversations with your sister?
Well, I knew the last conversation I had with her, but that I couldn't talk to her. I believe we had one other in December, but it's not as significant as the other ones.
Okay.
And yes, actually, yes, I do.
When was that?
It was the Wednesday night before Thanksgiving, after she had done this wonderful party for my mother. That's the longest conversation I had with her. She called me to brag about this wonderful party she gave for my mother, and she talk. And I said, Kathleen, you sound like you've been really partying. And she said, well, the Valiant's really helping, and I'm just having a great time. That was all positive. It was not complaining about work. Okay. But she made it clear to me that it was clear that she was happy for reasons other than the party. And she'd been on the phone that she'd been drinking and taking Valium again. And but that was not about work. And then I think that was that. Then the last conversation was Friday.
Well, I'm talking specifically about conversations.
About Nortel? No. The longest one was in October, where she talked about her stresses at work. Yes, that was the last one.
That would be the essence of the statements that we would elicit.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Morrow or Mr. Rudolph, you would like?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Ms. Zamperini. I want to go back. What I'm gleaning is that there are basically three major conversations, if you will, or three major periods of conversation, and maybe some telephone calls in between.
Yes.
But let me focus, obviously, on the ones that you can most easily remember. The first one was around April of 2001, when you were together for 2 or 3 days in a neighbor's home by your mother's house. What I want to understand is, do you have any specific memory? I know you've talked a lot about the conversations you had, and I hear what you're saying about those, but do you have any specific memory of a specific statement that Kathleen made? In other words, can you remember Kathleen saying X, Y, Z, or is it all?
I am very unhappy at work.
Right.
Yes, that's right. I am very unhappy at work. I am stressed because I am being given more and more responsibilities. I am not enjoying laying off people. Talking about management decisions. She was, very.
Okay, and that's what I want to focus on. Tell me, what are the specific comments that you can remember her making during that time period, whatever they are.
They are that.
I mean, I need the quotes. I mean, I understand it's hard, but the only way we can do this.
Okay, I'm trying to.
I understand. And if you can't remember a specific quote, you can't, and I understand that. But give me what you remember sitting here now about the specific things she said.
Now we're talking just about Nortel right now.
About anything.
Well, I'm going to just talk about Nortel right now.
No problem.
She made specific comments. I am very unhappy at work.
Okay, so that's one. I am very unhappy at work. We got that. All right.
I would say, why? I am working long hours.
Okay.
I'm being given more responsibilities.
Okay.
I'm having to lay off a lot of people.
All right.
I don't agree with management decisions.
All right.
I am very nervous about what the stock is doing. And we would talk then about what other companies similar to Nortel, what their stock prices were like.
And I understand this conversation back. I just want to know what you can remember of what she specifically said.
I don't like the fact that they're downscaling the office space and making changes.
Okay.
I am nervous that Nortel may just decide to run everything out of Canada.
Okay.
I am very tired.
Okay.
I don't have time to go to the doctor.
Okay.
If anybody is bored with the trial, we can watch my friend mow his yard. He's live streaming him mowing his yard. Oh my God, what a goofball.
I'm not enjoying what I'm doing. I'm not enjoying my life. But that comment I felt to me right when she said I'm not was really directed life as in life at Nortel.
I understand.
That's, if I continue, I feel I'm being redundant.
Okay, and again, I'm just trying to get what you remember, and I appreciate your being as specific as you have been. Anything about any other topics that you remember from that time frame?
As I said, we always talked about her home, my home. So I'm specifically.
Specific.
I'm frustrated with the plumbing.
Okay, I think through his house, I saw one that was in a guy's backyard. Yep, I think so too. Morning. I'm gonna play this short. I think this is her addressing Michael Peterson after the Alford plea.
Means nothing. Guilt. The words Alfred plea, they're meaningless. Alfred Schmalford means nothing. Guilt. The words Alfred plea, they're meaningless. Alfred Schmalford means nothing. Guilt. The words Alfred plea, they're meaningless. Alfred Schmalford means nothing. Guilt. The words Alfred plea, they're meaningless. Alfred Schmalford means nothing.
That's not the whole thing. She goes on and on and on.
I really want your help to come and help me redo my bedroom and my bathroom. She liked what I'd done in my own home.
Okay.
I don't feel now with the stock price going down, I can't afford to do what I want to do. Do you have other ideas of what we could do that isn't as expensive?
Okay.
So I am unhappy with my bedroom. I want a nicer bedroom, decorating things like that.
Okay. Anything else you can remember from that? I'm talking now about the April time.
Okay. I'm not trying to keep pausing it, but I don't understand this whole line of questioning. Why are they asking about whether or not Kathleen was depressed or happy with her, or whatever they asked her that prompted all this crap? What does that have to do with Michael Peterson killing her? Unless they're trying to say, see, this is the thing with testimony, is they can't tell their theory. Like, they can't say why they're asking the questions they're asking. The jury has to put it together until closing arguments. When they get to closing arguments, then they can put it together. But while they're on the stand, they can't. But right now, the jury's not there. This is outside the presence of the jury. Are they trying to say that Michael killed her because she wanted to downsize? Because they didn't have enough money for the big house that needed a bunch of repairs, and that she might get fired from her job? Like, why is all this she was unhappy with her job crap happening? Like, I don't understand what this has to do with him killing her. I don't get it.
I feel a lot of pressure on me about having 3 children in college.
Okay.
And that we talked about that the girls, I believe, were getting some kind of scholarships and things, but she had great concerns at that point with and she was unhappy with one of the child's grades and a scholarship on the line that she was starting to talk to me about.
Okay. And the distinction I'm trying to get at, I think you're beginning to see where I'm coming, is when you say she had great concerns, that's sort of a...
I am concerned about is what I'm trying to, I am concerned about, Candace, that one of the girls is going to lose this scholarship, and I'm trying, and very specifically, I'm trying to tell her how to sit in the front of the class, take better notes, get to know the professor. She talked very specifically with, and then we would share ideas of how to help our children.
Anything else you can remember?
Specifically about her life and what she's upset about? Or
Yes.
Well, we obviously were also talking about the memorial service and things that I don't think you really want to know about.
No, that's right.
Right. So of the concerns between the house, her job, her health, she would say things, I'm concerned, I'm unhappy, I don't feel good. And yeah, I feel that's pretty complete.
Let's move to the July timeframe.
Mm-hmm.
That was at your house.
Yes.
At the reunion. Anything in addition to what you've already said that you can recall her saying at that time?
Yes. In July, she was very... She was okay. This is about money. I'm focused. This I remember. She was very mad. I'm very mad. I'm angry at one of the girls because if she doesn't get the scholarship reinstated, we don't have the money to send her back to school. I am angry with these other 2 sisters who are living in Georgetown and how expensive it is to live in Georgetown, and they're not making that much money. She was very specific about her frustrations with the money situation concerning college and what it costs for the kids to spend the summer in Georgetown.
Okay.
But she was going to see them the next day for July 4th.
Okay.
And then more general conversations about are the frustrations still the same at work? Yes, they are. Things haven't changed. The stock price isn't going up. Those kind of concerns.
Okay.
It was not nearly as lengthy a conversation at the time when I was in Florida.
Okay. And no specific comments about those other topics beyond what she had previously said. She was just reiterating.
Like The only difference, significant difference to me, was that now my sister was on Valium, and I was asking her if it was helping.
Okay. All right. And what about the October conversation? Anything? You don't need to repeat what you've already said.
Pretty much the same, but not nearly as lengthy. The same topics, of course. Then the girls were back in school, and it wasn't so much focused on the girls. Then it was more on Thanksgiving, and always, every conversation, short or long, was always about how things were at work.
Okay. But no specifics that you can remember beyond what you've already indicated.
In October?
Yes.
At this moment, it's not coming to me.
Okay. Just a couple more questions. I appreciate your reaching back. In this April timeframe, the statements that you've indicated you do remember specifically, was that all in one particular conversation, or was that spread out in different conversations over that 3-day period?
It was mainly two conversations when we were, well, Nortel was talked about in front of my mother, in front of my sister and brother, but the more specific things about stock prices and corporate management philosophies and coworkers and things she was feeling unhappy with, and that my specific statement, well, I said it quite a few times, so I might have said it in front of my mother and sister Lori also, but why don't you find another job? I was not the only person who suggested this to her. Members of the family were concerned about her health and that she should leave Nortel.
What I was getting at is the statements, the specific.
They were in two different evenings mainly, but also smaller versions of it when we were together as a family at my mother's home.
And did you learn by the fall that Margaret had in fact kept her scholarship?
I was told, and I also believe I suggested to her to write a letter of freshman forgiveness and ask to get it reinstated, and that she was a good quality person and maybe she just couldn't focus and she wanted to be, either she was or wanted to be a resident advisor, and she was being distracted, and to try and get it reinstated. And to my knowledge, it was.
And did you know that by the fall of 2001?
Did I know, but
Say by that October conversation when they were back in school.
I believe I knew it before then, because she went back to school, and I never heard my sister complain to me, oh, now we got to pay for Margaret's college education.
That's all I have on the board here. Thank you.
Does you have other questions? Just a couple. You had indicated in your statement that in addition to what you described as plumbing issues here.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last word you said.
In addition to what you described here as a frustration that Kathleen expressed regarding the plumbing, that there had been major termite damage to her home. What specifically did she say about that?
She told me there was over $10,000 worth of termite damage. And if I'm off by that number, it's by just a few thousand, but about 10,000 seems to come to mind. And I believe that was in the living room area. And then we talked about would homeowners cover it or not, and she thought not. She was having someone come in to try and figure it out. And I don't know if that was ever fixed or not.
Okay, with respect to that particular conversation regarding the termite damage, when would that have been?
Well, I know the bat colony thing was before they went to Bali. That one I exactly remember. The termite stuff. Part of me wants to say it was ongoing till she died, and then part of me thinks maybe it was resolved before. I'm just going to.
She has a bat colony in her house and termite damage, but she's taking trips to Bali and Paris. I think I know what the problem is.
I'm going to say, in general, it seemed like the last year and a half of her life we were talking about it, and it was not the first time we'd ever talked about termites with the house, but this was a big thing she had talked about. And some leak also in the ceiling and how they had to fix that.
Okay, what specifically did she say about that?
That there was a leak in the ceiling, old plumbing, things, it's an old house, it has to be fixed.
Okay. And I think you had indicated that you also indicated there's a bat colony there.
Yes, that one I really remember because I never knew really much about bats being in a house. And she told me before they went to Bali, which was a graduation gift from high school for the girls, and her secretary had found a excellent buy on airplane tickets, and they could really have a really nice trip. And unfortunately, Martha couldn't go because she got some great scholarship for something for the summer. So
what did you say?
Well, the point is they're getting ready to go on this extended vacation, and she's a bat colony or attic, and they were just gonna head off. This surprised me, they were going to head out of there and someone else could deal with the bat colony, and they hired professionals who come in and deal with it. I admired her attitude with a bat colony in her house, that she could just leave town and let somebody else deal with it. That would have not been something I would feel comfortable doing.
Do you recall specifically what she said about the bat colony?
That the roof was going to have to be fixed, and this was another major expense that she wasn't looking forward to having to pay. She had no idea how much it was going to cost, and she just have to deal with it later or it'd ruin her vacation.
No, that's all I have.
Anything else from the defense? It's possible. You can come down.
Okay.
All right, and Mr. Harden, let's back up for a second. And assuming that this would have been properly noticed as the then existing state of mind of the declarant, what were you explaining to me earlier as to why you didn't think it fit in under that category? Because of what?
Because of some of the historical nature of the comments that were made by Kathleen Peterson over an extended period of time to this witness.
Mm-hmm. And you believe, as Mr. Maher does, that...
I know what you're talking about, Nichelle, but I can't remember which is which either.
A recitation of just completely historical facts would be inadmissible, even under that exception, that the then existing state of mind. Because that's what the case says.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That's partly what the case says, that Mr. Maher handed up, and I don't know what it's called, Marichak or Marisak. I don't know which one it is, but in that case, they talk about historical facts. And in that case, Shaw testified that Vaporet told her that the defendant was having an affair with his cousin. The defendant was spending too much money in Czechoslovakia, including $200 on English tapes for his cousin. That the defendant didn't kiss her when he made him a birthday cake. That the defendant didn't touch her anymore. Susan McCall testified that same person told her that the defendant was having an affair with her cousin, that he didn't touch her anymore, that they no longer had sexual relations, that the defendant had bought a life insurance policy. Another witness testified that same witness, that defendant was having an affair with his cousin, that a box of condoms was missing, that he bought a life insurance policy he didn't need, and so forth. And the court says the statements were inadmissible because they were not statements of emotion, but were mere recitation of facts and were totally without emotion. So, I mean, it's pretty clear that a mere recitation of historical facts is not going to come in, at least under that exception.
Yes, sir.
But what they say in the case that Mr. Maher handed up is this. It says, after careful consideration of the records, brief, and contentions of both parties, we reverse the conviction and remand for a new trial. And they say, pursuant to another case that they have cited, a witness's testimony that recounts mere recitation of fact should be excluded, while testimony that includes both statements of fact and emotion may be admitted. And I think that's what this statement, even I think the statement that you gave him, includes both historical facts and statements of the declarant's emotion. and that's what I think her testimony appeared. They includes both. She's testifying as to what Mrs. Peterson told her emotional state was, and she gives a whole lot of examples of historical facts to support that. And I think if you have both, I think clearly under this case, it is admissible. Now, I'm not sure what Mr. Maher's argument would have been had you tried to introduce it under the state of mind exception. Of course, it requires notice, but quite frankly, I think you got notice of what the statements are and the emotions that are to be coming in. So I don't really think that's a problem. But nonetheless, let's go back to Mr. Maher. Do you have comments you want to make?
Just briefly, Your Honor. I think
if he tries to admit it under the state of mind exception.
Right. I think that is clearly not admissible under the catch-all exception. I guess I'd prefer Your Honor admit it, then we'd have this.
Well, that's why I'm trying to deal with it under another exception.
And we didn't get notice, and I heard a lot of things of all the stuff. I got a general notice. Obviously, she would make statements that she made. Some of these are similar. Some of them go far beyond what we got noticed. Concerns that one of the sons was coming off of health insurance, concerns about scholarships being lost, things of that nature, which were not in this notice at all. I think the court is faced with the difficult proposition of segregating what might be admissible from what would not be admissible. We've got 3 different occasions, multiple conversations in April, then another conversation in July, conversation in October, and I think there may be some phone conversations in between. Conversations that are just of historical fact, even if they are preceded by other conversations where there's emotion expressed, don't become admissible just because the same person said something on some other occasion. So clearly not all of what she says, I believe, could come in because there's a great deal of recitation of historical fact that isn't part of an explanation of emotion. And I think what the case says, and Your Honor was quoting it, is that you can't come in and just recite historical facts. If the person has said, I'm upset because of X, you don't have to edit the X out, the historical fact, because that's tied to the emotion.
Yeah, I think that's what they're saying. Yeah.
Right, but they don't, that doesn't say, and therefore any historical fact the person says at any part of that conversation or some later conversation somehow gets swept in.
Yeah, and I take it if Mr. Harden hadn't read the case, he ought to read the case. So I don't know if the case helps a whole lot because it doesn't really say explicitly what you're saying. I mean, you can get by implication that's what they meant. It doesn't say how much can come in and how much can't come in.
No, but it does, and obviously trial courts and then appellate courts have to try to draw these lines, but it does, I think, make clear that the purpose of the state of mind exception is to allow statements that go directly to somebody's state of mind, and when historical facts are part of that statement, they can come in because they're part of that statement. Not that all other historical facts that have ever been said by the person come in. And here what we've got is a great deal of historical fact mixed with some statements that include apparently statements of I'm upset because of management or stock price or whatever, but then a bunch of other things that are historical fact which would not be admissible. We haven't gotten notice.
In the interest of justice, if the court is concerned about the interest of justice, and it might appear to the court that this clearly doesn't come in under the residual hearsay clause, I mean, how, and if the court finds that it does come in under the then existing mental state of the declarant, I mean, how is the defendant really hurt from a notice requirement? He's not. He's not really hurt from the notice requirement. I mean, she's really expanded a whole lot.
Well, the expansion is where we're hurt on the notice requirement. If what she said was yes, I said.
I'm taking Mr. Harden is not going to really try to get all that other stuff in front of the jury. Well, he set up 3 categories that he probably needs to stick to, and not some of these other things that. Because I don't think the court has in mind that even if you say what the mental state is of the declarant, that you can cite any historical facts that you want to after that. I agree with you on that. But
on the notice, Your Honor obviously has seen what notice we actually got, and you've heard the testimony. Some of that I think goes beyond that. I don't know how much is going to be presented to the jury, and we would argue that to the extent it goes significantly beyond, as opposed to just a different phrasing or repeating of what we've already heard, we would be hurt by the notice. I guess I could argue, and I do argue, at least for the record, Mr. Hardin has specifically disclaimed that this doesn't meet this hearsay exception, and has made a very specific decision of how to proceed, and that decision is erroneous. Now, I can't cite any case that says Your Honor can't find a different basis to let in what the state has specifically disavowed as the basis for submission, but we would argue that, in fact, Mr. Hardin is correct.
He made the same argument that you initially made, was that it was just historical facts. That's why I asked him a minute ago for him to repeat what his position was. He didn't state to me that he knew, based on the case law, that it could be both historical facts and a statement of the mental state.
I'm assuming two things about Mr.
And your argument initially to the court was that these were just historical facts and they didn't contain both.
Which is what we were given notice of.
Yeah, I understand.
I guess I'm assuming two things.
So I'm saying Mr. Hardin could have been wrong about.
Well, I'm assuming two things about Mr.
About what the North Carolina law was on that issue. He might have been wrong to his detriment because he probably had to go through a whole lot more to get it into evidence under the that clause than he would under the existing state of mind clause. He might have made more work for himself than was necessary.
Yes, I'm assuming two things about Mr. Hardin. One is the elected DA, that he actually is aware of North Carolina law. I think the Marisec or Maricheck decisions from like 1998 or something didn't come out last week. And two, that he knows what his witness is actually going to say, and that he's made
some of that I found out he might not quite know.
Well, that he's probably aware of most of what she's going to say, that she's been here.
I think some of what he heard, he didn't imagine the witness was going to say.
I'm not sure necessarily this witness.
No, not necessarily this witness.
No, I was talking about this witness. I will stipulate that there are probably some things that maybe a previous witness said that we all hadn't expected. And that he made a rational choice and recognized that because of the amount of historical fact and how much of it was detached from emotion, that it wasn't admissible under that, and that wasn't just a mistake on his part. In addition, of course, if we're doing state of mind, Kathleen Peterson's state of mind would have to be relevant. If there had been, for example, some indication of an altercation between the two of them, that she had gotten angry at him and that had led to a fight, then her state of mind would be relevant. But here, there's no indication that she had any kind of relevant state of mind on the day she died that played into this. Is Mr. Peterson's state of mind. So in addition to a hearsay problem and our previous objections on relevance as to the finances, we would object to evidence about her state of mind when it's not tied to Mr. Peterson's state of mind on that. But I do think, and there was a whole bunch of statements. Life would be simpler if we were dealing with one statement and you could assess whether it was historical fact or was it truly coming in because of an expression of emotion, or whether that was really the tail wagging the dog. But most of what we heard is recitations of historical fact. It's spread out over different conversations. And I don't think you can just lump it all together because there were some expressions of emotion during this over a year-long period and say, okay, it all comes in because there were some expressions of emotion and therefore everything comes in. Beyond that, I think I've probably expressed all I have to express on this issue.
All right. It's hard not to find that the offer by the state is inadmissible under the catch-all provision. I find that if the state seeks to introduce it under the existing state of mind exception, it would be admissible. I would find, if you attempted to do that the defendant has received proper notice already through the written notice that you have given him. And he certainly has notice based on this witness's testimony in the voir dire. And we're going to take about a 10-minute break, and then you can tell the court whether you want to proceed under that section or not. That's your option. And then, depending on what you say, we need to determine whether or not it's a benefit to bring the jury back, considering we got about 4 or 5 days before we're going to be back in court. Whether it's reasonable to let the state start its testimony if it decides to do that, knowing that the defendant probably won't be able to cross-examine until we get back from the holiday. That's something we have to think about. But
yes, sir.
We're going to take a 10-minute break because she's been typing the whole time we've been here after lunch. So we'll take a break. We'll come back.
We'll stand recess for 10 minutes.
All right, Mr. Harden, what's the state's position as to how it elects to proceed?
I think the bottom line is that even though the state and Your Honor have differing opinions about the rule under which this information would be admissible and presented to the jury, it's clear to me that we both take the position that it is admissible for differing reasons. It's my position that the rules of evidence favor the admissibility of evidence, and with respect to how this may be viewed down the road, if it's admissible under either rule, then it was appropriately before the jury. So with that said, in the court's expression and belief that it is admissible under the third exception of 803, we would ask that the court find that and allow us to present the information under that exception.
All right, Mr. Maher.
Well, we object, and we'd like to have a continued objection to those portions that we've heard today or in the proffer that are allowed in. I didn't quite understand whether Mr. Harden was saying that he was not offering under the catch-all exception. He, in fact, apparently still agrees that it's not admissible under the state of mind. It should be the catch-all. That's an important distinction, and we believe it's not admissible under either. But if it's going to be admitted, there has to be a clear finding as to what the state is proceeding under and the basis it's being admitted under, because in the event of any appellate review, it makes a world of difference how that proceeding is gone. It's not a technicality of, well, it could have come in under some other, so we'll ignore which one it is.
I think he's right, and that's why I took the break, Mr. Harden. I guess instead of cleaning up the issue, you didn't clear it up as much as maybe the court wanted you to. But,
yes, sir.
And I guess the way we have to do it is this way. The court finds that it is not admissible under the catch-all because there is another provision that the court thinks is admissible under.
Yes, sir.
And that would be the then existing state of mind. That kind of leaves you with not trying to get it in or trying to get it in under that provision or some other provision. So
I'm sorry that I was not as articulate as I could possibly be, but we are moving to allow us to present the information under 803 exception 3 under the present sense impression, existing mental, emotional, physical condition of Ms. Peterson as she's relating all of the various statements to her sister Candace. Is that?
Well, it's clear to me what you're doing. I think it's clear, Mr. Maher, what you're doing at this point as to how you are proceeding.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Maher, is it not clear to you how he's proceeding at this point?
I understand that he has formally abandoned the catch-all and is now taking the approach Your Honor suggested. We object to the admission, particularly as we now have multiple conversations with historical fact mixed in with expressions that involve emotions, and they can't all come in as a group like that, so we would object.
Well, I agree with that also. That's something Mr. Harden is going to have to deal with when he questions his witness. So, and how are we proceeding now? Mr. Harden?
My understanding is this witness is not available on Tuesday. He's read the silence.
Your Honor, she has a child that's going back to high school. She needs to take the child to high school on Tuesday. She would like to be able to do that. It would be my intention to go ahead and begin calling the witnesses that would discuss medical issues in these cases, and probably do two of those and then come back to her testimony at a later point in the week.
All right. I take it by that time you will have prepared your order.
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
Your Honor, in light of the court's ruling, I would ask that we get some indication from Mr. Hardin about what specific state of mind statements he plans to elicit, so that when the witness is on the stand, we'll all be clear about what's going to be coming out. And if we start going beyond that, we'll be in a position to object in a timely fashion, and the court will be in a position to rule in a timely fashion.
Yeah, so, well, Ms. Hardin, you have the document that you attach to your notice to the residual hearsay clause statement, which, quite frankly, the court feels would be more than adequate notice on the present state of mind exception notice. Is essentially the same material.
Yes, sir.
It's just the provision of the code that's different. I don't think a notice under a present state of mind will be any different than what you have here, the document and the substance of the testimony that has been given. But I do agree with Mr. Maher that everything your witness says during this voir dire, and maybe even everything in the document, doesn't come in under a particular exception. So you're going to have to tailor what you want her to testify to and present it to the jury. And I think what he's asking now is, you have some kind of idea now, after having heard it, the particular areas that you intend to elicit from this witness.
And we can wait till Tuesday for that as well. I'm not meaning to put him on the spot.
If he doesn't know, if he knows now, then you have 5 days.
Yes, sir.
Or actually, whenever she comes back.
Yes,
I don't know when she's coming back to testify.
Well, Your Honor, as we have discussed, and I think the evidence has shown, that the statements that were made by Ms. Peterson to her sister Candace basically revolve around 3 separate time frames, so we will obviously concentrate on those. And with respect to impressions that don't directly relate to conversations about Ms. Peterson's circumstances at Nortel's specific circumstances, the family's financial circumstances, and the condition of the home, we would not, those are the areas that we would ask about. We won't ask about areas that are based on impressions, but we will try to elicit information specifically from the witness as it relates to actual conversation. I hope that's helpful.
Is it, counsel?
Well, I think we're just going to be in a position where we're going to have to make our objections at the time the testimony is coming in, because I think there's part of it that may very well be present sense impressions, but unless something is connected with a statement of present sense impression, the mere fact that it comes within the same conversation doesn't make it admissible if it's a statement of historical fact. So I think what we're probably going to do is just have to, I was hoping that we would have 2 or 3 statements of mental impressions, and we'd know that that's what was going to come out. But what I'm hearing is he's still planning on going through the whole conversation.
Well, he may not have had time actually to sit down and focus in on exactly what he's going to. And so now that it does appear that there are going to be other witnesses before this witness returns, Mr. Hardin, if you can think about it over the weekend and during the time period before this witness testifies, and be more specific notice-wise to the defendant as to the specific area you intend to go over with this witness. I mean, you brought Deirdre here, so I mean, she's told you what she knows. I would think that you could narrow down a little bit more specifically what the emotion is and what the facts to support it might be, so that they can have some kind of idea how to cross-examine, prepare their cross-examination of the witness.
Yes, sir.
What about that? How does that sound, Mr.
Yes, sir, that's fine.
Yeah. All right. We have any other issues we have to deal with? I know we have to get the jury back here, but all right. Well, let's bring the jury back so I can tell them when they're coming back. All right, members of the jury, I'm going to send you on your weekend and your holiday. recess. Remember the instructions the court has given you throughout the course of this trial. Keep an open mind about the case. Stay clear of the parties and the witnesses involved in this case. Don't read about the case in the papers or anywhere. Don't watch TV about the case. Don't do any independent research. We'll see you Tuesday at 9:30.
Thank you.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently an Associate Chief Medical Examiner at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Chapel Hill and a staff neuropathologist at UNC Medical Center.
With respect to the current positions that you hold in neuropathology and as, did you say, Assistant Chief Medical Examiner?
Associate Chief
Medical Examiner. Would you please describe to the jury what your educational background has been as it relates to those fields?
Sure. I went to college at Columbia University and then graduated from medical school at the University of Massachusetts. I then went on to 6 years of training after medical school. The first year I was an internal medicine resident at the University of Massachusetts Medical Center. Then I went on to 2 years of anatomic pathology, also at the University of Massachusetts Medical Center. I then started subspecialty training in forensic pathology and completed that program at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston. And then I went on to also subspecialize in neuropathology. And the first year I completed at Columbia University and the second year at Brown University.
All right. Now, with respect to your responsibilities at the medical examiner's office, please describe those to the jury as it relates to the two fields you've already identified.
Sure. At the medical examiner's office, my main function as Associate Chief Medical Examiner is to perform autopsies and to determine why people died. The cause of death is any disease or illness that causes a physiologic derangement that results in a death. I'm also involved with determining the manner of death. In the manner of death, there's only 5. There's homicide, which is an intentional act that results in the death of another. There's suicide, that's an intentional act that results in the death of oneself. There's an accident that's similar to some random act of God. And there's a natural death, where someone dies naturally. There's also undetermined, a case when you can't exactly determine what the manner was.
Now, during your career, have you had the occasion then in those two fields to perform various aspects of autopsies?
Yes. During my hospital training in anatomic pathology, I performed approximately 50 hospital autopsies, where all of the manner of death was natural. People died of natural diseases. And in my forensic pathology training, I performed just under 300 forensic autopsies. After that year, I worked for a year in San Jose, California as an assistant medical examiner at that office and performed approximately 250 autopsies. Since then, I've been employed in Chapel Hill for just over a year and performed another 250 autopsies. So altogether for forensic autopsies, I performed just under 800, and for hospital autopsies, just under 50.
Now, with respect to the 800 forensic autopsies that you have performed, were any of those related to the field of neuropathology?
Yes. And as a neuropathologist for the hospital for UNC and as a consultant in Chapel Hill, I also perform specialized autopsies in neuropathology, which is brain and spinal cord cases where they're either natural disease or they're trauma cases. And during my training, I performed in the 2 years of neuropathology approximately 250 autopsies. And since then, as a staff person in San Jose, California, and in Chapel Hill, probably another 500.
Now, Dr. Gleckman, have you had the opportunity to publish articles or papers in the field of either forensic pathology or forensic neuropathology?
Yes.
Would you generally describe to the jury what types of papers or publications you've had with respect to those fields?
Sure. Most of the papers that I've published have been in neuropathology, and several of them relating to neurotrauma, including such things as shaken baby syndrome.
Have you had the occasion to testify as an expert in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Any courts in the state or other courts around the country?
Yes, in Massachusetts and California and North Carolina. I've testified as an expert in anatomic pathology, forensic pathology, and neuropathology about 8 or 9 times altogether.
Okay. And just so we're clear, I want you've identified with your testifying as an expert 3 different areas. I want to make sure that we're clear on what the demarcation lines of those disciplines would be. So if you would please describe the field of pathology, and then the field of forensic pathology, and then the field of forensic neuropathology, please.
Sure. The field of pathology in general is a field that physicians or medical doctors are in that is not directly involved with patient care, but is the diagnosis of tissues, everything from a skin biopsy to find out what's wrong with the skin to something like a pap smear, or also acting as a consultant to a hospital surgeon in the operating room. You'll be given a piece of tissue and the surgeon will often know whether the tissue is a tumor, or whether if it is a tumor, whether it's benign or malignant. The field of forensic pathology that I trained in is specifically for, primarily for non-natural deaths, but also involves sudden natural deaths. Forensic pathology, as I referred to a little bit before, is the study of why people die, and essentially why people die suddenly, and that there's any type of traumatic death or any type of natural death. And our basic purpose is to determine the cause of death, as I mentioned, anything from gunshot wound to the head to a heart attack, and the manner of death, which is homicide, suicide, accident, or natural. And then neuropathology is a subspecial training I have that's the pathology, including natural disease and trauma of the brain and spinal cord and skeletal muscles and nerves.
All right. And how does the field of forensic neuropathology directly relate to forensic pathology as a discipline?
It relates because a lot of causes of death are within the head.
Well, Nichelle, I couldn't find that one. But I found this one. Yeah, the Tom Holland one is my all-time favorite. I've lost track. I don't even know how many times I watched that one. That is my all-time favorite. I will watch that thing over and over and over. That was good. That one was good.
And head trauma is a major cause of death. And the subspecialized training that I have enables me to have a much more specific ability to look at a brain and determine why someone might have died, whether it's natural, whether it's an accident, or a homicide.
You know, at this point, we would tender Dr. Gleckman as an expert in the field of forensic pathology and also in the field of forensic neuropathology. Now, Dr. Gleckman, I think you've indicated that you have been working at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner over at University of North Carolina for approximately how long now, sir?
About 1 year and 3 months.
All right. I want to direct your attention to April of last year, specifically April the 21st, of this year, and ask whether you became involved in the forensic autopsy of an individual identified as Elizabeth Ratliff.
Yes, I did.
Would you please describe to the jury how you became involved and what role you played in that autopsy?
Well, my initial involvement was during the general autopsy that Dr. Radish was in charge of. And during that time, she had me examine the scalp and the head of Ms. Ratliff. A few days later, she presented me with the brain tissue that had been taken from the original autopsy, I believe about 17 years before. And she had me take a look and give her my opinion of what I thought was wrong with that brain.
Okay. Now, if you would please describe to the jury exactly what you did as it related to the observations you made in the general autopsy. I think you essentially said you were concentrating on the head and scalp.
Correct.
Okay.
I was there for the very beginning of the autopsy, but pretty much concentrated on the head and scalp. I was present and witness as Dr. Radish was showing me what she thought was important on the head and the scalp. And I was not present when the skull was actually opened, but was later presented with photographs that were taken during that time of the autopsy.
All right. Now, with respect to the observations you made during the general autopsy, were you, you just looked at the scalp and the head. Did you look at the remainder of the body as well?
Very briefly, mostly concentrated on the scalp and head, because as a neuropathologist, I had a good idea that Dr. Radish would want me to take a special look at the brain.
Okay.
And I've trained in forensic pathology and neuropathology, and I know that the external surface of the head is very important to examine to understand what's going on in the
They're talking
the inside
about
of the head.
Elizabeth again now.
Was your specific reason then for being there related to your expertise in the field of forensic neuropathology?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you had indicated that after Dr. Radish had actually extracted the brain matter, that you had an opportunity to look at photographs of that?
I actually looked at the brain tissue itself a few days later.
Okay. If you would, please go ahead and describe exactly what you did as related to your examination of the brain matter and any photographs that you saw.
Sure. The photographs that I saw were photographs taken of the scalp and other areas of head and the rest of the body after the general autopsy was finished. And the rest of my examination occurred a few days later when I was presented by Dr. Radish with different sections of the actual brain tissue. And at that time, I made further sections in the tissue as far as my examination. And from those sections of the gross brain tissue or sections of brain, I took little sections, and our histotechnician prepared them as microscopic slides. So later on, I believe it was a day or two later, I looked at them under the microscope and examined them that way also.
Now, with respect to the portion of the brain that you saw, were you able to identify every aspect of the brain that you were provided as a normal, a typically configured human brain?
No.
Go ahead and describe what you saw then.
Sure. What I saw was that during the original autopsy, the brain had been cut in a very unconventional manner. The brain stem or small portion of the brain at the bottom of the brain that connects between the brain and spinal cord was cut vertically instead of horizontally. So the structures were much harder to identify than usual. And the brain stem, including the portions of the brain, the medulla, the pons, and the midbrain, had missing pieces. Also, the cerebellum, which is the little portion in the back of the brain that helps us balance ourselves, also had missing pieces. And the cerebrum, or main portion of the brain, also had missing sections.
Okay. Could you be a little more specific? You've identified several areas of the brain. Just kind of using your own head, can you identify generally where they are located?
Sure. The cerebrum is the biggest portion of the brain, located throughout the top, up above the skull base. The cerebellum, as I pointed out, is in the back of the brain and at the bottom of the brain. The brain stem is a connection between the main portion of the brain, or the cerebrum, and the spinal cord, which is down below.
Okay. Now, with respect to what you were presented as the brain of Elizabeth Ratliff, were you able to determine exactly how much of the brain was provided to you?
Not a precise amount, but I estimate about half or a little bit more than half of the actual brain tissue I was able to examine and was remaining for me.
Now, you are obviously aware that there was an autopsy many years prior.
Correct.
And you knew that when you actually went into this process, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you have an opportunity to review the autopsy that had been prepared by Dr. Barnes some 17 and a half years earlier?
I was able to review the actual report and some subsequent reviews of the case at the AFIP, or Armed Forces Institute of Pathology. There were no photographs available for me to examine, and there were no microscopic glass slides for me to be able to examine.
With respect to the size of the brain or the weight of the brain, did that report give you some indication of an approximate weight?
It did. I believe it was 740 grams, or somewhere in the 700 gram range.
No, I mean with respect to what was originally what was originally identified by Dr. Barnes as an approximate weight of the brain.
Well, Dr. Barnes gave an approximate weight of, I can't remember exactly, but I believe it was about, I could check now to refresh my memory.
Sure.
Dr. Barnes had given an approximate weight of 1,300 grams.
And you're aware that he actually did not weigh the brain?
I was not sure of that. It said approximately, and usually when pathologists don't actually weigh it on a scale, they say approximately.
Okay. Now, based on your experience and your training, what is the approximate weight of the average human brain?
Well, for women, it's usually about 1,100 or 1,200 grams. For men, it's usually about 1,300 or 1,400 grams. And it's not related to intelligence or anything like that. It's related to the fact that most women have smaller stature, and men and women that are of equal size will have just about the same size brain.
Okay. Now, with respect to the brain portions that you received, did you weigh those?
Yes.
And how much did they weigh?
Those were Those were 740 grams, and that was actually weighed by Dr. Radish at the time of of her autopsy that she did.
Okay. Now, let me go back because I want to make sure that I'm clear. You'd indicated that you identified the major areas of the brain that was presented to you.
Yes.
I think you had indicated that it had been sectioned in an unconventional way.
That's correct.
But you were still able to identify the major areas that were of interest to you?
Yes. And pretty much all of the areas of the brain of importance, there was some representative portion there for me to look at, but there certainly wasn't all the structures there able for me to look at.
All right. Now, with respect to the visual examination of the brain or brain portions that you had, go ahead and describe what you saw to the jury, please.
Sure. Well, the first thing that amazed me was that after having been dead for 17 years, Ms. Radish's brain was actually very well preserved, and that was pretty striking. It had been embalmed very, very well at the time of death or after death, and it was a little bit dried out and it was discolored a little bit, but it was remarkably well preserved. And I found 4 major things that were abnormal with the brain.
And what were those?
Those were different areas of hemorrhages that were bleeding, that were recent or acute, and those were in different spaces of the brain. There were epidural hemorrhage, which is in the epidural space. May I use the diagram now, or?
In just a second. With respect to the external exam, did you see any injury other than artifact from the extraction of the brain and the section of the brain?
During the time that Dr. Radish was doing the autopsy?
Yes.
I did. I saw several injuries.
Right.
And I reviewed these with Dr. Radish at the time. At that time, I noticed approximately 7 lacerations on the scalp, on multiple areas of the scalp. There was a laceration. A laceration is a tissue tear, and it's from blunt trauma, either an object striking the head or the head striking a flat surface or some sort of blunt surface. And these were on multiple areas of the head, including the top of the head. There's one on the left side of the forehead. There's one on the left side of the head. And they were 4 separate ones also on the back of the head, on both the left and right sides, I believe.
All right. And with respect to the brain itself, just the external visual examination, not as it relates to any microscopic analysis that you've conducted, but the external visual examination, did you see injury other than the artifact that had been caused when the brain was originally extracted and sectioned?
I did. I clearly saw that there was blood on the oversurface of the dura. The dura is a fibrous covering over the brain that has somewhat of the consistency of leather, and it looked to be hemorrhage on that surface of the brain. And if I could just refer to my notes.
I have no objection to Dr. Clifton referring to his notes, but if he's referring to something other than the report that he prepared, I'd like to get a copy of those at some point.
This is my report that I'm looking at. I also, at the time of just looking at the brain sections itself, not under the microscope, I also saw hemorrhage in the as I mentioned, the epidural space and an area of discoloration over the surface of the brain. Also at the time, I saw prominent tonsils of the cerebellum. At the time, I wasn't completely convinced that it was evidence of brain herniation. What happens sometimes is when there's brain trauma, the head will become swollen, and because the brain is in a fixed vault, the skull, and the skull doesn't expand, sometimes when the brain's injured, there can be herniation or pushing of the parts of the cerebellum, which is the little portion of the brain, under the foramen magnum, which is the big hole at the base of the brain, and it'll be pushed under, and you can see it looks sort of prominent or notched, and there was some suggestion of that also.
All right. Now, before we proceed with respect to at least identifying areas of the brain, would it be helpful for you to use a chart to describe those to the jury?
Yes, I think it'll be very helpful.
Matt, please, witness, please.
Yes.
You have a small copy.
Let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit V18 and ask whether you can identify this, please.
Yes, I can.
What is it?
This is a diagram from an atlas of anatomy from Dr. Frank Netter.
And what does the information on it describe?
This information describes a front-on view of the head, or coronal view, and it shows the different layers all the way from the skin at the surface of the head down to the brain itself, almost like a CAT scan would show.
And will this diagram assist you in describing to the jury various aspects of the brain as it relates to the examination that you conducted?
Yes.
And at this point, we move into evidence what is marked as State's Exhibit D18.
It's allowed.
Can the witness come down, please, to answer questions as it relates to this diagram?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Gleckman, if you would please describe to the jury exactly what is depicted in this photograph so that they understand various areas of the skull and brain matter as it relates to your examination.
Sure. This is a picture of the head, and we're looking straight on at the front of the head, and that, they mentioned, it's called a coronal view.
Excuse me, before you go further, I want to make sure you understand the jurors down there. Sure, need to be able to see what you're doing. Okay. All right, go ahead.
And at the very outer surface, this is the top of the head, shows the skin. And these are the different layers of the scalp. Right here, underneath the scalp here is called the galea aperneurotica, and this is the so-called subgaleal space that during Dr. Radish's autopsy, I noticed that there were several areas of hemorrhage down deep in that space at the time she did that autopsy. Below the scalp, we have the skull, or the part of the skull called the calvarium, which is at the top of the skull. And just to show you the major structures, down here is the brain tissue itself. And between the skull and the brain, there's layers called the meninges, and those are coverings of the brain. Now, in the case of Ms. Ratliff's brain, the different areas of hemorrhage I can point out to you now. There's this space, the epidural space, that points to right here, and there was area of hemorrhage down in here. And this, I believe, was largely related to the skull fracture that I saw during Dr. Radish's autopsy. Under here is you can see labeled the dura mater itself, and there's areas of hemorrhage that were recent or fresh in the dura itself too.
And when you say recent or fresh, put that in the context of time in relation to her death.
It was definitely within several hours of the time of her death. I can't give you an exact number, but it was a matter of hours.
Okay, so when you're talking about recent, you're not talking about as it relates to the time of the autopsy that was conducted here at the Chief Medical Examiner's office, is that right?
That's correct. This was right during the time that she was dying.
Okay.
And as I mentioned, it was also very well preserved, which is remarkable because she had been dead for approximately 17 years. And there's also subdural hemorrhage, and this is the subdural space down in here, and this is sub or under the dura. And the dura I mentioned is a fibrous covering of the brain that has the consistency of leather. Now, also below here is this thin membrane called the arachnoid membrane, and this membrane has the consistency of something like saran wrap. And there's also recent or fresh hemorrhage that was under that layer, in which called the subarachnoid space also. So there were areas of recent hemorrhage in the epidural space, which is above the dura, the subdural space, which is below the dura itself, or what I call intradural hemorrhage, and then the subarachnoid space, which is right under this membrane of the arachnoid, right above the brain.
And just point those out again, just so we're clear.
Sure. This is the subarachnoid space down in here. Again, this is the brain tissue itself.
And you had injury in that area?
Yes, there was recent hemorrhage there.
And then come back up.
This is the subdural space right here, and there was hemorrhage that I could see under the microscope here also.
And exactly what is a hemorrhage?
It's bleeding.
Okay.
And this is the epidural space right up in here, and I also saw hemorrhage or bleeding in that space also.
Was there other bleeding above the epidural space?
Yes, there was, that I saw during the time of Dr. Radish's autopsy. When I performed my separate consultation, I only had the brain tissue itself and some of the coverings of the brain tissue, including the dura and the arachnoid. But the subgaleal hemorrhage that is right below the scalp, right here in this area, this I saw during the time of Dr. Radish's autopsy by myself, and also photographs thereafter.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, in addition to the visual examination that you've described, you conducted a microscopic examination as well. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead and describe exactly how you went about that process and what your findings were, please.
Sure. Well, during the portion where I was looking at the sections of the actual tissue, I take what's called little sections, they're almost like cubes of tissue, and put them in plastic cassettes. They're little containers, and the histotechnician will process them, and after she processes them, she gives me glass slides. So I'm able to look at really thin sections under the microscope. And I examined those also with Dr. Smith, who was present at the original time I looked at the regular brain tissue.
All right. With respect to your findings, exactly what did those reveal to you?
Well, when I looked at the slides from the microscope, I clearly saw that there was hemorrhage on the outer surface of the dura, or the epidural hemorrhage, which again was bleeding that was fresh or recent. There's also hemorrhage within the dura. Also, there was subdural hemorrhage, which was hemorrhage under the dura, and there's subarachnoid hemorrhage also. And again, surprisingly, under the microscope, the brain tissue looked incredibly good for someone who had been dead for 17 years.
All right. May we approach the bench, please?
All right, this is David Mayor, Madam, so we'll have to take care of outside of the jury's present. I need you to make sure Mr. Aim takes his headset. All right, what specifically, counsel, have we taken the jury out of the room for?
Judge, we had a motion with regard to basis for Dr. Gleckman giving opinions with regard to the cause of the lacerations. I've got no problem with him testifying about his internal findings and what they indicated. But if he is going to get into not just that there was blunt trauma, but what, in his opinion, caused the lacerations, and that's where we had a motion going to the scientific basis for that.
All right, Mr. Howard.
Your Honor, in his report, Dr. Gleckman describes the cause of death as blunt force trauma to the head, and he also indicates that due to the character and number of the scalp lacerations, the inflicted trauma is clearly from a homicidal assault. We would be eliciting those opinions from him in addition to some others as it relates to whether any of these injuries are cumulatively consistent with a fall or from being struck with some object. So those are the types of opinions we'll be listing from him.
All right, Mr. Rudolph, you know what his opinions are. Do you want to question him at this time? All right.
Good morning, Dr. Glenn.
Good morning.
I wanted to just make sure I understood what your opinions were, and then we'll get to the base of them in a minute. As I understood from reading your report, and correct me if I'm wrong because I'm going just based on your report, your opinion with regard to cause of death was blunt trauma, correct, to the head?
It was blunt trauma to the head, correct.
And that opinion by itself doesn't tell us anything about what the nature of the blunt trauma was, correct?
Well, I gave a comment as to what I thought was the nature, but just the cause of death itself does not.
Okay.
Again, I'm acting as a consultant in this manner, and the actual cause of death was up to Dr. Radish to determine for herself with my report and my input.
Yes, sir. Now, with regard to the cause of the blunt trauma, if we will, or what the mechanism of injury was, if that's something you're comfortable talking about.
Yes.
Were you able to come to some opinion as to whether the cause of the lacerations, well, let me ask you this. In coming to the conclusion that this was a homicide rather than a fall, let's say, was there anything about the internal findings that you relied upon?
Internal as far as the brain tissue itself?
Yes.
Those findings did not in and of itself say, I could not tell the difference from just those findings.
Okay, so just so we're clear, with regard to the neuropathology that you did, you couldn't tell from that whether she would have died from a fall or from some sort of homicidal attack.
That's correct. If I had just been presented with that and hadn't been present and seen the rest of the autopsy, I could not determine whether, in my opinion, it was from a fall or from a homicide.
Okay. And so when you say be present with the rest of the autopsy, what we're really talking about are the lacerations on the scalp.
Right. The lacerations on the scalp, and there are also contusions under the lips or bruising under the lips. There's also what I thought was a contusion around, I believe it was the left eye, that I also thought was indicative of an assault versus a fall.
Okay, so we've got the lacerations, contusion by the eye.
Right.
Which eye was that?
That was the left eye.
Okay, and did you say contusions under the lips?
Correct, and those are described in Dr. Radish's report.
All right, let me focus first then on the contusions, and then we'll get to the lacerations. With regard to the contusions of the lips, what was it about that led you to believe that those came from a homicidal attack versus a fall?
Well, often when people are assaulted or punched, they'll have contusions on the lips and the eyes, and those are not typical areas to get bruising during a fall. During falls, you get injuries to bony prominences on the outer surface and outer planes, such as around the eyebrows, the bridge of the nose, and places that are prominent, not places where some object would have to get through the outer surface into the actual face itself.
All right. And with regard to the lips, was it the upper lip or the lower lip?
I believe it was both.
All right. And would it be your testimony then that the chin or the mouth is not an area that would be subject to being in contact with a floor or a step if someone were falling?
I think it'd be very unusual to have contusion under the lips.
Okay. And when you say under the lips, are you talking about the gums or
the inner surface of the lips, not the actual gums?
Okay, and not the outer surface of the lips.
Correct.
All right.
The mucosal surface of the lips, or the inner surface.
And were you able to tell from that examination the age of those particular contusions?
Not the precise age, but they look recent or fresh.
Well, we're talking how many hours before death, could you tell?
I'd say within several hours.
When you say several, are we talking 2, are we talking 4, are we talking 6?
I can't tell you precisely.
All right. And the eye, the contusion to the eye, where was that located exactly?
That, if I could just refer to my notes,
Yes,
that's Dr. Radish's report.
Yes, sir.
And I have the autopsy photographs too in my folder.
All right. And if it would help you to point it out on the autopsy photograph, that's fine.
It's mostly on the left eyelid and also on the top of the left eye.
Do you have a picture there that you're looking
do.
at? May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
We have a laundry pen. All right, so we're talking about that area right there?
Correct.
Which is sort of just under the eyebrow?
Correct.
Okay. And is not the eye, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, it's not direct, it's under the eyebrow, but it's also on the top surface of the eye itself.
Okay, well, so it extends down from a little bit below the eyebrow.
Also on the lid.
Into the eyelid?
Correct.
All right. And would it be your testimony then that that kind of bruise could not be the result of someone falling and hitting their eye or the area just above the eye, the eyebrow area?
I think it would be unlikely, not impossible though.
Okay. And on what do you base it would be unlikely?
Unlikely from my training, my experience in having autopsied people that had fallen and autopsying people that were victims of assault.
And just to follow up on that, do you have any idea of how many people you've autopsied who died as a result of, adults now I'm talking about, not children, who died as a result of a accidental fall?
Approximately 4.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 4 downstairs.
4 downstairs.
Right, but several more for falls from high buildings and other places.
All right. Let's focus on the stairs.
Sure. They're completely different types of traumas.
Right. With regard to the 4 downstairs, do you know how many stairs they fell down?
I can't recall exactly.
All right. And do you know whether those stairs were carpeted or wood or concrete or what they were?
I can remember that at least one was wood, and I can definitely remember that one was concrete, and those I was actually at the death scene examining the body myself.
Right. And you remember were those long stairways or short stairways? Do you remember?
They were pretty long stairways.
We're talking like 10 steps or?
Approximately.
And were those people intoxicated, do you know?
Actually, all of them were.
All of them?
Yes.
And age ranges?
The age range were, I'd say, they were all probably between 20 and 50, and they all had ethanol or alcohol levels over 0.2.
And in terms of the surfaces around those stairways, do they have, for example, railings?
Yes, all of them had railings.
Do you know what kind of railings they had? Do you recall at this point? Or the shape of the railings? Or?
I can't remember the shape, but the railing at one outdoor scene where the stairs were concrete at an apartment complex, that was metal. And a scene at a house that had wood stairs, that railing was wood.
Okay. But in terms of the shape, at this point, it's just...
I can't recall.
All right. And what about the wall surfaces next to the stairway? Do you recall anything about them in those other scenes?
Wall surfaces as far as what material it was made out of?
Exactly.
I can't recall.
Anything else you can recall about those scenes themselves in terms of the stairways?
The actual stairways, as I mentioned, one was definitely an outdoor stairway and one was inside a house. I can't, as far as the physical character of the stairways, I can't recall any other details.
Okay. Is biomechanics, do you know what biomechanics are?
Yes, but I'm not an expert in that field.
Okay. Have you had any kind of training? Well, first of all, what's your understanding of what biomechanics is?
It's relating physics, the principles of physics, to human injuries, as far as I know.
Okay. And indeed, there's a whole area of specialty called injury biomechanics, right?
As I mentioned, I'm not an expert in that field, but so.
Have you had any training at all in injury biomechanics?
Well, I have had relating to head trauma, but not the actual field itself. That is out of my area of expertise.
And what training have you had in injury biomechanics in terms of head trauma?
Well, understanding the way the brain will move in the head when it's impacted.
All right, the internal biomechanics.
Correct, and the outside of the scalp also.
Have you had any training, for example, in evaluating how the biomechanics of how lacerations on scalps may be inflicted? Any training in that?
No.
In terms of the lacerations themselves, I think we've covered the two contusions now.
Right.
Anything else about the contusions that led you to feel like they were the result of a beating as opposed to a fall?
Well, those in and of itself, I said, I did not see in cases of falls down stairs or other sorts of falls. They were unusual to me, but they're very common in assaults. But I did mention that it's not impossible for those to happen during some falls, but it was the number of the lacerations, the fact that they were on multiple different planes of the head that had, determined to me that clearly it was from a homicidal assault and not from a fall.
All right. So, can you explain to us what your scientific basis was for coming to the conclusion that the lacerations, the locations of the lacerations indicated a beating rather than a fall?
Well, it was the multiple locations of them.
Okay.
In my experience and training and the people that I have trained with, all of us, I've discussed with people I trained with in Massachusetts. I discussed with my former boss in Santa Clara County in San Jose, because we had a very similar sort of case to this as the Ratliff case. And in our experiences, in mine, I have never seen someone who's died falling downstairs that had more than one laceration to the head. And in fact, about half of the ones that I've seen and others that I've reviewed with and in our office in North Carolina, they often have no lacerations.
And how many have you reviewed with regard to falls downstairs here in North Carolina?
Well, I reviewed them with Dr. Radish, and there's been, again, you have to characterize it into age range, non-pediatric age range,
yes,
and not elderly people.
Adults, yes.
And adults up until middle age, I believe there are about 40 different falls downstairs. And in those cases in this state, none of those victims had more than one laceration on their scalp.
And is that part of the basis of your opinion then?
Yes, and as I mentioned, I had involved peripherally with a similar case in California and had the exact same number of scalp lacerations, and it was the same sort of issue, and it was unheard of by anyone that I've ever worked with to ever have more than one, but certainly not more than 7 lacerations in multiple areas of the scalp.
Would it be fair to say then that what you're basing this on is anecdotal evidence of other fall cases. Is that a fair statement?
In a sense, you can't do experiments on people falling downstairs. So a lot of forensic pathology is basing it on history that you get and different cases by several other forensic pathologists and their experiences.
Right. And these fall cases, do you have a list of the fall cases?
I don't have them with me. Dr. Radish has a list of the different cases in North Carolina.
And were those autopsies gathered up? The autopsies in those cases?
Many of them were autopsied, some of them weren't.
How would you know how many lacerations there were then?
Well, by the external exam. You can find lacerations by closely looking at the head.
Well, I guess what database were you looking at when you try to determine whether there's more than one laceration? What were you looking at?
By reports, by autopsy reports, and
right. And are those autopsy reports gathered together in a place? Have you actually reviewed those autopsy reports?
No, I haven't. Dr. Radish has.
Okay.
And she compiled the data.
Okay. Other than your personal experience and what's been reported to you as the experience of other people in whatever number of fall cases they've seen, and I take it, sir, if somebody says to you, I've never seen this before in a fall, you don't necessarily know how many fall cases downstairs in a particular circumstance they've actually done an autopsy on, right?
That's correct. And I've reviewed it with several forensic pathologists that have many years, including over 20 years experience, like my boss, Dr. Butts. And no one in their experiences has seen any times where they had clearly more than one scalp laceration on the head in a fall downstairs.
Okay. And do you know, for example, how many falls down wooden stairs Dr. Butts has seen over his career?
I don't know the exact number.
Do you know even an approximate number?
I don't know.
How about your boss out in Santa Clara? Do you know how many falls downstairs, wooden stairs?
He's seen several, but I don't know the number. And he goes to several death scenes. And in fact, the scene I mentioned that I've been to of a fall downstairs, he was at also. And he goes to approximately 50 scenes a year.
But those aren't all falls, obviously.
No.
Do you know how many were falls?
I don't know, but dying from fall downstairs is pretty rare.
So
with young, relatively healthy people.
So there wouldn't be that many cases in sort of the database then?
Well, Dr. Radish found, I believe, about 40 cases in North Carolina, and I think approximately the last 11 years in the state, 40 just within the young adult to older adult age range, not including elderly people.
Okay. So I guess not that rare then.
No, it's not that rare.
And did you know anything about the environmental factors in those 40 cases? For example, what stairs were made out of?
No.
Was that available?
No.
Or what the wall surface was next to the stairs?
No, to my knowledge, that was not included. In all the reports, in some I'm sure it was, but to my knowledge it wasn't included in all of them.
Okay. With regard to looking at the lacerations themselves, you can tell just from looking at the laceration and from your own science whether or not a particular laceration is the result of a blunt force or an incised force, correct? Or a sharp?
Most of the time. In this case, I could tell that it was from a blunt surface and not on Ms. Ratliff's head from a sharp object such as a knife or a razor.
Right, and the way you can tell that, generally speaking, is if there's some bridging going across the cut, even deep down, and if the edges are abraded sort of more generally than just right at the very
very end, you can tell pretty much that it's going to be a blunt object versus a sharp object, right?
That's correct, and it tends to be more jagged also.
Right.
And not as much of a nice precise line.
Right. And that's based on sort of scientific principles that, you can look at it and you can tell that if it's a sharp object, it's going to cut through those bridging tissues, and if it's not a sharp object, it's generally not going to cut through the bridging tissues. Right?
Correct, and that's also reported in forensic pathology textbooks and basic forensic pathology training.
Right. Now, with regard to whether or not a particular blunt force trauma is caused, say, by a flat object hitting the head or the head hitting a flat object, is there anything that you can look at in terms of the laceration itself to tell the difference in those two situations?
Not really. Sometimes either an object hitting the head or the head hitting an object that has a very distinct pattern to it, I believe is called a pattern injury.
Right.
And in those cases, you can tell, such as if someone slammed someone over the head with something that had a certain label on it, you can sometimes see that.
Right.
But often you can't.
In other words, if it's a flat, blunt object, it's pretty hard to tell whether it's hitting the head or the head hit it, right?
It is hard to tell.
And is there any, other than your experience with, I think you said four staircases?
4 falls from stairs that resulted in their death.
Okay. Other than those 4 cases and your conversations with other pathologists based on whatever their experience is, do you have any scientific basis for coming to the opinion that these particular lacerations were caused by blows to the head as opposed to a fall?
Well, now, these particular lacerations, not each one individually, but given the fact that there's 7 of them that are distinct, makes me come to the conclusion.
Yes, and I understand that. What I was asking is, other than your personal experience with the 4, and then the experience of other people with whatever number of falls, accidental falls they've had with adults, is there any other scientific basis for your opinion?
Well, I did an extensive literature search and was able to find absolutely no case reports of people that had multiple lacerations that had fallen down staircases.
And were there any particular articles that you read about accidental falls down staircases and the kinds of injuries that are inflicted in those situations?
Well, surprisingly, none of them actually address the number of lacerations people have on the scalp.
Right. So the literature is a little bit scarce on that particular subject.
It is, and I think because it's accepted as such a basic concept that people that fall downstairs don't have multiple lacerations, but people who have blunt head trauma from either a beating or having their head slammed against something will have multiple ones, because each laceration is from a separate impact to the head. And when people fall downstairs, there's only one fall from an actual height. They hit their head and then they slide down the rest of the way. They don't have falls from a standing height 7 times.
How do you know that there's only one impact when somebody falls down a set of stairs?
Well, there's only one impact from a standing height, because once you fall, you hit the stairs.
Right, and then there can be other impacts, can there not, as you're falling?
Right, but not nearly as forceful, because you're not falling from a standing height again.
And have you done any studies of the difference in forces, for example?
No.
Between a fall from a particular height and a fall from hitting your head as you go down a set of stairs?
No.
And in this particular case, you couldn't tell with regard to all of the lacerations how thick they were, correct? How deep they were.
Well, multiple of them were pretty much through the scalp itself and gave subgaleal hemorrhage or hemorrhage under the scalp. So they were actually forceful, deep lacerations.
Right. And do you know anything about whether those kind of lacerations could have been caused, for example, by a head hitting the edge of a wooden stair? From whatever height, whether it's from standing height or whether it's from lower height.
Maybe one of them.
And what do you base that on?
Well, as I mentioned, when people fall downstairs, the force of gravity from the standing height is the greatest amount of force when they impact the stairs.
Right.
And then they pretty much slide down the stairs itself. They're not falling from a standing height. That is the highest force in a fall.
Yes, sir. And the question really is, though, not how much force comes from the initial as much as it is how much force is there as you hit your head going down, right? If you're trying to determine whether additional lacerations could have been caused, right?
Correct.
And do you have any kind of training or experience in the amount of force, for example, that it takes to cause a scalp laceration?
I don't know the precise amount, but I see the injuries on people with documented stories is, for instance, if they have a heart attack and fall, they often can have a laceration on the back of their head if they fall.
Right.
From a standing height,
right,
hitting their head.
But do you know how much force is necessary to cut through the scalp on a human being?
I don't know the precise amount. A significant amount, though.
Do you know how many feet per square inch?
Yes.
You say significant. How do you
determine
significant?
I would say significant would be from either a significant fall from a standing height or force that everyone in the room would recognize that was a significant force. It's not an incidental force of, for instance, putting your head back against a wall yourself. You're not going to receive a full thickness scalp laceration from that.
Well, do you know how far your head would have to drop on, say, an edge like this? How high above an edge like this would your head have to drop, do you think, in order to cause a full thickness scalp laceration?
I don't know the precise height, but it could happen from a standing height.
Well, sure, but it could happen from less than a standing height, couldn't it?
Well, if it just falls with gravity, unlikely that that's going to happen from anything except a standing height.
I see.
But it could happen if someone slams someone's head against that corner.
Do you know how much the head weighs?
Not precisely.
In coming to your conclusion that this was a homicide, were you able to rule out that Elizabeth Ratliff had a intraventricular hemorrhage?
Well, I didn't see any, and some was described in the report. So could I rule out that it had been washed away? Possibly. That I can't rule that out for sure. No.
Well, I wasn't asking you if you could rule out whether it was washed away. I was asking you whether or not you could rule out an intraventricular hemorrhage.
I did not see any.
I understand.
So I can rule it out on the tissue that I examined.
All right. But you know that another doctor saw that 18 years ago.
It was in his report, but he also describes that intraventricular hemorrhage he describes within the spinal canal, and that's very suspect to me because the spinal cord had never even been removed. That was removed when Dr. Radish did the autopsy.
Well, didn't he actually describe the ventricles being filled with blood?
I saw no evidence of that.
I understand that, but that's what Dr. Barnes described.
Yes.
And the ventricles are deep inside the brain, aren't they?
Yes.
Generally speaking, you don't get blood in the ventricles from trauma, do you?
You do.
Not generally, though. Generally speaking, if you have ventricular hemorrhage, it's the result of a bleed inside the brain, isn't it?
You can see it in both.
Do you have an opinion as to which is more common? Whether intraventricular hemorrhage is more commonly associated with stroke, for example, than trauma?
Objection, Judge. This seems to be far field of the opinion that
Mr. Rudolph, I've let you go on and on, but it's a dog hearing.
Yes, sir.
That's what you've labeled it as.
Yes, sir.
I'm not really sure what that opinion has to do with.
Well, I think it all goes to his. Well, let me ask you this. In ruling out a natural death and coming to an opinion of a homicide, did you take into account at all the findings of an intraventricular hemorrhage by Dr. Barnes?
Objection. Overruled. Let me answer. I read the report, and as I mentioned, I didn't see any myself, but I did take it into an account, and the subarachnoid hemorrhage that I did see myself, when that's severe, you can have extension into the interventricular space. So, as I mentioned, it's consistent with the homicide.
Okay. That's all I have.
Any questions, Mr. Hall? Yes. All right. Is there any argument on either side?
Judge, I think the issue is whether or not there is a scientific basis under Daubert for the opinion that the lacerations are the result of some sort of a beating as opposed to a fall. In this particular circumstance, I think the only evidence before the court about the basis for that is anecdotal evidence of a very small number of fall cases without any indication that they were similar in terms of the environmental factors that existed in this case. So on that basis, we would object to Dr. Gleckman being permitted to give an opinion as to whether or not the lacerations were caused by a fall versus some other intentional act.
Well, even if there was not a scientific basis, the court does believe there is a scientific basis, but even if there was not a scientific basis, isn't this one of those exceptional categories that North Carolina should allow the state to present some medical examiner, forensic pathologist, a forensic neuropathologist, who in his first answer to his first question by Mr. Harden said that what his job is, what he does, what he studies is whether a death was a homicide, and he specifically mentioned accident. He said something about suicide and some other things, but isn't this a field where pathologists have testified for years in the state of North Carolina?
Well, I think it's certainly a general field where Dr. Gleckman can give opinions on, and certainly he can give an opinion as to whether or not the death was due to a stroke versus blunt trauma and those sorts of things. But I think when we step beyond that and start talking about what was the cause of the injury, not what was the cause of the death, not what was the mechanism.
He said what his training and his experience is the cause of death and the manner.
Well, I understand that's what he said.
How it was done.
Well, I understand that.
Yeah.
and the cross-examination was designed to flesh out a little bit what that training in determining the cause of the injury was. And it would be our position, I don't need to beat this to death, that...
Well, I understand that, but when you're trying to decide what a Daubert applies to and what it doesn't, aren't there some areas that you accept? I mean, don't you? Isn't it just a traditional history of medical examiners giving this kind of testimony?
I don't think Daubert says that we just look at history. I think what Daubert says is we have to look at the court's role as a gatekeeper and ask whether or not there is a reliable scientific basis for a particular opinion that's going to be offered.
But you know, you and Mr. Maher know, just like I know, that North Carolina had rules of evidence that dealt with expert testimony long before there was Daubert. North Carolina probably has a better rule than the Daubert rule, at least traditional history. This is not new in North Carolina, although it may be new in some other states. And are you aware of any appellate decision, Court of Appeals or Supreme Court, in the state of North Carolina where the appellate courts have said that a medical examiner could not testify to what he believed was the cause of death and the manner of death? Is there any case that has eliminated that?
I think with regard to cause of death, clearly he's qualified to give that opinion. With regard to manner of death, I think it really depends on what the opinion is going to be. If the opinion is, for example, that someone died as a result of a bullet wound that was not self-inflicted, clearly a medical examiner can give that sort of opinion. When we're starting to get down to lacerations and what was the mechanism that caused a laceration, then I think we're starting to get away from the traditional field of the medical examiner, and we're getting into other areas. And I'm not aware of any case in North Carolina, one way or the other, that has said that an opinion with regard to the cause of a laceration is within the scope of what a medical examiner could give. For example, let's just take a case where the person didn't die. You know, could a medical examiner come in an assault case and say, well, I've looked at the scalp wound here, and in my opinion, that scalp wound was inflicted by a beating versus a fall. I don't think that that's an area where medical examiners have either traditionally testified or would be permitted to testify. I don't think that changes simply because you have a death and they're coming in saying the cause of death is blunt trauma to the head. I don't think that by virtue of that, they're then permitted to give opinions as to the cause or the manner in which a particular laceration was caused any more than they could if the person was not dead. And that's our argument.
All right. Mr. Hard, anything you want to?
No, sir. I just ask that you allow him to offer the opinions that he's offered here in this hearing from the state's perspective. The Daubert case revolves around whether the opinion is outside the science. As the court has identified, medical examiners for years and years and years have offered opinions about the cause of death and the manner of death. That's clearly not outside the science of his training, his experience, and his background, and we'd ask that you allow him to do it.
All right, the court will allow the doctor to testify. The defendant's objection is overruled. Why don't we take about a 10-minute break?
Judge, we have not gotten any information about these cases that Dr. Radish has apparently looked at. And I think under the statute, we're entitled to that. So I'm going to object to there being any testimony based on that purported study by either Dr. Gleckman relying on what Dr. Radish said or Dr. Radish herself, because we got no notice. We had no opportunity to be able to do our own an independent examination of those cases, and I have no idea what the factors are in those cases. So, quite apart from our motion to eliminate with regard to Dr. Gleckman, I would make a motion that the state not be permitted to elicit any results of any study that we have not been given the basis of.
Well, do you want to address that at this point, Mr. Harden? I have no idea what he's talking about other than what he said on the witness stand.
No, sir, I need to inquire. I'm not in a position to respond at this point. I'll have to inquire.
The court holds that. His decision on that in abeyance at this time until we can find out more. 10 minutes, Mr.
Court's in recess for 10 minutes.
All right, Mr. Hart.
Yes. Now, Dr. Gleckman, you had gotten to the point where you were describing the diagnosis that you had made with respect to Elizabeth Ratliff's examination. I think you had indicated that you found acute epidural hemorrhage, subdural hemorrhage, intradural hemorrhage, and subarachnoid hemorrhage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, let me make sure I'm clear on this. When you say acute, whatever area it is, hemorrhage, exactly what does that mean?
Acute means recent or fresh hemorrhage or bleeding that occurred at the time or about the time of the decedent's death.
Okay. Now, with respect to any of those individual injuries, just pick one. Acute epidural hemorrhage. Is that in and of itself or by itself a life-threatening situation for anyone?
It can be.
Okay. With respect to acute subdural hemorrhage, can that be life-threatening?
Sometimes it is.
With regard to acute intradural hemorrhage, can that be life-threatening?
Possibly.
All right. And with regard to acute subarachnoid hemorrhage, can that be
Well,
life-threatening?
object unless we're going to specify the degree to which there was subarachnoid hemorrhage.
You can answer that.
Sometimes.
Okay. With respect to these individual injuries that you found in Ms. Ratliff's brain, do you have an opinion as to whether individually, with respect to her examination, they were life-threatening?
I think that altogether they are life-threatening, and that was, in fact, a marker of how she actually died.
All right. Now, and I think earlier in your testimony, you had indicated that you were aware of the autopsy conducted by Dr. Barnes.
That's correct.
Were you aware that he found that there was no definite site of vessel rupture within Ms. Ratliff's brain?
That's correct.
Do you recall that? But he did find that there was blood located in all the ventricles and in the spinal canal. You aware of that?
That's what was in his report.
All right. Did you find any blood within the ventricles?
I found no blood within the ventricles.
All right. Did you find, well, with respect to his finding that there was blood in the spinal canal, would that be consistent with what you found?
No.
Why?
Because when Dr. Radish did the autopsy, she found that the cervical part of the spinal cord that he was talking about was actually still in the body. So it had never been removed in the first place. So there's no way that he could have told whether there was hemorrhage in the spinal canal or not.
So was he just in error when he writes that
Objection to that.
in his report?
Yes, he is in error because you can't see the cervical spinal canal without actually removing the spinal cord and sectioning it.
Based on what you found, Is there anything at all consistent with finding blood in the ventricles that he indicates that he found in his report?
I found no evidence of that.
Okay. Now, with respect to your examination and your experience and your training, do you have an opinion as to the cause of death as it relates to Elizabeth Ratliff?
I do.
What is that opinion?
Ms. Ratliff died from blunt trauma to the head.
Right. Do you have an opinion as to the circumstances under which that blunt force trauma would have been caused?
I do.
What is that opinion?
The blunt force trauma to Ms. Ratliff's head was from a homicidal assault.
With respect to those opinions, do you have a further opinion as to whether the blunt force trauma to the head is consistent with Ms. Ratliff having been beaten?
It is consistent.
No other questions of the witness at this time, John?
Okay. There's one more for you.
Yes.
Sure, thank you. Dr. Button, we've met before over at the medical examiner's office, have we not?
Yes.
And you know that I represent Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
I want to start with the autopsy that was done back in Germany and what Dr. Barnes had available to him as opposed to what you had available to you, if we could start there. It would be fair to say, would it not, that when you got to do this autopsy in 2003, there was a significant portion of Elizabeth Ratliff's brain that was missing?
That's correct.
And what you did have had been cut into a number of pieces, correct?
That's correct also.
I think you met Dr. Lietzma when we came over to the ME's office, right?
Yes.
And you know who he is?
Yes.
He's a forensic neuropathologist, correct?
Well, he's a neuropathologist. I don't know whether he's ever trained in forensic pathology specifically or not.
I see. He's actually written a book, has he not, on forensic neuropathology?
Correct.
You're familiar with this book?
Yes.
Is this sort of the book on forensic neuropathology?
No, I won't agree to that.
Is there another book that you're aware of?
There is no comprehensive textbook written recently. That book was published in 1988.
Yes, sir.
A lot of things have changed since then.
I understand that. But, I mean, there's nothing else besides this.
There's several articles and publications, but no forensic neuropathology textbook specifically, but there's several chapters on forensic neuropathology within basic neuropathology textbooks.
Yes, sir. I understand. In any event, I think Dr. Lietzma estimated there was something like 60 individual pieces of brain tissue when we came to the ME's office. Is that approximately right?
I can't recall the number. I didn't count them.
All right. Can we pull up that photo of the... Yeah. I asked the witness to step down so we don't have to put this up on screen. If you come down, I want to show you a photo on the screen here. Yeah. Thank you. It was just a minute. Take a look at it. No. Taking a look at what's there on the screen that's marked RMWF 0960, does that appear to you to be the pieces of brain matter that you had available to you over at the ME's office when you did your examination of Miss Ratliff's brain?
It's possible. There's no label on it to say her name.
I
And
understand.
I can't tell exactly whose brain it is by just looking at it, but
In terms of the number of pieces and the size of the pieces and the configurations.
it's possible. I can't know for sure.
All right, sir. In any event, there were a number of small pieces
That's correct.
that you were looking at, right?
Correct.
All right. And that's not typically how one does a neuropathology consult, correct?
That's correct, but I made several additional cuts when I was presented with the brain tissue itself before Dr. Lietzma saw it. So there were probably I probably made at least half of those cuts myself to look for different structures.
Okay. So in other words, if there were 60.
About that number, maybe 20.
All right. I think you said that there were portions of the brain stem that were missing.
That's correct.
Do you know what proportion of the brain stem itself was missing versus what was there?
I would say that about half of the brain stem itself was missing.
Okay. By the way, did you take any handwritten notes when you were doing your examination?
Dr. Smith, who's the neuropathology fellow, the trainee that I teach, he took the written notes during the examination.
And do you have those available to you?
Those are on file at the medical examiner's office. We get a standard court file, including our reports and the photos, and that's not part of our file to bring to court. So I don't have that in front of me now.
All right. Were those notes based on things that he observed or things that you were telling him that you observed?
Both of us.
All right.
And they were preliminary notes also.
All right. And those notes are over at the ME's office?
Yes.
With regard to the midbrain area, I think you indicated there were areas of the midbrain area that were missing?
Correct.
And were you able to determine what proportion of the midbrain area was there?
Not exactly, but of all the brainstem structures, midbrain, pons, and medulla, I'd say there was about roughly half present.
On each of them?
On each.
And what about cerebellum?
There's about half the cerebellum present also.
And with that, we're talking about fourth ventricle there?
Well, it adjoins the fourth ventricle. The fourth ventricle is between the brainstem, which, as I mentioned, is the connection between the big part of the brain, the cerebrum, and the spinal cord. It's a direct connection. And the cerebellum is the structure in the back of the brain, the small little portion of the brain, as I mentioned. And the fourth ventricle sits right between the brainstem and the cerebellum.
All right. And do you know what portion of the fourth ventricle was present?
Well, the fourth ventricle is a space, so I really can't determine that.
Okay. And that's one of the spaces that, at least according to the doctor who did the autopsy back in '85, was filled with blood, right?
Well, he said all the ventricles were filled with blood, so I assume that includes the fourth ventricle, according to...
And that would be, the fourth ventricle is down low, right?
Yes.
By where the cerebellum meets the brainstem.
Between them, that's correct.
Would it be fair to say that the fact that the brain had been cut the way it had been cut before you even saw it, both in terms of the way it was cut and the number of pieces it was cut into, made your job more difficult?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that the fact that roughly half the brain was missing would have made your job more difficult?
Well, my job as far as looking at the brain itself in that one particular way, but it didn't make my job of determining the cause of death and manner of death that much more difficult.
All right. And Dr. Radish testified that one of the things that made this examination of the brain a little bit more difficult was that the brain had been put back into the body cavity and was there and had been fixed in ways that sort of made it twist and turn and that sort of thing?
That's correct. The shape of the brain had been a little bit compressed when I examined the brain.
And that added to the difficulty, I take it.
Yes.
Now, in terms of your training, just so I'm clear, I think you said that you'd had a number of years of training as a resident and then in forensic pathology, anatomic pathology, and forensic pathology, and then neuropathology, correct?
Correct.
And when did you actually finish your training?
My training was completed in the year 2001.
All right. So in terms of experience since you finished training, you had a year in Santa Clara, right?
In Santa Clara County in San Jose, California.
All right. 1 year there, right?
Correct.
And then you came to UNC from that.
Correct.
And at the time of this autopsy, you had been at UNC, what, a little bit less than a year?
Correct.
So at the time of this particular consult, how long had you been at UNC? Like 10 months at that point?
Approximately.
So at that point, you had roughly 22 months of experience post-training, correct?
Correct. I also did part-time work for a staff position in the Boston office when I was training at Columbia and in Brown. So I had staff consultations before I actually finished my training.
Understand. Now, in terms of your board certifications, are you at this point board certified in anatomic pathology?
No, I take neuropathology boards next week, and it's combined anatomic and neuropathology boards.
All right, so at this point, you're not board certified in anatomic or in neuropathology?
No.
And how about in forensic pathology?
No. You have to, in my instance, I have to complete neuropathology and anatomic pathology before I can take forensic pathology boards. Okay. Because although it was 6 years after training, which was certainly a long time, I did it in the shortest amount of time possible.
Okay. So at this point, at least, you're not board certified in any pathology field.
That's correct.
Now, the autopsy in Germany was conducted by Dr. Barnes, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that he conducted that autopsy back in 1985? True?
I believe so. It was either 1985 or 1986.
I think we probably stipulated it was November of 1985, just for purposes of the questioning.
Sure.
And are you aware that at that time, Dr. Barnes was board certified in both clinical and in anatomical pathology? Did you know that?
No.
You're aware, are you not, that at the autopsy in Germany that he conducted, he had the entire brainstem available to him? You know that, right?
Yes.
He had the entire midbrain available to him, correct?
Correct.
He had the entire pons available to him, correct?
Correct.
He had the entire cerebellum available to him.
Correct.
And you're aware, are you not, that he saw evidence of an area of tissue destruction, what he called tissue destruction, right where the cerebellum joins up with the brainstem? You aware of that?
Well, he described that in his microscopic examination, but when that description was reviewed at the AFIP by a neuropathologist such as myself, the neuropathologist, Dr. Joseph Parisi, didn't mention any of that. So I don't have the slide available myself, but there was no mention of that in the consultation.
Well, the consultation that was done at the AFIP was to determine whether or not there was a vascular malformation, right?
Well, that was one question, but as a consultant, your job is to to give a description of what you actually see on the slide.
Well, the specific question that was put to the neuropathologist at the AFIP was whether what was displayed on the slide was a vascular malformation or normal, right?
Right, but you're often given, as a consultant, specific questions, but they also have you look at the slide to determine your opinion.
Marty,
and Dr. Parisi didn't see any evidence of that, nor did I.
Well, when you say he didn't see any evidence of it, you don't know whether he saw evidence of it or not. All you know is that he didn't mention it in his report, right?
That's correct.
Now, let me get back to Dr. Barnes for a second. Are you aware that Dr. Barnes, well, first of all, Dr. Barnes didn't just report seeing it on microscopic, didn't he also report seeing it on gross examination?
I'll have to refer to my notes.
Yes, sir.
But he does mention that there is some tissue destruction present in the cerebellar hemispheres that join the brainstem. He mentions this, he measures this at 2 centimeters, which is less than an inch, so it's small. And then on the microscopic description, he goes into more detail.
Right, so he saw it on gross examination, right?
Yes.
And actually measured it, correct?
Yes.
And noted the measurement in there.
Correct.
And are you aware that just a few days ago, Dr. Barnes was here and testified before the jury?
I'm aware that he was going to testify. I'm not sure whether he's been here or when he went.
Do you know that he testified before the jury that he saw that tissue destruction, that area of tissue destruction with his own eyes without a microscope? Are you aware of that?
Well, the better standard is looking at it under the microscope, which Dr. Parisi did not see it. So in his opinion, he saw it. But as I mentioned, I question a lot of things in the report because he describes things in the spinal cord that was never removed.
I know that, and we'll get to that in a little while. And you keep referring to Dr. Parisi. Have you spoken to Dr. Parisi?
Yes.
And have you reviewed the slide that Dr. Parisi reviewed?
No, that slide was not available for me to review.
And did Dr. Parisi remember this particular case?
No, he didn't. He called me to say that I was now a member of the American Association of Neuropathology.
Did you talk about this case at all?
A little bit. I said that a slide that he had looked at several years before was now an issue because the autopsy that I performed was on an autopsy that had done before 17 years ago.
Okay. And did he remember anything about the slide or what he said about this?
He didn't remember the details.
He certainly didn't remember what he saw or what he didn't see in terms of tissue.
No, all I had available was his written consultation where he doesn't mention any of the tissue destruction or hemorrhage.
And you, of course, didn't see that slide at all.
No.
Now, and of course, the portion of the brain that you had didn't contain that area of tissue destruction, did it?
I did not see any evidence of that.
So if Dr. Barnes was right, then you simply didn't have that area of the brain, right?
As I mentioned, I didn't see what he did, so I can't say whether it was there or not.
Right. And I think you did mention that the better practice would be to look at it under a microscope, right?
That's correct.
And he did that, didn't he?
Yes.
And his report indicates that he saw hemorrhage under the microscope, right?
Correct.
And we're talking about a board-certified anatomic pathologist, right?
Right, but most anatomic pathologists have very minimal training in looking at autopsy brains. I've looked at over 600 myself and trained for 2 years.
Do they have training in looking at slides?
Minimal.
And he saw tissue destruction, right?
Correct.
And he even described early consolidation of the hemorrhage, didn't he?
He did describe that.
But said there was no clot formation seen.
That's what he put.
And are you aware that, again, he testified in front of this jury that he saw that through a microscope with his own eyes? Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that you told me that.
All right. Were you aware that he had testified to that before you got here today?
No.
And you couldn't find any of that in the slides you looked at?
No. Everything that I saw, I put in my consultation report to Dr. Radish.
Now, Dr. Barnes also noted that blood filled all of the ventricles, right?
He put that, yes.
And blood filling the ventricles is consistent with something that's called an intraventricular hemorrhage, correct?
That's true. The term means bleeding in the ventricles of the brain.
And the ventricles, you have that diagram? You were talking earlier about areas of the brain that are below the scalp, but you weren't talking about the ventricles, were you?
You can't even see the ventricles on this photo.
Right, the ventricles are pretty deep inside the brain.
That's correct.
Mr. Rudolph, let's take a break.
Yes.
All right, members of the jury, we'll take our lunch break at this time. Recall the instructions the court has given you throughout the course of this trial. We'll see you at 12:45.
Okay, we're gonna stop because this is a long video. It's the total run of this video itself is 2 hours and 35 minutes. And we are at an hour and 39 minutes right now. So I'm going to write down the timestamp. And we will start back here on Monday. Since they broke there, we will broke there. His tie is crooked. You sent me something where? On the phone? Okay. This is... Oh, wait. $45, you guys. 45 hours. 45 hours. Well, actually, it's a little more than that because I set it to start at 2. 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Look at my face. I'm so excited. I can't wait. I can't wait. So this will be on my Debbie Loves Disney channel if any of you guys want to watch it. Hopefully, I set it to start at 2. I usually start around 11 or 12. I usually start earlier. I set it for 2 because the two things that could go wrong, my phone could overheat or my batteries could die. So I started it later. So hopefully the first show's at 5:30. Did you really? I heard he was really nice. Was he nice? Because I have another friend that met him and said, I wish I had one. I would if I did. But if he comes anywhere near me, I'm going to forget I'm recording. It's out of my hands and I'm... because... Oh, my phone's right in front of me. Let me see if I can find that picture again. See the way the venue is set up? They come right down at you. This was Herman's Hermits. Went to see them a few weeks ago. See, like they come right down the crowd. So if he comes anywhere near me, forget I'm even holding a phone. Oh, cool. Yeah. That too, Marty. I will. No, Travis knows. Travis absolutely knows. I have a Cricut. I could get that iron-on stuff and cut it out with a Cricut and then iron it onto a t-shirt. And tonight I will be on this show. I am Travis's girl. I will behave myself. I promise. I will behave myself. I will be good. I will be a good girl. Okay, guys. Have a great weekend. Thank you. You guys have been so great with this trial. I mean, you're always great, but this has been really fun. Yes, I know you will, Marty. You don't like Disney stuff anyway. Oh, you're still awake. Bless your heart. I thought you would have gone to sleep by now. You guys have fun. Have a good evening and a great weekend. And I'm really, really glad that you guys liked this trial. Oh, no, Nichelle, you are fine. Absolutely fine, because there are really boring parts in trials, and I don't blame you guys for getting bored. I'm just glad you're here. And I was really worried that this trial was going to bore you guys to death, but I wanted to watch it, and I'm just so glad that you guys have been hanging out with me watching this. You know, because we usually do old trials in the morning and then current trials in the you know, kind of afternoon, whatever. And we haven't done that for a while now. We've been watching old trials, and now you guys have been hanging with me, and this has been great. And I'm actually getting a paycheck from YouTube. You guys have been doing super chats and stuff, and it's just, this is what I wanted. This is what I wanted my channel to be, a place where friends could hang out and talk, and this has been great. I love you too, Nichelle. I love all you guys. Thank you so much. Yes, we can talk smack. Okay, guys, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. Have a great weekend. I'll see you guys on Monday. Bye. And make new friends. Yes. Lots of new friends. Bye, guys.